right here.
No, not this week.
No?
Not this week.
Not now?
Not now. I'm not going to say not ever. They'll be back. In fact, they'll be here 4 hours.
Can't wait.
Bonte and Joe will be doing 10 to 2 this week. Willard and Dibbs, good morning. You know what? I just want to say this right out of the gate. Not that this matters or anybody cares, but this was even easier than I knew it was going to be. The whole getting up at 4-something o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's do this.
Let's go.
No
I
doubt.
couldn't be more ready.
I've been ready.
Absolutely.
You got to stay ready. You can't get ready. You got to stay ready. And I did it darn near 20 years of it.
Yep.
So this morning when the alarm went off, I had already been awake for an hour.
Exactly.
So let's go.
Well, you have a 2-year-old, so I don't even know what the hell's different to you, and you haven't known what day it was or what time it was for a couple of years now.
It's been a while, yeah,
so
for sure.
Welcome. You're at 95.7 The Game right now, Dan.
I knew that.
Yeah, you're here in downtown San Francisco, and we're going to do the morning show this week because our lineup is jacked up.
So jacked.
And it's brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. We're having fun. It's the All-Star break, so who cares? There's nothing going on in the way of sports. Let's fart around for a week and have a good time.
Yep.
So that's what you're going to get this week on 95.7 The Game. You're going to get Willard and Dibbs from 6 to 10 in the morning. You're going to get Bonte and Joe from 10 to 2. You're going to get Steiny and Guru from 2 to 6. If you're a faithful listener of the station and that kind of knocks off your calibration, then
you know what that is, right?
Yeah, it's a recalibration. It's going to be a recalibration sensation, and there might be those of you who are like, I don't get the joke. Don't worry, by Friday you will, and then we'll leave.
Yeah.
So it's all going to be okay. But this is what we're doing, and we just hope that everybody who is a faithful listener of the station try something new for a week, right? Like eat something different for breakfast. I had to put breakfast in Tupperware and bring it.
Crazy.
It's very, very different for me.
Super different.
We're going to be okay.
I love it. We're going to work through it. And I had to absolutely tiptoe out of the house so as to not have waking baby syndrome. For those who don't know, I am a grandpa daddy with an almost 2-year-old. So when you wake the baby, that is like the ultimate felony in our house. But 1 for 1, made it out.
Yeah.
Nobody woke up, and here we are, ready to rock.
I mean, you want to talk about fade the dibbers. I already want to read a text from the Xfinity mobile text line.
Come on.
No, 650 texted in and goes, damn it. I had the over on 29 and a half minutes on Fibbers being late. Ruined my parlay.
Sorry about that.
That's Jordan in San Francisco. And Jordan, I wish you had texted me ahead of time. And you can have my phone number. And just text me anytime. And I would have told you there's 0 chance in hell of that happening. You are not like, I know that we're an afternoon drive. You are listening live to 2 morning people.
No doubt.
Actually, like there was no doubt. I'm as wide awake as you could possibly be right now.
And one of there's a lot of bad things about getting old. There's some good things about getting old, but maybe the worst thing about getting old
is
the fact that you just can't sleep. And I'm up at.
I love the young.
See, I don't have that problem.
You'll get there. I'm about a half a decade ahead of you. And 218, 307, 348. Awake.
Wow.
No need for alarm clocks anymore. And it's not just because nature's calling, because I'll send nature to voicemail.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I don't need to get up and do that, but I just wake up now.
Well, listen, how's everybody doing? Glad you're with us here on 95.7 The Game. Thank you, Grandy. Grandy did 5 to 6. Did everybody love Mark Grandy wherever you were driving this morning? That was fun.
Yep.
Taking us through everything that was going on with the Giants over the weekend. By the way, quick shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you are going to call into Willard and Dibbs, you're going to have to bring it all week. Because you know this if you listen to the roast. If you don't, you get flushed.
Are we going to flush some people?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. That's not really our style. However, you missed this on Friday.
What happened?
Oh my God! I got very, very mad at someone. I got mad at a caller. I got verklempt. I got mad at a caller. First of all, caller called in and goes, dude, you sound like you got a vendetta against Jonathan Kaminga.
Man.
And then I was like Steve Kerr talking to you. I was like, no, I don't. No, I don't.
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
It was awesome. And then the caller tried to pivot, and then the caller goes, I'm really, really upset that you just tried to compare Brandon Pajemski to Chris Paul. And then I was like, Steve Kerr again. No, I didn't. And things got out of pocket, and then the caller had to go because I had to remind the caller that this is our show.
Yeah.
And you don't get to tell me when you're going to talk because we've worked very hard to be in this position.
No doubt.
So here we are.
It's been decades. And
Anyway.
so you didn't flush him.
We didn't flush him.
But he got run.
Well, that flusher thing only works from 6 to 10 in the morning.
I like that.
If you hit that button at 10:05 and Bonte and Joe find this out, it doesn't work. It just doesn't fire. So anyway, hope everybody's doing good. Guess what? The Giants have a problem in their bullpen. And I went out to the game on Saturday, and that was the one they lost. So, my bad.
Yeah.
But we went out to the game on Saturday, and I don't know that I've ever seen this prolonged of a celebration, even though it was celebrating something in Giant greatness. If you missed this, they're celebrating the core four. The core four, the four relievers who are part of all of the Giants' somewhat recent championships. That is Sergio Romo, Santiago Casilla, Javi Lopez, and Jeremy Affeldt. And they didn't just unveil their Wall of Fame plaques. They had them on the field, and they talked to them for like an hour.
Literally?
It was wild. I'm like, oh, my God.
And you got there for that? And
we got there for a good portion of it. It was already happening, and then it was still happening. And then there was more of it happening, and people had wireless mics, and they were talking, and they were showing stories and highlights, and they were coming out from the bullpen, and you got a thing when you walked into the game. You got a thing, they had like a little statue of the four guys.
Four of them, yeah, cool.
Yeah, so there was four of us in our party, so we became the core four. We had four different statues, and anyway, the whole thing was about this is what bullpen greatness looks like. And then we watched the game, and the Giants bullpen coughed up. I can't say coughed it up. It was a 2-2 tie, and they came in, and Taylor Rogers gave up a home run, and the Giants lost that baseball game. And then yesterday happened where Blake Snell was the one of the most dominant performances I have ever seen from a starting pitcher. And we can get later on into whether he could have stayed in, should have stayed in, if he still had his perfect game. But he lost that in the seventh inning. And I knew in that moment, I'm like, ugh. I just had a bad feeling because it's like Murphy's Law. Blake gets pulled out after 7 innings. The Giants are up 2-0. I'm like, that's still a close game.
Yeah.
God, what if Doval comes in and blows this?
What if?
Lo and behold, Camilo Doval comes in and blows this. And I told you last week, Bud, this is so urgent that in many ways, I think the future of this Giants regime rides to a degree on the next 2 weeks of games after this All-Star break. It really does. There is absolutely no time for messing around. And the Giants have a closer who's messing around.
Oh, he's messing around because I think that he's lost some confidence and he's lost his stuff. And so no matter what the issue is, they have to fix it. But I don't know if they have the solution in-house. You kind of are pot committed, I think, on Camilo Doval to be your closer. And I know you have a few other good relievers, but for me, the greater point is not only Doval, but it's the bullpen in totality because you've thrown more bullpen innings than any other team in Major League Baseball. And so they're not totally worn down, but they're showing signs of being worn down. And Doval himself does not look as electric as he did last year. His stuff seems to be a little bit more ordinary. You and I were talking in the green room about, the fastball not having as much second stage life and not as much movement. And so, hitters are able to sit on 100 and 101 and turn on it. And I think that Doval has lost a lot of his confidence. And so you get a starter who goes out there and gives up 1 hit over 7, and you have a 2-run lead, and yet you don't feel confident because your bullpen is a little bit of a mess.
Camilo Doval's ERA is almost 5.
That's not good, Mark.
That's horrific for a closer.
And he was an all-star last year.
Right. Last year. He's got 24 walks on the year in 37 innings. He's got his 49 strikeouts. Like of course he's going to have a high K per 9 rate. But his whip is up over 1.6. Whatever analytics stat you want one that's really going to blow your doors off, because everybody's all wrapped up in WAR now, right? Yeah. WAR. What is it good for? Well, in baseball, something, because we really follow that number. He's got a negative WAR.
Yeah.
Negative WAR. For those of you who don't speak analytics, WAR stands for wins above replacement. Camilo Doval, your closer, is pitching below replacement level as a player.
Yeah.
That's not okay.
No, not if you want to win games.
No.
Because he's the guy who needs to come in and get 3 outs and be the best pitcher in your bullpen. And right now, he's not. And something happened yesterday, which may be foreshadowing for what's to come this season, which is they didn't even let him try to go out there and clean up the mess.
Good point.
So he struggled. He gave up a couple of walks and a hit, and then that was it. And so Bob Melvin, who's not a hair trigger manager, had to come out and say, I'm going to need the ball, CD. You're going to go ahead and be done from here on out. It was a CD. It was a coach's decision that CD got yanked. But I look at the rest of the pen, and I don't know who has the kind of knockout, wipeout stuff that you'd want to trust in the 9th inning.
I don't know about knockout, wipeout, but
it'd be Rodriguez, right?
Well, no, I think it'd be Ryan Walker.
Yeah.
Randy Rodriguez is somebody who I think that they could groom someday. He has that kind of wipeout stuff, but he's too young, he's too raw to take on the closer role right now. I'll give you a quick side prediction right here about Randy Rodriguez. I think he's going to become a significant player when it comes time to renegotiate Camilo Doval. When Doval comes out of arbitration and is ready for like a big-time MLB contract, I bet the Giants will be like, thank you for coming. Bye-bye. I do not think Camilo Doval is going to be a Giant into his 30s. Absolutely not. Because that's not the way that the Giants are going to play the closer role, and it's one of the reasons I think Rodriguez is up, and they can use that as a weapon a couple of years from now. But right now, somebody who's going to throw strikes, somebody who has been getting consistent outs. Ryan Walker leads, let's go back to WAR. He leads the bullpen in WAR. There's only one Giant pitcher on the entire staff that's got a better WAR than Ryan Walker. His name is Logan Webb. And by the way, just so you understand how bad a negative WAR is, there's only 2 other Giant pitchers on the entire staff who have a negative WAR. Want to take a guess at who the other 2 are? Want to take a guess?
Man, boy,
only 2 others on the active current roster.
I would guess it's Mark Grandy's secret pet crush, Luke Jackson.
Okay, that is correct. That is one. Okay. Luke Jackson has a negative WAR. And the other pitcher on the Giant staff currently active with a negative WAR is
Blake Snell.
Very good.
Look at that.
Very, very
Look
good.
At that. Look at me, Granny.
I'm very impressed.
Fresh brain in the morning.
People thought you'd be late to work. Good God, you're halfway through your day already.
Proud of you, Dibs.
Yeah,
that was really.
Maybe I'm in the wrong time slot here.
I've been telling the boss that for a year. Anyway.
Boy's coming out sharp on a Monday.
That's really good, and it's very correct, and we all know that the Blake Snell one is sort of circumstantial and not relevant as we sit here today, because in his last 12 innings, coming off of the second injury, he's given up 2 hits. I'll go ahead and keep Blake Snell. But Luke Jackson, everybody's exhausted with Luke.
Yeah.
No one wants to see him out there. And your other pitcher right now with a negative WAR is your flipping closer.
Unacceptable.
Can't do this. You don't have time for this.
Well, you don't have time for it, but at the same time, you have him under great control, and he's got such unbelievable stuff. So how do you fix him? I don't think that you're ready to completely remove him. If you move Doval out of the closer spot, I don't know who you have. Eric Miller, maybe. I don't know who else you'd want to throw in there. Rodriguez, probably. He's got good stuff. But Doval, you've invested a lot in him, in time, in confidence, and he's got such wonderful stuff. How can you fix him between now and this weekend and get him back to where he needs to be?
I think I tell you what, where I would be right now, because you're right, like you're not pulling him out of the closer role. You lose the guy. Look, this is an arbitration player for 3 more years after this one.
Right.
Okay? So this is a cost-controlled, team-controlled. This guy makes less than Brock Purdy.
It's crazy.
Let it sit in.
Yep.
He makes less than Brock Purdy. So I'm with you. I'm not out on Camilo Doval, but you better be ready for a vacation. You better be ready for a vacation. There's two ways to handle this, in my opinion. Your first one is to do exactly what they did yesterday. Camilo, you haven't lost your job, but you've lost the ability to clean up your own messes. We get into a 1 or 2 run game, and you get 2 or 3 batters into that inning, and you haven't gotten an out, you out. You out. And Ryan Walker is in. And so, unfortunately, the problem that this causes for Bob Melvin, I think, is that when a game is trending toward Camilo Doval, you've got to hold one of your relievers to flank him.
Good point.
You've now got to flank Camilo Doval. You cannot blow close games. You're the Giants. You don't have a devastating lineup that's going to beat people 7-1 very often.
Yeah, like the A's.
We go back to the championship teams that were honored over the weekend, and remember, these were championship teams, same thing. You've got to win almost every 3-2 game.
And they were automatic for the most part.
They were automatic.
The core 4, and it was a little different because you could just go Javi Lopez, face the one lefty, and you can kind of mix and match. That's and fair. Pick and pop. You can't do that anymore. However, when you have a closer and you need 3 outs, you have to be able to give the ball to your closer and feel good about the fact that he can go out there and get 3 outs. And yesterday, he got 1 out, and he allowed 3 hitters to get to him, 2 hits and a walk. And that's the kind of thing that is unacceptable. The control's not there. The faith in the fastball is not there. And then when he gets behind and counts, as we were talking about in the green room, all of a sudden you get some damage against him. And you're right. They don't have the luxury right now of, all right, Camilo, work through it. See if you can find yourself. You got to win these games now. You're on the edge here of relevance and irrelevance, and the trade deadline's 2 weeks away.
Well, and here's the second thing I'm doing. Right now, it's quick hook. It's quick hook. But I'd say we're about 2 bad outings away from making up an injury.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you're right. You're not going to pull him and steal his job. You're not going to do that to him. I don't know that. I mean, this is still a young player. And gosh, we've talked for years about how he's got no heart rate. It's so slow. Well, no, you can see it now. Now you can see him get frustrated out there because his ERA is almost 5. And so I don't want to Luis Matos him. You don't want to strip him of his emotions.
Sure.
But there's no time for this. The Giants need every single game. There are only 65 games left, and I did some math. They need to win damn near 40 of them. They need to win more than 35 of their remaining 65 games if they want any hope of making the playoffs. There is absolutely no time to lose. If I see another bad outing or two, boy, it's going to be one of those blisters. He's got a blister,
sure,
and you're hitting the IL.
The old blister is good for the
Absolutely.
pitchers. And, you get the hammy and the groin for position players, whatever you need to do to give a guy a little bit of a reset. Also, you can start to look at the trade market here with the last couple of weeks until the deadline. If you continue to do well and you hang in there, you have a bunch of Colorado coming up, so maybe you go out there and you can find a closer on the market. You'd rather not, but if you're in the race and you feel like you need to change, you can do it.
I got a name for you right now that nobody's thinking about, and my goodness, he would be free to acquire. Okay? Keep this one. Ryan Walker at the front of your mind. Keep this one at the back of your mind and see how this one fits. I'll tell you who I'm talking about coming up next. It's Willard and Dibbs in our jacked up week. We are handling the mornings. Bonte and Joe will be in later. Steiny and Goo even later after that. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. We'll take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Save on Giants second in all the major leagues in walk-off wins this year with 8.
Hit towards Triple's alley. It's going to hang up, and it's going to get by Margot. There's Yastrzemski on the move. It's a triple, and it throws into the dugout, and this game is over. How about that?
I didn't see that one coming.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah,
Filling in for Bonte and Shasky, here's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
By the way, I'm going to, the station's going to get mad at me for this, but I'm going to, little stupid personal public service announcement. Nobody this week is filling in. I hate that phrase.
You're not a fill-in?
And neither are they. Nobody's filling in for anybody. We freaking moved.
Yeah, it's like the old shift in baseball.
That's
where,
right.
Brandon Crawford would be on the other side of second base. He still is playing shortstop, but the shift is on.
We ain't filling in for nobody, and they ain't filling in for us.
No chance.
They're there, and we're here.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm here, and
that's it.
That's it.
That's it. And
we're still doing our show on our station.
Right. I mean, no, I just don't want everybody to have to do that. Oh, just Steiny and Goo, and we're in for Willard. No. Steiny and Goo, you're 2 to 6. It's 1 week. Everybody's going to be okay.
Yeah.
We don't need to worry about everyone's feelings here. Okay? We're big people, and everything's fine. That's all. Yeah. That's my quick, stupid thing.
So that's going to bug you all week.
All week long. Wait till we get to Friday, and we're not doing what's bugging you on Friday because we're filling in in the morning. No, we're not filling in, and neither are they.
Bonte and Joe and Steiny and Goo get to do what's bugging you. I wonder if they'll say each other.
I was little. You beat me to it.
I'll tell you what's bugging me.
Be like, that one's obvious.
Sorry.
Anyway, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. And we see the numbers flying up as all of you bleary-eyed people get that crap out of your eyes and start your day. So get over there and would love to interact with you. You can see how wide-eyed we are. Dibs is shiny in the morning. You should see him. Did you shower, by the way?
No.
You didn't?
I can't shower.
I'm really happy that you were honest just then.
Well, honestly,
that's a man who's comfortable in his own skin.
Well, I showered last night. It's everything I can do to not wake anybody up in the house.
Okay, and that's fair. And that's fair. And mine are old enough where I'm like, toughen up, Buttercup. I don't care if you wake up, go back to sleep. You have nothing to do all day.
No doubt.
So I showered because I shower in the morning. I'm a morning showerer.
Yeah.
That's just me. My oldest son and I argued about that the other day. He's like, you don't shower at night? I'm like, no, shower in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's just that's weird to me. You just sleep and you sweat all over yourself.
Disgusting.
And then you just get up and you do your day.
Yeah.
And then he lies, by the way. He's like, I shower at night. I'm like, you shower some nights.
Some nights you don't. And that's
gross.
Classic teenager. The teenager stank.
Weirdos.
I'm coming off the 4-day golf trip, so I showered yesterday after I got back from Truckee.
Fair enough.
So
there are moments for a nighttime shower,
no doubt.
and 4 straight days of golf is one of them.
Yes. But I did 20 years of morning radio, Jolo and Dibs and the Rise Guys and all the rest of it. It was always shower at night.
Always.
Shower at night.
Easier to, I'm always in the morning because it helps wake you up also.
Sure.
But anyway.
You like that freshness.
Yeah. I smell good right now.
You look good.
Yeah, thank you. Shit, I got a brand new hat that I got from my son's golf course. Everybody, get on over to Twitch and YouTube. It's twitch.tv/957thegame. YouTube.com/957thegame. You can watch us live and notice that we are not Bonte and Joe. So the lineup is all jacked up this week. We've been telling you about it, and now we're doing it. It's Willard and Dibs in the morning. Bonte and Joe will be along a little bit later at 10, and then Steiny and Goo will handle the afternoon. Twitch and YouTube feeds are powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Everybody is potentially forgetting an option if Camilo Doval continues to stink, and that is Jordan Hicks.
Jordan Hicks, okay.
Do not forget that Jordan Hicks was a closer. Jordan Hicks has 32 career saves with his time with the Blue Jays and the Cardinals, and a lot of you have been wanting to sort of pull him out of the starting rotation anyway. I know you've predicted all year long that he's not going to make it a full year. He is already well over his career high in innings, and he is looking like he's flattening out a little bit. And so that may make you, and this is a fair retort, which is just, well, why? Now, why do you want to use him as a closer if he's not pitching well? Well, I wonder if he doesn't have a completely different gear that he holds off on. And he has spoken to this. He's been like, yeah, when I get into leverage situations, then like closer Hicks comes out and I'm going to, pump another 5 miles an hour onto my fastball. Well, I wonder if that's still accessible and potentially an option because, oh, by the way, you know who else pitched well yesterday? Not just Blake Snell. You know who pitched well yesterday? Robbie Ray pitched really well yesterday in San Jose. I think he also gave up one hit.
Yeah,
in his time now.
Cy Young Award winner against 19-year-olds yet to shave.
Exactly.
That's impressive.
But you got to hit your spots.
You do. I get it.
Look, he's coming.
He is.
He's coming. It is July 15th. I would argue next week after the All-Star break, you're going to get a Robbie Ray start.
That's awesome.
You're going to get one. And now, if you do, you officially have 6 starters. You could just send Hayden Birdsong back down. I get that, but another option would be to play this out a little bit, and if Doval is going to continue to struggle, don't forget that Jordan Hicks might be an option.
Might be. I'm just a little hesitant to do that now because Hayden Birdsong is a guy who right now is a 5-inning pitcher early on in his career, and so that is almost automatically a bullpen game, and Robbie Ray, when he comes back, probably not going to be able to go too deep into games.
Right.
So that becomes kind of a bullpen game, and it gets you right back to the issue that you've had all along, all year, which is too many bullpen innings. So until Robbie Ray is really ready to go full on, and, you see about Hayden Birdsong if he can stick, but you got Alex Cobb coming. I think maybe at that point, you think about taking Jordan Hicks and putting him in the bullpen if you need that extra arm.
Cobb is an interesting one. I'm sort of hearing you're still not going to see him over the next 2 weeks in July. Yes, he's an option for August and September. I think he's also an unbelievable trade candidate because, that means you're not going to see him until after the deadline. So it's going to be very speculative. Do I think you're going to get a lot for him? No. But you also do see the possibility. There's the possibility if everyone were healthy at once, what do you do? What do you do if you're the Giants? Right? You potentially would have Cobb and Ray and Snell and Hicks and Harrison and Webb, and there's too many. Birdsong's an easy one. He doesn't necessarily have to stay. I'm not 1,000% sure that he's uber ready. Like, he's okay.
Yeah.
He looks good. It's impressive for the fact that he's only 12 years old and he's out there doing this. So that's great. But as the league gets a book at him, and I did watch him on Saturday in that game, and he struggled with his control for sure. And he battled, and he was able to kind of work his way through it. And I'd also argue that a couple of the runs he gave up, the defense was sloppy behind him for sure. But at the same time, the chances are through this whole thing, he's going to get sent back down. But what do you do? What do you do if everybody's healthy?
Right.
I don't know.
And Cobb is a guy who's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. So for an acquiring team who might want 5 starts or 6 starts from a guy who might give you a boost in a wild card chase, it could be a good candidate because you're right. When Ray comes back and if Cobb eventually comes back, you're going to have more starters than you know what to do with. And I do think that a Jordan Hicks move to the bullpen makes a lot of sense for me. He's already above 90 innings. He never threw more than 70 in his career. And if you could give him a little time here over the All-Star break and maybe another start or 2, and then get him to ramp back up to throwing, like you're saying, max effort stuff. Because right now he's not going max effort all the time. You can't when you're a starter, but get him back into that mindset and build him back up for the short stint, the 1-inning stint. I think he can be very effective down the stretch.
Hey, is that Dodgers series at Dodger Stadium next week? Is that a 4-gamer?
Yeah.
Is that a 4-gamer? So are they looking at 11 more games before the trade deadline? Is that right?
I think it's 12 because they have the A's on the 30th and the 31st.
That's after the deadline. The deadline is actually the 30th.
Oh, it is. I thought it was the
midday,
31st this year. Okay.
Midday on the 30th.
Yeah, so that A's game would be after the deadline. Then,
correct. And so I think it's
3 at Colorado, 4 at LA, and then 4 here, Colorado.
With a natural planned doubleheader.
Yeah. Which I love.
I do too.
I think that every team should be required to have a couple of those. Those were the games that we always went to with my dad when we were kids. And famously, we went to a doubleheader. I think it was 1975, Mark. And first game happened.
Did you really?
And
are you kidding with that year?
No,
or
I'm
no?
dead serious. I was 7 years old. And the story goes, my dad said to the family, because we were watching Ed Halicki pitch, and he said, when Ed Halicki gives up a hit, we'll go home. Didn't give up a hit. Ed Halicki, no hitter.
Wow.
Yeah. Game 2 of a doubleheader. It was for my brother Mike's birthday party.
The other team was exhausted.
We all were.
And it was the last doubleheader that has ever been planned.
I had 2 chocolate malts with the old wooden spoon that would break.
Oh my gosh, the old chocolate malts
with the wooden spoon.
There was one
Carnation.
There was one night at Candlestick that it was so damn cold that the chocolate malt guy started lying to people. He's cruising around. It's one of those Candlestick nights where you're like, there's nobody in hell that's getting ice cream right now. Nobody's getting ice cream. We're trying to live, not get ice cream. And he's like, chocolate malts, hot chocolate malts. And then he just started kind of grinning at certain people who caught the joke. And then we're like, we're too cold to laugh. Go away. Stop yelling at us.
Can't even hold it.
You liar.
And that wooden spoon would break so early, and then you're screwed.
It also tasted awful. It's terrible.
Oh, so good,
Sticking wood in your mouth. I mean, come on. Anyway, I stopped that one before it got too bad. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. The deadline is on its way. Plus, I do have a word that I want to use to describe what we've just watched here in the first 97 games of Giants baseball, and you can do that as well. 888-957-9570. We're all jacked up this week here at 95.7 The Game. We're handling the morning, then it'll be Bonte and Joe, and then it'll be Steiny and Goo. This is Willard and Dibs.
The piping in your house is responsible.
I smell good right now.
You look good.
Yeah, thank you. I got a brand new hat that I got from my son's golf course.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Here's Willard and Dibs.
I'm for two stepping on
I'm
the
going
guy.
to talk over it on purpose every time because it's the stupidest word ever, and I refuse at this point in my career to have it used about me. But anyway.
Phil is not the only four-letter word that's been uttered this morning.
Yeah, not into it. Did I cuss? Are you guys trying to say that I did not cuss? Play that again. Yeah, I smell good right now.
You look good.
Yeah, thank you. I got a brand new hat that I got from my son's golf course. That was not an S-bomb.
Well, just we're going to have to go to the tape after the show. We can't play it again, but to give the people a look behind the glass and the microphones, you're doing your thing, and I heard something that sounded like the S word.
You threw a flag.
What I do is I shoot a look to Mark Grandy, and Mark Grandy looks at me, and non-verbally in about 0.7 seconds, he and I have a conversation, and he either does or doesn't dump it.
Did you dump it?
I dumped it.
You dumped it?
Better to be safe than sorry.
It's good he did, too.
No, there's no way I
Lucas
cussed.
listened to it after the fact. He said you did it.
Yeah,
heard the bleep.
Yeah, but Lucas, who thinks he's the director of sports, I trust not at all. There's no chance.
Well, I'll tell you this.
No chance.
We can't play it in its original form. That's how bad it was.
That's fine.
You know what this is, Mark? This is like in baseball a check swing because you checked it and we had to appeal, and I appealed down to the first base umpire, Mark Grandy, and he run you up.
I'd like all three of you to acknowledge how close the words shoot and are.
Yeah.
Like those are very, very, there's no, I would know if I cussed.
Oh.
I did not cuss.
cussed, yeah.
Yeah. So bleep all of you.
Oh, Schmidt.
Yeah, all three.
We're going to play the tape a little bit later off air, and you can. It was close. It was close.
That's fine. It can be close.
Check swing, you got rung up.
No,
He won.
No, he did not. Close does not mean cigar. Close, but no cigar. I'd know if I cussed.
Yep.
I ain't coming in here in this time slot.
Yeah, you
for
are.
the first time in 20 years and in hour one, just, hey!
Burn that ass down.
I don't know what to tell you because you did it.
There's no question that I did
It's
not.
like the check swing. It's a judgment call. And we decided you win.
And your judgment sucks, and I've thought that for a long time now. Actually.
That's what Wilmer Flores thought at the end of the 2021 season.
Exactly. Wilmer Flores. Good call.
That's right. And Wilmer was right.
You know the rules. You can't argue a judgment call.
Yes, I can.
You're going to get wrong.
By who?
If you continue.
By who?
You better be careful.
Who are you the boss of? Nobody's getting wrong. Nobody's getting wrong. I didn't cuss. Period. But anyway, it's funny that you think I did. We're brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And yes, if you are just waking up, if you're just getting in your car and you're like, what the hell's going on? So we're all switched up and jacked up and changed up this week. So the morning show all week long will be Willard and Dibs. The midday show will be Bonte and Joe, and the afternoon drive show will be Steiny and Goo. And that's the way it is. And then next week, it won't be that anymore. At least that's my understanding.
Back to the afternoons, no doubt.
Back to you.
Totally.
Inside joke. Anyway, I'm glad we're having a good time and we're laughing. But let that not change reality. The first half of the Giants season was absolutely, unequivocally a massive disappointment. Massively disappointing. 47-50 is terrible. Unacceptable. All of those things. And I'm not feigning anger here. It's 2/3 through. I know people, it's a halfway mark. It's way past the halfway mark. But we're coming up real quick here on 2/3 of the way through the season. And you know, I think that Farhan Zaidi tried to speak to this last week, and it's difficult for him to do it right now because he is easily the most blamed one, and nobody wants to hear the one who they blame say, boy, this is disappointing. Nobody, like, Farhan, people are mad at you. They're mad at you. Is that fair? On some levels, yes, and on some levels, very much no. He put this team together. He can't keep Blake Snell healthy. He can't keep Jung-Hoo Lee from running into the wall. We can have, there's all that stuff.
He can't make Jorge Soler produce with runners on base.
No, but at the same time, when you're the GM and you sign a guy to a 3-year contract, if he doesn't produce, that is also partially on you.
He can't make Camilo Doval get people out in the 9th inning. That's your closer.
Correct.
That's the guy you've tabbed. Now, can he be responsible for the minor leaguers? Yeah, and the production therein. So I think he gets credit for Elliot Ramos, even though he didn't draft him. He has been the one presiding over his development. So, and people want to blame him, or people don't want to give him credit because of the circumstances that brought Ramos to the bigs and that brought Matos up. It was injuries. It wasn't your vision. So you can look at it however you want to look at it. I think that Farhan was charged with doing certain things, and he went out there and for the most part did those things, and the team's not producing. So is that on him? I don't think so, but he will be the one who ultimately will bear the brunt end of the sword if this thing continues to go this way.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually something we can play with here for a second. 888-957-9570. This is a real simple question that you just proposed. Is this on him? Is this on him? I mean, there's two different ways to answer it, I think. And one of them is, I guess, the way that you just answered it, which is to say, in no logical way can we respond and say this is all on him. That doesn't make any sense. However, here's the other side. Somewhere today, Gabe Kapler is like, it wasn't all my fault either. But I was in a boss position and it wasn't going well, so you fired me. That's part of being the boss. And the baseball operations right now haven't worked. They haven't worked. I will not give a name, but I will give the words. A high-placed confidant said to me over the weekend, there's nothing exciting about this team right now. Nothing.
Well, you could ask most fans, and they would say the same thing. Like Logan Webb is your best pitcher. He's an all-star. I wouldn't necessarily say that he is exciting. If you're a baseball person, it's fun to watch him pitch and watch him produce ground ball after ground ball, but he's not exactly exciting. And beyond that, from an on-field talent standpoint, Elliot Ramos is exciting, but even at that, many fans are still having a hard time grasping what he is and what all the things he's doing are. Jung-Hoo Lee, he's exciting.
Yeah, he's kind of exciting.
Out for the year. Camilo Doval can be exciting, but he's been on the struggle bus so much that he's not exciting. And you go around the team and you don't really have that. You don't have a lot of buzz at the ballpark. And you were there on Saturday. And to really garner exciting moments, you had to bring out 4 pitchers from 10 years ago and celebrate them to kind of create buzz.
For like an hour and a half.
Right. And it's...
You know what's interesting, though? And I'm probably the wrong person to answer this question because you know me. I'll watch baseball in the local park. Like I love, hell, I'll watch basketball in the local park. I'll watch football in the local park. I love going to games. And so I go to as many games as possible, and I don't need the Giants to be in first place to encourage me to buy a ticket and to bring my kids and the lovely Christy or whoever down to the ballpark. That's not me. But I must not be alone. The ballpark is jammed. It's jammed. Saturday, I look up to the corner outfield upper deck.
Yeah, left field.
It's jammed. It's jammed. Attendance is great.
Yeah, it's better.
It's great. They're like objectively, the front office has got to be thrilled with the attendance figures.
Up 10% from last year.
That's a big number.
Yep.
Why? Why is it up? Weather's been great.
Yep.
The team is not, I know, they're unwatchable. They're not unwatchable. They're not the most watchable thing I've ever seen, but they're not like gross. They're not awful, but they are just unequivocally, You're just there. They can't go on a winning streak. They can't go on a losing streak. They're too good to lose 5 in a row. They're not good enough to win 5 in a row. That's what they really need. A simple 5-game winning streak would, I think, activate the fan base at a pretty high level. But they're not good enough to do it. They're just not good enough to do it. There's always going to be 1 or 2 games in that 5-game stretch where they only score 2 runs, or they do something silly in the field, or a starting pitcher looks overwhelmed, or Camilo Doval blows one, or whatever. That's all they need. But I've been wanting, like, if I could go seat to seat and poll people this year, because in the echo chamber in which we live, we hear the same thing that we've heard the last 2 years. Oh, they're kind of boring. They're not good enough. Fire Farhan. But then you go to the yard, and it doesn't feel like that at all. It's jammed. It's absolutely jammed with happy people. It's one of the reasons I love going there. But why? Why are the fans showing up with their wallets in ways that they have not the last 2 years?
I think that there's a lot of factors, and they got 34,000 yesterday, so not quite a sellout, but jammed, crowded.
Yeah, I don't mean sold out, but it's full.
It's more full than it has been, and I do think that the weather is a part of it, and also, still emerging from COVID is another factor, and so I think that people are now more willing to go out there, and the Saturday, celebration of the Core Four was a thing. And so Saturday was 32,000. Yesterday was 34, so even bigger than that. But I do think that with the weather is a big factor, and people are starting to get back into going to baseball again.
What was Friday night? Do you have the attendance figures
34.
right there?
34, and then 32.5, and then 34 was the series.
You get 34 on a Friday night. Weather wasn't that great this weekend. It was fine. Wasn't hot. You know what I mean? It was like, that's a phenomenal weekend.
Yeah.
That's
a good weekend, especially for Minnesota.
100,000 people came to watch the Twins.
Yeah.
And a team with a losing record. So, I don't know. I wonder if there aren't portions of the Giants front offices that are like scoreboard.
Yeah.
You guys could sit here and be mad all you want, but you're not reacting the way that an angry fan base would normally react.
I don't think it's an angry fan base. And, 888-957-9570 if you're angry, if you're frustrated.
Which would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be. But I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I don't know if the fan base is angry as much as they are just kind of nonplussed and disinterested to an extent. Because, this team used to draw 40, and now they're drawing 34. Last couple of years, they only were drawing 30, so it is an uptick, but it's not quite to where it used to be. And just the general feeling I get from more casual fans is they're not that attracted to a team that hovers around 500. Like you said, they don't have a 5-game win streak this year. They do have a 5-game losing streak,
they do.
But it feels like they'll win 7 of 11, and then they'll lose 8 of 13.
Sure.
And it's just kind of that yo-yo, that back and forth. They haven't really grasped an identity this year. They're just a mediocre team. They have some good players. They have some bad players. And in general, they're just okay. They're fine.
I love that. This is good players. This is a bad player. Who are their bad players? Hold that answer. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, and we love seeing you over there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. I mean, if I take away Luke Jackson, who's too obvious of an answer, who are the Giants, as you would put them right now, bad players?
Well, I would say Wilmer Flores is a bad player.
You think so?
This year, he's not having a very good year.
But I mean, part-time player, veteran presence, he can still hit.
Right.
He can hit.
OPS of 592 with 4 home runs. He's had a bad year.
Yeah.
So he's 32, and he looks to me like a guy who's, getting down to the last legs. He can't run, and, when he's over there in the first base platoon, and he's played a good amount, 238 plate appearances, hasn't been great. So I would chalk him up as a bad players.
Okay, before you continue on this, because we already did this with the pitching staff, let's do it with the offense. You don't have it in front of you, do you?
The WAR?
Yeah.
The wins above replacement?
Right,
I don't.
So, okay, the negative WAR. We did this before. There were 3 negative WAR pitchers on the Giants' active roster. That means healthy, active, on the roster right now. It was Doval, it was Luke Jackson, and it was Blake Snell, who I think we all agree is circumstantial. Nobody wants to give Blake Snell away. He's kind of pitched okay last 2 times out. Now, you already mentioned Wilmer Flores. I'm going to give you that. He is one of them. Now, with that said, there are 2 other negative WAR offensive players currently on the Giants' active roster. Dan Dibley, can you name them?
Come on, Dibs, you're 2 for 2. You got it.
Can I get some game show music, Grandy, or do we only do that in the afternoon? Before you browbeat me.
You got to go find a different page. There it is. All right.
Thank you.
Can you name them?
The 2 other negative WAR players, I would have to think that one of yesterday's heroes would be among them. Tyro Estrada has got to be negative WAR.
That is correct.
Oh, it's so big.
In fact, he leads the offensive team in negative WAR.
Yeah.
At negative 0.6.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so it's terrible.
You could call him another bad player as how he's played this year.
Which kind of hurts my heart because Tyro,
he's been great, but he's not having a good year.
I like Tyro. No, he's not. He's hitting 220.
The other one is, it's a tough one to pull.
It's a tough one. Let's see if you can do it.
I'm going to go
Just
with...
put your you-know-what into it. Let's go.
I'm going to get in the squad and go with Kurt Casale as a negative WAR player. Day.
Oh, gosh, I fooled you.
Oh, shit.
Kurt Casale is at a positive 0.3.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry. All of the goodwill that you had built through the first hour plus of the show is gone. You now have egg on your face.
Yeah.
The other negative WAR player on offense for the Giants, well, happens to be the guy that so many were crying about a month ago because he wasn't on the team. And that is Luis Matos. Luis Matos right now has been a negative 0.1 WAR.
Okay.
Same as Wilmer Flores, in fact. Same exact number. Negative 0.1.
Negative 0.1.
Yes. 2 other.
And if you take out that super week that he had to start the year.
I wonder if it would be, negative 0.2 or something like that.
Because he has 24 runs batted in, and I think he had 14 in that 5-game stretch.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So,
2 players who the Giants rid themselves of just a week ago were both negative WAR players.
Nick Ahmed.
And Austin Slater.
Right.
We're both at a negative WAR so far.
So even when you did that little bit of a roster shuffle, you still haven't really found much of your footing offensively, and that's what makes the Camilo Doval question even more dramatic. As you pointed out earlier, these are the games you have to win, and you win yesterday 3-2 on as Grandy called it this morning at 5, a Little League home run, which is what it was. A ball that probably should have been played better in center. And then what the hell are you doing on that throw to third? Not only were you not going to get him, but that ball went 17 feet over the third baseman's head.
So can I say a quick thing about that kid?
Please.
That kid's name is Brooks Lee. And I have got a very, very soft spot in my heart for Brooks Lee. He is playing second base for the Minnesota Twins. He is a switch hitter who was born in San Luis Obispo, California. And as recently as 2 years ago, when I'm teaching my class at Cal Poly, we do for the final for that class, they broadcast a baseball game. So 2 years ago, and we used to do this every year, 2 years ago, I go down there in the spring, and the students all do a live stream of the baseball game. Well, playing shortstop that day was a kid by the name of Brooks Lee. Now, a few things about Brooks Lee. Brooks' dad is the longtime coach at Cal Poly. So you've got manager and son out there on the field together. Another factoid. 3 years ago, Brooks Lee was drafted by the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, wow.
In the 35th round, coming out of high school. He opted to not go in round 35 and instead do 3 years at Cal Poly, and he upped his round from 35 to 1. He was a top 10 pick of the Minnesota Twins after that 2022 season, in less than 2 full seasons in the minors, he's already worked his way up to the bigs. He's only been in the bigs for about 3 weeks, and he was hitting over 300. Second base, not his most natural position. None of that to be an excuse. He made a massive rookie mistake. He thought upon receiving that ball, he was going to have a shot at Yaz over there at third base, which he didn't. And so he made a desperation throw. He did not take his time. He made a horrible throw. There was nobody backing up in the right spot. And,
the right spot would have been the 7th row. The right spot was the dugout. That ball was
and there were people in the dugout.
Yeah, there were.
But they weren't Twins.
They were the Giants.
Yeah.
So, and that's got to be one of the better walk-off celebrations from Yaz because he sees the ball whistle in the dugout and immediately the helmet comes off.
You don't have to hustle.
No, 90 feet of just pure joy, knowing that it's over.
Yeah, you do not need to slide.
No.
It was over. But anyway, yeah, that's Brooks Lee.
Interesting, yeah.
And so I was very, very happy for him that he's already gotten the call up to the bigs. He can really rake. And he's off to a good start, but not on that play.
No.
Not on that play.
And a much-needed win for the Giants.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine?
Well, to go into the break 5 under as opposed to 3 under, I know you're still under and you're 3 games out of the wild card, but just the optics of not only limping in with a loss to Minnesota in a series, but being 5 games below 500 would be a lot tougher this week on Farhan Zaidi and the general Giants conversation.
That would have been a terrible taste in the mouth that you would have had to deal with all week long. So, yes, they absolutely needed that, but they remain in what I find to be an unacceptable position.
Yeah.
You can't walk out of there and be, okay, we took 2 out of 3 from the Twins. You're in 4th place. You're in 4th place in your division.
Right. You're behind Pittsburgh in the wild card and the Mets. The Mets right now are the 3rd card holders, and you're only 3 out.
Which is crazy.
But you're behind like 4 or 5 teams.
You know, 4 weeks ago, the Mets were like a dumpster fire. Remember that guy? Who was the guy who was in the bullpen who like talked his way right out of town? He was like, he
threw his glove in the stands.
He didn't.
Javier Lopez.
There it is. And I mean, everybody was just like, the Mets are just a mess. And since then, they've won a bunch of baseball games. A lot of baseball games. The Giants are in 4th place. They have they have the 5th worst run differential in the National League. Yeah. Not okay.
No, unacceptable. And that's why the next couple of weeks, as we were talking about, become big. I don't think the Giants will be sellers per se. Alex Cobb might be a pitcher. You mentioned it earlier. That could be an interesting move, but I don't know if it's a sell if he hasn't even pitched. He hasn't helped you. He hasn't hurt you, but might be something that you do just because you have an excess of starting pitchers. But the next couple of weeks will determine just how aggressive you are in being a buyer in the trade market.
You want to take a stab at who leads the Giants in WAR on offense?
On offense?
Yeah.
Man, I've been running hot, so... Other than that last one that I missed. Yeah, thank you, Grandy. I like that. Bring it. I would imagine that it's got to be Elliot Ramos, the All-Star.
I asked you because I knew you'd say that.
Oh, crap.
And it is not Elliot Ramos. He is 2nd on the Giants in WAR. It is none other, and it is a significant rise, almost a full win. Over Elliot Ramos is Matt Chapman.
Chappie?
Matt Chapman.
Okay.
Matt Chapman has been, I know he's only hitting 235, but he's largely been a good player. He's been a positive for the Giants so far this year, no doubt. All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? We are all jacked up this week. It's Willard and Dibbs in the morning. The rest of the guys will be along later in the day. Everybody moving time slots. 1 week only. Let's have some fun with it. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident?
into the gap. And nobody's going to get there. On his way to third and falling down. And now you'll scoot back to second, and this game is tied.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte and Shasky, here's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Filling in, pinch hitting for Bonte Hill. Just a plucky little bench player. Mark. Willard.
I would expect nothing else from you.
Can I call you Mark Fillard for the week? That's a 4 from Grandy.
No, he's in a good mood. That was not a 4.
Actually, it is a 4 because I paused it. I set it up.
It's a judgment call, and I'm the judge.
I don't like your judgment before noon. I've learned this. You and I we pretty lockstep, Mark.
Normally.
But the whole Mark with a C thing really comes out in the morning. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Now back to Fillard and Dibs. It's gonna be the thing. Now that I know it's bugging
that's funnier. That's funnier when you make it the name of the show. That's funny.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. What are y'all doing? Hi, it's us. We're here on in the morning. Willard and Dibs. Bonte and Joe will be along later. Steiny and Goo will handle the afternoon. We are all jacked up. It's our friends at Jack's Bar and Restaurant sponsoring the whole thing, and we thank them, and they're wonderful, and you should go check it out. If you heard those ads last week, there's one specific part of those ads that I'd like to point out, and I haven't had this yet, and you best believe I'm going to go over and I'm going to do it because I'm going to eat it. In those ads, they mentioned that they have a French dip that will change your life.
Yeah?
Now listen to me right now. Listen to me good. A good French dip.
That's roast beef, right? No, that's the sandwich that you dip in the au jus.
That's correct. And it is roast beef.
It is roast beef.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, you can do it with other meats, but then it's not a French dip.
Gotcha.
You can make a turkey dip.
And then it's just a sandwich.
Yeah, you can make a salami dip. That would be gross. But a French dip is roast beef and au jus.
Like a sourdough roll, like a soft roll.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Gotcha.
There's a number of ways to do it, but yes, it's going to be on a roll. And some people like to do onion or cheese or horseradish.
Okay.
I would just put damn beef in there. If you have a beautiful French dip, you don't need anything on there. You just need bread and beef if you know how to do it right. Okay?
And you got to dip, right? You got to go to the au jus. Otherwise, you're just eating a roast beef sandwich.
Then you're just eating a sandwich. Right. You put your hand up on my hip.
Totally.
When I dip, you dip. We dip. And I can't wait to check this thing out because I am of the camp that a good French dip can change your life. And so, not that I'm really looking to make any more changes in my life, but I can't wait to have the French dip at Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Maybe we can get them to deliver a French dip for breakfast. Or is that too aggressive for you to go dip at breakfast?
Not on Friday, it won't be.
Okay.
I'm eating a scramble. Like, this is how, by the way, how you morning show, I think says a lot about you as a person. And you're going to watch what made Tony Bruno once upon a time say that I had a tapeworm. He's like, you have a freaking tapeworm.
Oh, because the amount that you eat.
Because you eat every break, and then you come in here and you have no weight on you. None.
Yeah.
And this is now, we're going back. I mean, you should have seen how thin I was when I was 20.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going back. But anyway.
Well, I see how you eat in the afternoon, but you're putting on an early clinic here in the morning.
I made breakfast last night. I made breakfast last night.
Well, on behalf of the YouTube audience, and I've already seen this comment like 7 different times, where are the breakfast burritos?
They want the burritos. The burrito will be here tomorrow.
Okay.
The burrito will be here tomorrow. I had leftover seasoned turkey meat last night because my son didn't finish his meal, or he asked me to make too much. And so I had leftover seasoned turkey meat, and I sauteed some spinach, and I took the turkey meat, and I put it into a scramble with some eggs, and then I put it into a Tupperware.
You made eggs last night.
And then I Tupperwared them, and then I just microwaved the scramble. It's freaking delicious.
That's crazy.
That's how I'm morning.
14-hour old eggs.
Yeah.
And you're down.
But they're locked in a container and it's a refrigeration sensation.
That's $1. I get that.
So it's okay. They're not like rancid.
Okay.
They're fine.
No, of course.
Yeah, I made these at about 9:00 last night after the Fox show. That's what I did. My post-show party was, I'm going to go make breakfast.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you can't really do it at 4 a.m. That's kind of
That was
a little bit tough.
That's how I used to do it. And that's absurd. That's maniacal behavior. Kids just trying to sleep at 4:15 in the morning,
popping bacon,
grabbing spatulas out of drawers. What are we doing? So anyway, that's what I did.
Strong.
It's delicious. We'll do it again tomorrow. But yeah, there will be burritos this week.
Yeah.
You want one?
Of course.
Want me to bring you one?
Absolutely.
Does it fit in your little thingamabob that you're doing right now?
Yeah, no doubt.
Can you eat bacon?
I'd rather not, but
chicken apple sausage?
Sure.
Okay.
It's all about portion control and calorie management.
Lucas, do you want one?
Yep.
You do? Tell you what, I'll bring you a burrito for every guest you book this week.
I'm going hungry.
And there goes your burrito.
Go on.
Anyhow.
You couldn't wait to take that shot.
I got an hour 23 in without taking it. But here we are. Anyway, streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Get over there. You can watch us because we're beautiful. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. It is all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can listen on the app. And by the way, if you're on Twitch and YouTube, you can download the app very quickly and easy by scanning the QR code that's in the bottom right corner of the Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. Hey, you know what I haven't asked you yet? Giants related. So I texted you guys last night, and one of the things I said was, thank God Blake Snell gave up a hit to lead off the 7th inning. And I know that's super, sacrilege to say that, as if I'm rooting against a perfect game. But I think anybody who's a locked-in Giants fan, as Blake entered the 7th inning, you understood the conundrum, which is it's not just a no-hitter, it's a perfect game. By the way, I have a story to tell you about it too, but I'll save that for a second. It's a perfect game. That's so special. Grandy, how many of these have there been in the history of the game? 25-ish?
I think fewer than that. Perfect games?
Perfect games in the history. How many have there been?
24.
24. Okay, yeah. So there you go.
That was right. Fewer than that.
It would have been the 25th. So these are so special. You can't take those from a guy. But the injuries, the issues, my God, you're not going to put Blake Snell's second half on the line chasing a perfect game. So at this moment, he's entering the 7th inning, and he's in the neighborhood of 75 pitches, 73, 74, 75 pitches. Let's say he gets through that inning, and at the end of the 7th inning, he was at 80 pitches. So 80 pitches, 7 innings in the book. He's got a perfect game. Dibs, hot shot. What do? You
throw him out there for the next inning. You let him continue pitching to chase history. Because as we've seen with Blake Snell, you don't know when that injury, that adductor, that groin is going to pop up. And he's a guy who has, a live arm. It's not an arm issue. And his pitch count was low enough. You don't take him out in that spot. Gabe Kapler probably would. He would have taken him out in the 4th.
We had to pitch hit for him.
Exactly.
Even though he doesn't hit.
So you let him keep going. You let him go out there and try to do something that's only been done 24. Actually, it is 25 perfect games.
Okay.
There was Galarraga who got it taken away by Jim Joyce. So maybe it actually is 25 perfect games.
Then again, you very clearly earlier in this show said scoreboard. The call is the call. It's a judgment call.
That's right.
And we have to stick with judgment calls.
Unfortunately, we do.
So Galarraga did not throw a perfect game.
No, he didn't.
Even though I know he did.
Yes.
Anyway. Okay. What about this, though? You want him to go out there and chase it. Obviously, he's going to take at least another 10 pitches to get through the 8th. Let's be real, probably more than that. Let's say the inning goes well. You're done with 8 innings. He's at 95 pitches. Now what do you do?
Throw him out there.
Oh, man.
I mean, I'm sick and tired of bubble wrapping these guys. Blake Snell hasn't pitched much all year. He's got a fresh arm.
That's the point. Is he fresh or is it not fresh? Like
he's been stretched out now.
Has he?
This is July.
It's the first time he's pitched the 7th inning all year.
But because
he hasn't pitched the 6th inning until yesterday.
Because normally he's at 80 pitches through 4 because he's got control problems normally. But now, yesterday, he didn't. And he was absolutely locked in. He had 8 strikeouts through the 7. He gave up just the 1 hit, which was immediately erased on a double play ground ball. So you get through 7 and you've gone only 80 pitches. If he hadn't given up that hit and he had remained perfect, you throw him out there for the 8th. And even if he's at 100 pitches after 8, then you have a little bit of a tougher call. But if there's a perfect game through 8, I don't care if he's at 137 pitches. Let the man throw. You're chasing history.
I understand your overall concept, and I'm with you. I hate that we're here, but we're here. This is life now. And at a certain point, those of us who've been watching sports for more than a minute are going to have to get used to load management in the NBA. We're going to have to get used to getting pinch hit for in the 6th inning because you're not left-handed, or pitchers coming out in the 7th inning with special things on the line. Paul Skeens just last Thursday, a no-hitter through 7. No-hitter through 7. Kid's like 18 years old. Oh, he's young, he's fresh. You're out. You're out. Yanked him.
Yeah, don't like it.
I don't either, but we're not going to win this fight.
I know.
And listen to the tone of Brian Price's voice. This is the Giants pitching coach. And he's asked, had he gotten perfect? He didn't even ask him if they were perfect through 8. He asked him, what if he's perfect through 7? What would you have done?
Great question, and one I probably can't answer honestly because I didn't really know. At that point in time, we know that we had gotten Blake up and down 5 times in his rehabs, going from 5 innings to 9 innings. As much as the pitch count might have been low, you're still cooling off and having to go back out. I think that as much as the populace thinks that these guys are just going to go out there and chase the perfect game or chase the no-hitter, I think those days are kind of over, especially with the injuries and the investments in the players and their health. I think we would have played it pitch by pitch, inning by inning for sure.
Okay. And that's from NBC Sports Bay Area post-game interview, and there's actually another one I want to play from Brian Price in a moment. But I don't hear in his voice, hell, bro, it was a perfect game. Got to do it. Got to go for that. I don't hear that in his voice at all.
No, and also the interesting thing that I think we're starting to learn more about as far as the approach goes is not so much the pitches themselves, but the up and the down. The fact that he has to go and cool off.
That was interesting.
And come back out. But the good part of this is there's no cooling off when you have a Giants offense that cools itself off. So by the time he goes over there and gets a towel and a glass of water, you're back on the mound. That whole game yesterday?
Not necessarily.
The game yesterday marked 2 hours and 17 minutes.
Yeah,
so
largely, though, because he was dealing.
Right, like, but the Giants' half innings were not long half innings for the most part.
I hear you. I hear you. But the reason the pace of the game was what it was because the Twins got absolutely no base runners. The Giants had 8 hits. That's a whatever.
It's fine.
It's a passable amount.
No doubt. But I think that the idea of the up-down is becoming more of a thing to watch as opposed to the number of pitches themselves, especially when you're mowing through the lineup and you're not having long, high pitch count innings. It allows you to, stay fresh and your arm is good. And even if you have to go sit down for 8 or 9 minutes, you go back out, you get loose and you keep dealing. But you're right. This is a battle that we're not going to win. And even the complete game itself, forget the no-hitter and the perfect game, even the complete game or the shutout is something that we don't even see that often anymore.
Not often, yeah. Although, gosh, with the way things are going with Camilo Doval, let's imagine Logan Webb in his next start is at 97 pitches, and the Giants are up 2-1, and Logan has finished his 8 innings. Who are you sending out there for the 9th? Conventional wisdom of late would tell you to send out Camilo Doval. I'd send out Logan Webb.
No doubt. And I think the way he pitches and maybe, the up downs doesn't affect Logan Webb as much when he goes and sits down and comes back out because He's not throwing 97. And Logan has a certain amount of just efficiency, and he kind of is like a horse, like old school Matt Cain. He's a horse. He's a guy you could throw out there for 110, 115 just because of the way he throws. And
he's a competitor.
I think he leads the majors in innings pitched.
I think you're right. Okay. Here's, by the way, let's find out what Blake Snell had to say. Were you aware? This is always my favorite one. Did you know you had a perfect game? I never believe when the pitcher's like, I had no idea until like the 8th. Yes, you did. You're aware that nobody got on base. You are very aware. I don't think
I've gone out of the stretch today.
Boy, I hadn't even thought about what the other team was doing. You know that nobody's gotten on base. Were you aware it was a perfect game, and what was the pitch count plan?
Yeah, I was aware of it. I also knew with how I've been feeling and what I've been going through that the only way I was going to even think about it is if I kept it under 100. So anything a pitch over I wasn't going to do. So we didn't get there, so that's fine. But definitely building back into it is the number one priority on my mind is go as deep as we can, but with the pitchers, it's going to go 80, 85 today, so happy with that.
Okay, so he said absolutely unequivocally hard capped at 100 pitches, which means, and this is why I texted you guys what I said when I was like, thank God he gave up a hit. Because do you know what the chances are of, if he had gotten through the 7th at 80 pitches, do you know what the chances are of closing that 6 more outs in 20 pitches?
Yeah, not great.
Not good.
Well, especially the way he goes about it, because he tends to be, high volume at bats.
He goes deep into counts.
Yes.
He goes deep into because he strikes out people. And he pushes counts. He goes through a lot of 3-ball counts. The idea of doing that in 20 pitches, because this is only going to get more painful the closer you get.
Yeah.
I'd rather you take him out after 7 than take him out after 8. Or God forbid, imagine one of these situations. You're in the 9th. You get the first out.
And he's at 100 pitches.
The second hitter goes on one of these 9-pitch foul ball at bats. What do? You're sitting there like on the edge of history, but realizing that this incredibly important second half of the season feels like it's on the brink.
Especially with a guy who, I won't say that he's fragile, but he's been injured twice already this year.
Yep.
He's had 2 stints on the IL, so you're finally getting him back. And he's a great second-half pitcher. He's an unbelievable second-half pitcher. And here he is pitching great in the second half of the year. And so you don't want to lose him, but at the same time, you don't want to deny him a chance at history. So it would have been a tough call. Logan Webb, 3rd in baseball in innings pitched. And just at a quick glance, there have only been 17 complete games thrown this year across the entire league.
Jeez.
Max Fried leads the league. Leads all of baseball with 2 complete games. He's the only one to throw 2 complete games.
Yeah. Does Logan doesn't have any this year, does he?
I don't see that, no. No Giant.
No Giant. No, definitely not. No, Logan is the only one who's even, you know what I mean, who even flirts with it.
Yep.
Even flirts with it. That's the thing when people are like, Snell only goes 5. Who the hell doesn't? Who goes 6 innings for the Giants? Logan.
Right.
Who else?
That's about it. Harrison's getting there. If he's on, he'll go 6.
Yeah, like that. He has to be really good. Did he go 6 in this one over the weekend? Friday night. What did Harrison go? Because he won that game. He pitched really, really well. Let's see. I can't remember exactly how many innings he went. Let me pull this up. Giants win 7-1. Kyle Harrison. Click box score. 5 1/3.
There you go.
Didn't even finish the 6th inning. And that's a game where the Giants, in that moment in the 5th inning, are up 4-0. Actually, they're up 3-0. No. He completed 5. They're up 4-0. And he gives up a couple base runners. And he got 1 out, but it was kind of hard hit. And the Giants were like,
that'll do it.
Go on.
Yep.
Go on. We're not letting you lose this game.
He's completed 6 innings 7 times this year.
Kyle?
Harrison.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. That's more than I would have guessed.
It's sad that we look at that as like,
6 innings.
You're an Iron Man. You went 6.
How many times he completed 7? Any?
1.
Yeah.
1 time.
In Colorado.
1 time.
Totally. It's a shame, but it's where we are with baseball now. And it's something that kind of like with load management, you have to just understand that is the new way of doing things, and you have to just deal with it.
888-957-9570. We will take your calls. Right now, talking Giants baseball. We got some quarterback stuff to get to here in just a little bit. And this one, I'm not going to use the word bothered, but a little bit uncomfortable with this comment from this person. Okay? Pitching coach, this is NBC Sports Bay Area again. Brian Price is the pitching coach for the Giants.
Shout out Tam High.
Listen to this one.
I think the entire team feels that we are primed to bust out after the All-Star break when we have, we know what the rotation looks like. We know that we'll have 5 healthy guys. We know we'll have guys that are continuing to develop in AAA that can give us some support if we need it, and that potentially we have the ability to kind of decrease the workload on the bullpen, which would be huge. If we could have the bullpen have a little bit lower workload and that they could be pitching more rested, I think we could anticipate having them strong through the finish of the season.
Okay, Brian, there's nothing wrong with what you just said there. And certainly the injury situations that have developed this year, from Blake Snell and his adductor to Kyle Harrison and his box squats and the delay on Alex Cobb, all of these things are not your fault at all. However, Brian has not done a good job this year. He has not done a good job. So hearing him sort of say we're primed to break out because these things are now about to fall our way. A, don't count your chickens before they hatch. I don't know that things are about to fall your way. We've been being told for 6 months that Alex Cobb is 2 weeks away. So, and Robbie Ray he's never pitched as a Giant. So I'm not counting those chickens yet. It's great that Blake Snell has had back-to-back really nice outings. That's wonderful. But there are plenty of questions still to answer, and here's 2 things you must know. A, when you've got an entire pitching staff that has been unable all year long to hold runners on first base, that's a coaching problem.
I'll buy that.
That's a coaching problem. That's number 1. Number 2, now this is prior to Blake Snell. This is prior to the weekend. But I want to read you a set of numbers that will absolutely blow you away. Okay? This is as of Friday afternoon.
Okay.
The San Francisco Giants pitching staff, 25th in the league in ERA. They are 28th in average against, 26th in whip, and they have allowed the 3rd most hits in all of baseball. Those numbers may have adjusted slightly to the better after the weekend because they largely had a good pitching weekend against the Twins, even when they lost. Close pitchers to a 4-2. Snell amazing yesterday, and they only gave up 1 run on Friday night. So very good weekend for the pitching staff, even though the bullpen blew a lead yesterday. But outside of that, there's no other way to say this. This pitching staff has been bad. Not unlucky, not inconsistent, bad. There's only 30 teams in baseball, and you're 25th or worse in all of the most important numbers. This has been a bad pitching staff. It has been a pitching staff that lacks awareness. Yes, they have been taxed. That is a reason. It can't be the only reason. So it's hard for me to sit here 97 games in and hear the pitching coach, who's done a poor job, sit here and tell us it's about to get good.
Well, help is coming. And I don't know how much of that, like the first thing about holding runners, that's something that needs to be coached better. And you also need to have pitchers who have better moves. And, you have a lot of guys who are languid and slow to the plate, and you don't do a good job of holding runners. As far as how bad your pitching has been, I don't put a lot of that on the pitching coach. I look at who you've had out there as starters, and you haven't been good enough. Keaton Wynn has been struggling when he had a chance to get the ball, and Blake Snell, your supposed co-ace, has been unavailable to pitch at all. So I think a lot of the struggles that they've had are on the individuals. Individually, you've got to go out there and be a better pitcher. I don't know how much of that is on the pitching coach. The fact that they lead baseball in bullpen innings is something that, I would put on the players more than I would put on Brian Price because they've got no choice but to go to the bullpen.
I'm not even necessarily arguing that. I am not putting this all on Brian Price. I'm simply saying that 97 games in, he's not done a good job.
Yeah, they have not done a good job.
That's accurate, too.
Yeah, I think that the pitchers themselves have not done a good job.
So I might be reacting the exact same way if any of the pitchers, sort of like not named Logan Webb, would have come out yesterday and been like, we're about to boogie. I don't want to be about to boogie. Why aren't you boogieing? Yes, your bullpen's been taxed. I get it. But there's too many things going on right now that don't make sense. The way teams have run on you does not make sense. The way Camilo Doval is pitching does not make sense. And oh, by the way, these numbers that I just gave you, these pitchers are blessed with the best pitching park in all of baseball.
Good point.
This is no different than the Rockies having crappy hitting stats. And by the way, they do.
Yeah.
And guess what? They're an awful baseball team.
So, in the best hitting park in baseball. Yeah, Giants 23rd in starter ERA, 23rd in bullpen ERA.
So, don't look at anyone else. Don't look at anyone else. Look at you.
Look in the mirror.
Yes.
And even Logan Webb, I know he's an all-star, but his numbers are fairly pedestrian with a 3.47 ERA and a whip of 1.24. And I know that a lot of that came in the one recent inning.
The ERA got jacked up.
Big time, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack's Restaurant and Bar. It got jacked up based on, that last outing.
But he's been hovering around the high 2s, the low 3s all year.
That's good, though.
He's been fine. Logan's been good, yeah. But the rest of the starting staff has not been terrific. Jordan Hicks is starting to level off, and so maybe that's what Brian Price is referring to when you get Robbie Ray back, and eventually if you do get Alex Cobb, I'm not holding my breath, he was supposed to be ready in early May and then late May and then early June, and then here we are in mid-July and still, no real sign of him coming immediately. But when they do get more help and more depth, that should help the starters as well as the bullpen.
888-957-9570, all jacked up this week here on 95.7 The Game, sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Willard and Dibbs in the morning, Bonte and Joe in the midday, and Steiny and Goo in the afternoon. Jose in Oakland giving us a call. Hey, Jose, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good to hear you in the morning. By the way, you're the only reason why I'm on 95.7 The Game this time of the day. And is this going to be permanent or just 1 week?
Just 1 week, Jose. Just 1 week.
Man, that's enough for me, dog. Okay, they had to make it permanent.
That's going to be a no for me, dog.
They've lost so many listeners with the format they had before for so many reasons. I don't want to get into it. As far as the Giants, look, this in the day said they have a feeling they're ready to bust out. Bust out what, man? I'm not ready to bust out a vein on my neck every time I see them play. They're so lame. And for the pitching coach to say that they have help they can use on AAA, whatever they had on AAA that was worth anything, it's already up in the major leagues, and there's nothing much to brag about. To be honest with you, Blake Snell, if he keeps pitching the way he's pitching, he'll be gone by the end of the year. Okay.
Why do you say that, Jose? What do you mean he'll be gone?
You think he's going to stick around here with this team?
You're talking. Okay, you're talking about after the year. You're talking about opting out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
after the year. As far as
but I'm not like, whose head is there yet? Are you already on the off? I'm like, I just want, like, if that happens, you deal with it. I want him to be the ace that he can be for the second half of this year.
It's not going to make any difference, Mark. They don't have any hitting. Okay, you can have Roger Clemens pitching out there, and they're still going to stink because they don't have any hitting at all. I mean, the team is bad. I mean, if they had any good players on AAA, you would have had teams knocking at the door trying to pry him out. At least and take this player off my hands. Can I take some of your minor leaguers? Nothing at all. Why? Because there's nothing worth to talk about. They may have some pitching prospects out there, but that's all they are, prospects. And like I said, anything they have worth, bringing up to the mayors, they're already here, and even they are struggling. So I just don't see them doing anything on the second half. If anything, that probably I think they might even stink even worse than the first half.
Man. Jose, thank you very much for your comments and for calling. Would this shock you? And I'm not trying to rally back at Jose's point and suddenly tell you that the Giants are some amazing hitting team, because they're not. Where do you think that they rank? Just batting average as a team in Major League Baseball. There's 30 teams.
Batting average? Yeah. They're probably right in the middle. I'd put them at 15th.
Nice job. They're 14th.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in the top half of the league.
Fine.
Okay, so
home runs, they're probably in the bottom third.
Home runs.
Because ultimately,
let me get you that.
I mean, the batting average is nice, but it's all about the power stick, and
home runs not great. 24th
in home runs. Yeah, and you mentioned the negative run differential. They're one of 5 teams in the National League, the 5th to last in the National League with a negative run differential, and a lot of that is born out of what we saw yesterday, which is 3 runs, and you needed all 3 to get it done. And you play in a pitcher's park, I get that, but the idea then would be have a dominant pitching staff. And I personally don't think that Blake Snell will opt out, even if he has a terrific last, what's he got, probably about 10 starts left, 11 starts.
Yeah.
Even if he's terrific, I would imagine that he's going to be a little bit gun-shy about going back out in the market unless he finds himself a different agent, because his agent screwed him this year.
Yep.
And he came in not ready, and he got hurt twice, and now it looks like he's into form, and he's sitting on $32 million for next year. If I were Blake Snell, I would opt in and try to have another year next year like I'm used to having.
To me, too early to even have the discussion.
Of course, Jose brought it up.
And right, but there's no way to know what the market will be like. You know what I mean? I feel like every year in every sport, there's this thing that just like there's no way for you to predict, which is what mood all the owners are in. Are you in a spending mood or not? Last year in baseball, they looked at the top guys not named Shohei and largely went, we're not giving you a long-term deal. We're not doing that. It's almost like something happened the moment the Giants announced that they were going to sign Carlos Correa. And the moment that happened, baseball changed. And all of a sudden the Giants went, we changed our mind. And the Mets went, we'll do it. Just kidding. No, we won't. And it changed. And this whole 10, 11, 12-year deal thing that everyone was doing, they just stopped.
Except for Ohtani.
Right.
The elite of the elite,
exception.
For sure.
Sure. Judge got his. Ohtani's going to get his. But I don't think they're in that mood. Then you go to the NBA. What kind of mood are you in? Not great. Not great. You see this second apron thing everyone's freaking out about? No. And Malik Monk's like, I'll take 19 a year. And the next thing you know, like, not in a big spending mood. I don't know where baseball will be this winter, and that will probably determine, the projections on that will determine what Blake Snell does. If he looks like this over the next 10 starts, believe you me, that boy is opting out.
Yeah, depends on, like you said, what the market's going to be like and the long-term prospect, and also who he decides that he wants to represent him. If it's me and I pitch like this the rest of the year, I'm looking for a different agent, because my agent, Scott Boras, last time,
totally,
I feel like he kind of did me wrong with what he thought was out there in the market, because you're right, the long-term stuff, especially Blake Snell with a couple of injuries this year, I don't know what the long-term price would be if he goes out there.
Well, and he turns 32 this December. Yeah. So if he opts in, that means he's waiting for free agency at age 33.
Yeah.
I mean, you're running out of years to really go try to get a long-term deal done. And remember who was interested in Blake, reportedly?
The Yankees.
The Yankees. And what's happening with them? Their season's cratering. And what do the Yankees do when a season doesn't go well? They throw money at it. That's what they do.
Yeah.
And so, that's to me, that's where we sit. Guess where the Giants are in OPS? I mean, that's really the one, right? That's the stat that supposedly tells you how you're producing. OPS.
Probably like 13th.
15th.
Yeah, right in the middle.
They're right next to the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah. Who lost their best hitter about a month and a half ago, so.
They did?
Yeah, Acuna Jr.
He's out for the
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that's why the Braves have come back down, is what I'm saying.
I mean, that's one hitter.
Yeah.
They got a lot of hitters in that line.
They do.
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to tell you the Giants are good. I'm trying to tell you that isn't it amazing there's a bunch of teams that are worse?
Sure, but you look at...
That's baseball now.
That is baseball. And I think you can look at all the metrics about the Giants, and they're either in the middle or they're, with the pitching, they're in the bottom. And that's my greater point. You have the most pitcher-friendly park in all of baseball, yet your pitching is not very good. And your defense, quite frankly, is mediocre at best. And part of that is your inability to hold runners. Your stolen base differential is the worst in baseball. The steals that you get versus the steals that you give up. All those little things is what you used to be so good at. And I'm reminded of that from Saturday in the ceremony with the core four. That team was great on defense. They had an unbelievable bullpen. They had 3 or 4 really good starters every year. And you went out there and you won tight games. And this team doesn't have that.
Before we leave Blake Snell, how does this one grab you?
I mean, it's just reps, The more you do, the better you get, the more you see, the more you trust it. But this year was weird. I mean, I felt coming into the year I was going to be very dominant early on with just the notes that I had that finished the year. And as I get older, I get better. I understand. I learn quicker. So the groin injuries were pretty annoying. And then signing late, that wasn't fun. So there's a lot there that made it a slow start. But I feel good. And I'm just going to continue to keep getting better.
All right. So, yeah, the slow start. He thought he was going to dominate right out of the gate.
The groin injuries were kind of annoying.
They were annoying. Yeah, boy, they were annoying.
And the late start, he mentioned, bothered him. It still bothers him.
Yeah, it bothers the Giants, too.
Yeah, but the fact that it bothers him so much makes me wonder about his offseason. I know right now it's more a focus about July and August.
Well, how are you translating that? What do you mean by that?
If you opt in, then you control your own schedule.
Yeah,
if you opt out and you got Scotty B representing you again, you might be looking at the same situation where you got to go into an off season and you're waiting for this big deal and teams are going to slow play you because the hot stove has turned into the not stove.
Yeah.
We don't have, the winter meetings. S is going to happen. And I'll say S and you can go ahead and fill in the blanks because that's what you do,
Mark. That's
what
I do.
But
in the morning.
It doesn't happen the way it used to happen. So now if you're Blake Snell and you got to wait till February again and
you don't have
maybe
to.
into March, that's my point.
You don't have to.
I'm hearing him express the frustration over having to come in late this year, which would make me think that he wants to avoid that this year.
Yeah, I
and the best way to avoid it would be take the $32 million for one more year.
Or when you get offers next winter, don't worry about the $5 extra million that Scott Boras is trying to squeeze out of somebody. Just sign the damn deal and go get into camp. You can do that too. Speaking of injuries, guess what? Here comes the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The Giants enter the All-Star break a bit beaten up at starting pitcher because that's what they do. They've entered every month this year a bit beaten up at starting pitcher. But should help be on the way? Maybe. Hopefully. Looks that way. Robbie Ray, who looked good in San Jose. I didn't mean to turn this into Dr. Seuss, but anyway, he's coming back from TJ surgery. Melvin says he should return, quote, sometime after the break. I'll up that. I'll up that. I'm going to tell you right now, Robbie Ray is going to start a game next week. Okay? That is my educated belief. Robbie Ray is going to start a game next week for the San Francisco Giants.
If I'm Robbie Ray, I'm asking to not start at Colorado.
No, you'll probably get L.A. instead.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, better lineup, but better ballpark.
Colorado's this week.
Yeah.
He's pitching next week.
Yeah, and they have Colorado again next week, but that's a home game.
I think you're going to see Robbie Ray in L.A. Man, this Dr. Seuss thing just keeps happening.
You can't shake it.
Robbie Ray had TJ. You'll see him
play
in L.A.
In L.A.
Okay. Anyway, Alex Cobb, hip surgery, still dealing with some shoulder soreness as well. Continues the rehab, is expected to throw today in Arizona, and is expected back. That's probably going to be next month, in the month of August. Keaton Wynn, Tristan Beck, they are out there as well, potentially available in the second half. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I have one other Giants frustration that developed over the weekend, and it's not about the team, but something happened at the ballpark. It's happened before. We've talked about it before, but I really got to get it off my chest because it really sucked this weekend, okay? And I'm going to explain that one coming up next. We're all jacked up here at 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. It's Willard and Dibbs in the morning, Bonte and Joe midday, and Steiny and Goo will be in afternoon drive. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Shop premium grilling protein at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on no antibiotics ever boneless beef ribeye steak with Prime through July 16th.
but we almost finest.
Actually, you're listening to Willard and Dibs because we're all jacked up this week at 95.7 The Game. Thank you, Jack's Restaurant and Bar. If you are starting your commute, if you are just waking up, what's the matter with you? The day's half over. Whatever it is, if you're hopping into the car, if you're turning on the smart speaker, do not adjust and do not freak out. No, it's not permanent, but this is going to be your week. This is our week. Willard and Dibs in the morning. Bonte and Joe will be along in a couple of hours. Steiny and Goo don't even realize that July 15th has started yet. They are still 6 hours away, and they will lock down afternoon drive. We'll do that for the All-Star break. We'll have some fun. We'll kick it around a little bit, and then next Monday, we'll go back to normal. You know, I mean, unless they tell us different.
Yeah. Unless Bonte and Joe are really enjoying sleeping in. And I saw Bonte tweet last night, like, man, I can't wait to not have to, rise and shine tomorrow.
Well, I said this on, I think it was on Friday that I said this to everybody. I think that, and not that any of you listening care, or maybe you do, I don't know, but I think that this is normal in life. When you get to do something a little bit out of the box, everybody is a little bit excited about it.
Yes.
Because everybody gets to do what they normally don't get to do. And so it feels like an opportunity. Those guys are like, oh, we win. We get to sleep in. I'm sitting here going, do you mean to tell me, you complainers, that your workday's done at 10 in the morning?
Yeah.
Eureka! I can't, I cannot believe, we sit here right now, a lot of you listening to us, you just woke up. Our workday's more than halfway over.
No doubt.
We are almost done.
Opens up the day.
I mean, my God.
Opens that day wide open.
There are tea times. There are appointments.
Yeah.
There are things I'm going to get to do with the kids. There's so much going on.
So much.
Right? And I don't know if Steiny and Goose share our thoughts. Steiny made the comment that he was the one getting screwed in this whole thing.
Always is. Always is.
Yeah. So anyway, life's a matter of whichever perspective you choose.
No doubt. No doubt.
But anyway, yeah, we all get to do something a little bit different, and that's fun.
It's fun, and it certainly is great. And as I mentioned earlier, and you get a little older, and you can't really sleep anyway. So I'm up at 3, I'm up at 4, I'm up at 5 every single night anyway. So now it's just wearing my shoes.
I am not speaking from experience here because I've never been 50 years old before.
You're getting there.
I'm getting damn close.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at you in the eye, and I'm going to tell you, I don't think that's going to happen to me in 5 years.
All right.
I just don't.
I hope I'm here. I might be 60
wrong.
then.
I might be wrong. But my God, when I lay down, ain't nothing stopping me from sleeping.
And you get a solid 8.
Well, I don't ever sleep 8.
Yeah.
But I'm uninterrupted.
Okay.
6 to 7.
Strong.
Absolutely uninterrupted. And my God, the idea of having to go do the bathroom,
no bathroom.
No.
I just wake up.
No, there's no waking up.
So now the thing is, you wake up and you don't know what time it is because it's pitch black out, and then you check your phone. And it's like, God, please let it be 5:15. Let me at least have had 6 hours. And you look and it's 2:11. Ah, crap. That means I've been asleep for 3 hours and now I can't go back to sleep.
It is my favorite game show. When you do wake up in the middle of the night,
what time is it?
What time is it? And sometimes for me, you're like, oh, is it, are we close? Do I have to be up in a half hour? And you'll touch that phone and you're like, oh my God, I've only been asleep for 43 minutes.
That's it. That's it.
That's interesting. It's not even midnight yet. That's happened a time or two.
Oh, every night.
No, but normally, man, I'm out and I'll see you in the aisles.
Yeah.
But anyway.
This is fun this week because for me and also for you, because you did mornings for so long, but I was on 2 different shows here on the station doing mornings, and so it feels like natural for me to be up at 3:48 and all that.
Wait a minute. You've been on different shows on this station?
A couple of them.
I didn't even know that.
I was actually thinking on the drive in.
I thought they hired you when they hired me. Have you been on here before?
I've done 5 to 9. I've done 10 to 2. I've done 9 to noon. I've done 6 to 10, and I've done 2 to 6.
Just let me know when they tell you you're on Saturday. That's when there's a problem.
Yeah. If they have me pinch hit for Spadone from 5 to 6, that's the one show I haven't done.
So we're thinking about 5 in the morning. Anyway, it's Willard and Dibs this morning and this week. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call in to our show, yes, just like with the roast, you're going to have to bring it. Although we admit that we do this kind of tongue-in-cheek, not really our style. But if you're awful, and it happens, we all have bad days and bad moments.
Or if you just got like bad connection too.
Well, that's different. Yeah. That's different because no one's got time for that, and that's no one's fault. It's like a Blake Snell injury. It's no one's fault, but no one's got time for this, right? Then you get flushed. You hear that sound, and that's normally Dibs at 2:18 in the morning. But anyway,
it's going to be me at 10:04. I'll tell you that. Boys holding on for dear life in here.
Coffee will do that to you. Anyway, it's brought to you by Flowing Water.
Don't talk about that.
I want Plumbing and Drain, and thank you for being with us here as we have some fun on 95.7 The Game. Now, I have a controversial statement to make.
Okay.
And it's been made before, and this is not going to be a new subject. It's just going to have a new energy to
Something happened at the ballpark that you didn't like.
So I went to the game Saturday.
Yeah.
And it was a little bit of frustration sensation because the Giants they fell down 2-0. Yaz was kicking balls out in right field. There was stupid stuff happening. Hayden Birdsong was walking people. And it was just one of these like 2-run rallies for the Twins where you're like, well, that was unnecessary. They didn't even do anything to earn that. But then the Giants battled back and they tie the game at 2. And I was a little sheepish because I'm like, well, geez, the Giants didn't deserve any of those runs either. Their 2 RBI hits were Yaz off the handle, exit velo 4, followed by Elliot Ramos, exit velo 12, kicks off of the pitcher's glove, kneels its way into short center field. Those were their 2 RBI hits. So I was like, all right, fine. All things are even. We've worked it out. It's 2-2. The only frustrating thing was Matt Chapman, 3-run homer would be in the first inning was called foul, and there's still those out there. Dwayne Kuiper's one of them who are like, dude, that thing ticked off of the foul pole. It hit the foul pole. And review was inconclusive, and so the Giants did not get that 3-run homer. And then later in the game, 2-2 tie, I think 6th or 7th inning, Carlos Santana hits one in the exact same spot. And then they go to review, and it is a solo home run. And so the Twins take a 3-2 lead. And here we are, 3-2. And if my memory serves, it is bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th. Twins 3, Giants 2. At the plate, Farhan Zaidi's former 13th overall first-round pick. His name is Patrick Bailey. Swing and a mother bleeping drive. He pimped that thing. He drops the bat and stares at it. Dibs, he got all of it. Remember the home run in New York, the grand slam?
Oh, yeah.
Looked exactly like that. Gone. Way gone. And he takes 1 step, and he takes 2 steps, and you could see it on his face because I watched the highlight in slow-mo, and he went, oh, Schmidt.
Oh.
This is a home game.
Oh.
It is gone. But caught.
But caught.
I better start running. And he ran to first. And then he ran to second. And then he ran to third, Dibs. He's a catcher, and he hit a triple because he hit a ball 430 feet. Don't give me the stupid stat cast that said 417. That's wrong. It's wrong because it hit 20 feet high up on a wall that's 425 feet away. So that was not 417 feet. 430 feet. And this game is not tied. Because I'm sorry, there are moments that we have to acknowledge where Triples Alley is stupid. It just is. You love golf, and we watch this every year in the U.S. Open. The USGA gets tricky.
Yep.
And they're like, watch us. Waka, waka, waka. We can make this so hard that you can hit a perfect shot 1 foot from the hole on a par 3, and then the ball's going to trickle and trickle and trickle. Oh, sorry. You had a perfect shot, and now it's not even on the green. And what do players do every time that happens? They go, this is stupid. Stop tricking out the golf course. I'm a professional athlete, and when I nail it perfect, I want to be rewarded for it. Now, this affects the other team the same way it affects the Giants.
Yeah.
So this is not about sour grapes. It could happen to any player. The bottom line is, when you are a left-handed hitter and you tie into one like that, you deserve a home run. You deserve a home run. And I'm mindful that the Giants, what did they do? They had the 13th overall pick again yesterday in the MLB draft. You know what they did?
Yeah. They blew it.
What?
Got a left-hand hitting power hitter?
That's exactly what they should do. It's the only way you're ever going to get one to come here.
How about you get a right-hand hitter who doesn't have to deal with triples alley?
The only way you're ever going to get a left-handed power-hitting outfielder is to draft him. So thank you. What's the guy's name? Tiggs or something? Something from Florida State.
Tiggs the third.
There you go. Welcome to the family, Tiggs the third. That's how many home runs you're going to hit in this ballpark. 3. Because most of them are going to go off the wall. There's a moment of frustration. It's not sour grapes. This affects everybody. But I wish we would admit that sometimes, not all the time, I know that there are good memories out there. I know that Gregor Blanco flopped out there and caught a ball one time and it led to a perfect game. All of these things happened. But we have to acknowledge that there are times when triples alley is really stupid. Because in baseball, when you get one like that, you deserve a home run. And Patrick Bailey arrived at third base and was visibly furious. Furious. Could not believe that was it. He looked like he's like, this is the farthest I've ever hit a ball in my entire life.
Yeah.
And I'm on third.
Triple.
I'm on third with 2 outs.
Well, then you got to have more pull power. And you got to hit over the short porch and right.
But that's not the way baseball, where you hit it where you hit it.
So what do you want to do about it? I mean, we're not going to sit here and spend 7 hours a morning drive.
Admit that it's stupid sometimes.
I won't admit that it's stupid.
You tricked out your ballpark and for aesthetics.
It's the crown jewel of Major League Baseball for aesthetics, without a doubt.
But
so you want to throw a fence in front of the wall at like 380, some hokey little, when you go to a Little League park and they don't have an actual fence because the Little League field is a part of a bigger complex. So they take that temporary fence with the net that by the third inning is droopy in left center and falling down in right. So you want to get some hokey, tricked out short porch in right center? No, just muscle up, Bailey.
Muscle up.
Muscle up and hit a ball out. And you know what? Maybe get out of the box and see if you can get an inside the park home run. Get on your horse.
Well, no, that wasn't going to happen. Nobody was going to get an inside the parker on that. When he made it to third, look, I'm not going to come down Bailey's road because he hit a ball 430 feet and you don't like where it landed.
Not good enough.
No, I'm sorry. I get that you're being partially sarcastic.
Completely sarcastic.
But the bottom line is there's nothing you can do about it. No, I'm not suggesting some stupid Atlanta temporary fence in front of it. I'm suggesting that Larry Bear and others maybe, and even if I'm not asking for a press conference, just do this in your own moment. Acknowledge that you did something that wasn't great. That ballpark could have been just as aesthetically pleasing with its brick wall not being that far out. Acknowledge it. It was a mistake. You could have had the crown jewel of baseball without a power alley being 425 feet. And this isn't about Patrick Bailey's ball not going out. It's about Shohei Ohtani being like, I'm not going there. It's about Bryce Harper going like, I'm not going there.
Yeah, it's definitely a part of it.
I'm not going there. And they're never going to come here. And it's not the Tenderloin. Okay?
It's the right field.
Wall.
It's triples out.
It's the wall.
Well, then just
messed up.
Bust out the wrecking ball and tear down that wall, Gorby.
It's too late. It's too late.
Yeah, so now you have to you have to design your team to maximize your 81 home games.
And I would argue that in the draft, they did that yesterday.
Right. By getting another left-handed power hitter who's going to hit fly balls to right off the bricks and settle for a triple. And then leave in free agency.
Maybe. But free agency, as we know in baseball, is 47 years from now for that kid.
True.
He's got 88 arbitration years and a pre-arb, and who knows what the hell's going on. He's going to be under control probably until he's 28 at least. Actually, he's a college player. He's going to be under arbitration until he's 30.
Yeah.
So
assuming he ever makes it to the bigs, which is a crapshoot in baseball.
Right. But I would argue that the Giants, I'm glad they did it solely because they need to do this more. So first time they've done it since Hunter Bishop. Which is starting to work out now. Yeah, well,
he's starting to make his way up.
He hit one a country mile yesterday in Sacramento. We'll see if he ever makes it. But your outfield, your left-handed power hitters, you're not going to get them in free agency. So you got to find a different way. If that's trades and if that's the draft, do it. And so they did that yesterday. And that's all you can do because it's too late to fix the mistake that is Triples Alley.
That's not too late. I mean, you could slap a fence out there.
No, but you don't.
You could get like an 8-foot high wall and just knife it right in front of the bricks so that home runs will go over the fence but short of the bricks.
I wouldn't advocate that either.
Of course not.
They've already moved it in once. The bricks are where they are.
Yeah.
The bricks are where they are, and they should not be where they are, but they are. So what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
You can move home plate. You could, move home plate up a little bit. And,
but
you're talking about a complete redesign, and then right field's going to be about 285 instead of 309.
Yeah, and left field will be a bandbox. I don't want Cincinnati. I just want something that makes, to me, that's the line in pro sports. You know what I mean? Triples Alley feels like if Steph Curry pulled up for 3, but we're at Rock and Jock, and somebody can pull a string and make the hoop go up. Be fair. Be fair. If you're a left-handed hitter and you rock a ball, it's a 1-run game in the 8th, and you hit a ball 430 feet, dude, you deserve to be rewarded. And that's all. That ball is out of every other ballpark in the majors, but not this one. And I believe it to now be, as we look in retrospect, the way they built that, I know they wanted something unique. I believe that it has turned into a mistake. I'm not saying they should have or even could have known that at the time. It's been 25 years and more than that since they came up with the renderings. Baseball was different then. Baseball wasn't about launch angles then. It wasn't solely about hitting home runs. And at that time, the Giants had the only hitter maybe in the history of life who was not bothered by Triples Alley. He just hit it right over it. And by the way, he did not do so organically. So, no human being without embellishments has ever been able to consistently hit the ball over that fence as a left-handed hitter. And I believe, here's another one I believe. I believe the Giants fan base has a different view of Brandon Belt than they would if that thing wasn't out there. Because he would have been someone who had hit 35 home runs as a Giant. He would have been looked at completely differently. But that's the way it went. And so
that's the way it goes.
And that's the way it goes. So you take your medicine, but the only thing you can do, I believe, is what you did yesterday. And things like that. Stop asking free agent left-handed power hitters to come.
You need to trade for one I think is the best way to go about it.
Fine.
You draft a guy and you have no idea if he's going to be any good. And you hope he is, but the history of first-round picks in baseball is more checkered than it is in the other sports. And, I miss the old days of baseball where you had real fields, like the polo fields, the polo grounds. That means polo grounds, 483 in center field.
Well, why do you want that?
Willie Mays, the famous catch that he makes with his back to home plate, that doesn't happen in these modern bandboxes. He would have run out of room. 483 to center. That's baseball, Mark.
Willie Mays would have been barely out of the infield if he was playing in ballparks like you see some of them now.
Oh, yeah.
Because he felt like you couldn't hit it over his head, and he was largely right.
He was right.
But I think you're kidding again. But
a little bit.
Yeah, 480. Nobody wants that.
But I do think that, what baseball has become is an over-reliance on the home run. And yes,
agreed. I agree with
smokes it, and it's a home run in 29 out of 30 parks, and it's not. I don't think that that's necessarily a problem. You rack it off the bricks. Every ballpark is different, and I love that about baseball. You've got the monster in Boston and the pesky pole, and every ballpark has its unique features. Houston's too easy. Oracle Park is too hard as far as hitting home runs. Every park has its own unique dimensions. If we want to just go to a straight cookie cutter where every park is the same, we can do that. But I like the fact that Oracle Park is a difficult place to hit home runs.
I'm not bothered by that. I just think that area, it's too excessive. I'm with you. It can be asymmetrical. It can have its own personality. The heavy air of San Francisco is going to do plenty to make it a pitcher's park anyway. To me, it's just too intense. That fence angle is crazy. They built it down the line and right, so because their thinking was this is going to be like, I remember.
Too short, yeah.
Well, I remember when it was built. They're like, oh man, it's going to be almost like Boston in left field. It's going to be a lot of home runs. It's literally like you've got to hug the pole, or else it becomes a very, very long poke because the fence is so high. And I don't mind asymmetry, but it's too intense. It's too intense. That fence has already come in once, and it's still 4 1/4 out there. And for a power alley, again, I don't need much to argue what I'm arguing. The left-handed power hitters have said no.
Yeah.
You've been begging them, and they've said no. And I've got it on decent, not great, but decent authority that it was very high on the list of reasons that Shohei chose to not look too deep at the Giants.
Of course.
It was the ballpark.
Too difficult. Even as a pitcher, and he would thrive, and he's sitting out a year as a pitcher, but as a hitter, it's definitely going to cost you some home runs.
Let's go to David in the city. Hey, David, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's going on?
How about drafting some athletes? How about getting some athletes? You got a big ballpark, draft some athletes. Bottom line.
I don't hate that take at all. I mean, I think they're trying, but I will argue, David, of the things that Farhan Zaidi has said publicly in recent years, the one thing that he said that they have absolutely not followed through with their word is being more athletic, faster, better defensively. They've said they want to do that, and then they don't.
Well, that's why they got Jung-Hoo Lee, and he fit that bill.
That's fair.
And then he, was so athletic and so good defensively that he crashed into the wall and his arm almost fell off.
That's a fair point, but that's one guy.
It is.
They wanted to do it a lot more. They haven't. The lineup jacked up this week, sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. It's Willard and Dibbs here in the morning. Bonte and Joe will be along shortly at 10. Steiny and Goo in the afternoon. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises, and we're sponsored by Lucky California. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN yesterday came out with a list. He spoke directly to execs, coaches, and scouts in the NFC, and they came up with their top 5 NFC quarterbacks. Wait till you hear where Brock landed, and wait till you hear who didn't even make the list. We'll get to that next on Willard and Dibbs.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky with over $30 million in prizes and money-saving offers. Collect bonus game tickets when you buy participating items.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh.
Yeah, I smell good right now.
You look good.
Yeah, thank you. I got a brand new hat that I got from my son's golf course.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
it's all
Filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Here's Willard and Dibs.
Willard and Dibs, that's on me. I was so excited because
who's laughing
on the
now?
offense.
I'm laughing.
Fancy pants?
Now the S-bomb count on the show is now one apiece.
Well,
this game is tied.
Yeah, you'll never get me to admit it. You'll never prove it. And you'll never get me to agree. And yes, I am that annoyingly stubborn.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I know when I cussed. It may sound like it.
Cussed the rhymes.
Yeah.
Cussed to cussed. You definitely cussed.
I didn't. A cuss has to have some, intent behind it.
Not always.
It has to. It has to.
My cuss was just, Schmidt. It was just completely innocuous.
Well, Schmidt is fine. I mean, he can't hit.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think I've gone on this rant with you before. I don't even understand what makes a cuss word a cuss word.
Right.
What is the difference between the S word and the word poop? I'd argue it's intent.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so a cuss has to have intent behind it or else it's not a cuss.
And the use of the F word is so varied and diverse.
So it's easily the most, you can use it for so many things.
Noun, verb, right? You can go adjective if you're feeling it.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, you can put the ing, you can put the ER.
Can it be an adverb?
I wonder. I think it can be.
Do you even
Late
know what
night,
you're one of the 8 people that knows what an adverb is.
Yeah, if the mood strikes, I can use it as an adverb. Hey.
Check this out. This is wild. I think this is wild. 888-957-9570. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN did a comprehensive and anonymous poll. It's very quiet.
Yeah.
He called all the scouts and coaches and execs in the NFC. He said, hey, what do you think of them quarterbacks? And so he came up with the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFC in order.
Okay.
I would argue you can make all kinds of mild surprises. There are 2 things that fly off the page. And one of them you're going to feel some personal attachment to.
Okay.
Which is fun. But the first one is, how does this grab you? The top 5 QBs in the NFC as voted or explained by coaches, scouts, and execs. Jalen Hurts is not on the list.
Not in the top 5.
Not number 1.
Wow.
Not number 5, and not anywhere in between.
Man, fickle.
How's that grab you?
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but
it grabs me in 2 ways. One, it's a little bit not shocking, but it's surprising. And the other thing is, it's kind of a flavor of the month take, because if you did this exact same thing a year ago, Jalen Hurts is absolutely in the top 5.
You would think.
Coming off a Super Bowl appearance.
Yeah, and he was going to be the MVP and all of that.
So now, a year later, when Philly comes crashing down to earth after the 49ers snatch their soul and Philadelphia goes on a terrible run to end the year and Jalen Hurts looks a little bit shakier than he did the previous year, all of a sudden now we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Feels a little bit flavor of the month to me.
Well, there's another characteristic of the list that may help explain.
Okay.
Because flavor of the month, I think some might argue, is what Jalen was the year before. And staying power and sample size and these things matter. And Jalen Hurts, I understand what he does with his legs. I understand the rushing stats, and he's a phenomenal athlete.
But and the brotherly shove.
Right. If you take away the brotherly shove touchdowns, which I think many would argue are not just Jalen. I think many would argue there are other quarterbacks, if you stuck them with that system and that center.
Jason Kelce.
Right, and all those things, like they'd be able to do that too. If you just look at Jalen's passing stats, boy, he was incredibly average last year. Incredibly average. Right? He was short of 3,900 yards. I think his TD and interception total was 23 to 15.
Yep. 20th in football in quarterback rating. Not a perfect stat, but reflective of overall efficiency.
It was below 90.
Yeah, 89.1.
Yeah, that's not great.
No.
You would be shocked to hear some of the names that finished ahead of Jalen Hurts in quarterback rating.
I'm looking right now at the list.
I mean, names like Kyler Murray.
Calamari.
Both of, like Tyrod Taylor and Tommy DeVito, both of the guys who played for the Giants. Joe Flacco, Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr. These guys all had ratings that were well above Jalen Hurts last year. Russell Wilson, Jake Browning.
Yeah, he had a great run in 7 games. He did. He played great.
He did. He played really well. So anyway, that was surprise number 1. We can react to that.
Okay.
Here's surprise number 2. It's the guy that landed in the number 2 hole. Top 5 NFC quarterbacks according to scouts, coaches, and execs. You want to know who came in number 2?
I do.
Just listen to our show open, which apparently you're going to have to wait till 2 o'clock to hear.
Hang in there, big guy.
There were brighter days ahead.
Wow.
Jared Goff.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Jeez.
On the list.
And again, flavor of the month. If we did this 4 years ago, and I know he's gotten better, but Jared Goff was a guy who was kind of laughed at, and he got run out of LA, and it's like, Detroit, what are you doing? And then he had a great year last year, and that offense is humming, and you get a good offensive coordinator in there with a good group of skill set players, and all of a sudden now he's number 2.
And now he's making $52 million a year.
He sure is, yeah.
Yeah. So here's the list. Number 1, Matt Stafford, the guy that Jared Goff was traded for.
That was crazy.
That's the number 1 QB in the NFC according to this group. Number 3, Dak Prescott.
Okay.
Number 4, Brock Purdy.
Okay, finally.
Number 5, Jordan Love.
Jordan Love at number 5. Interesting.
That's your list. Now,
no Kirk Cousins in the top 5.
No Kirk Cousins either. So that's the only one. The Kirk Cousins point is the one that sort of goes against this point that I'm about to make. But to me, what was clearly valued by this group, maybe more so than how we, the fans, would look at it, was experience and staying power. Because if you look at the top 3, what do they have? They've been around. They've been around, and no, they're not perfect. None of them. None of them are perfect quarterbacks, but they've sort of done the stand the test of time thing in the NFL. Matt Stafford, been around a long time, great numbers, won a Super Bowl. Jared Goff, done it with 2 different teams, been to a Super Bowl, been to another NFC title game. Dak Prescott, say whatever you want about what happens in the postseason and all the Dak discussion. However, MVP candidate, puts up huge numbers.
Wins a lot of games.
Wins a lot of games and has done it for a long time. Now, what do you get to? I'm going to argue that my bet is Jalen Hurts came in 6th. 6th or 7th is the only 2 things you can argue.
There, yeah. Well, then you get down to the group of like Baker Mayfield and Geno Smith and Derek Carr.
So, but what do you say about these other 3? If I put Jalen, even though I'm just making that up because they only showed the top 5. But if Jalen is 6th and then Brock Purdy is 4th and Jordan Love is 5th, the only knock you could potentially have, I would guess, on these 3 is that they've yet to have the opportunity to really show the staying power. Brock's sample size of good play, I'd argue, is the highest of the 3 because he's had a full year and a half and it's been nothing but good, and it's been playoff success and a 4-2 record, and the 2 losses are one, he had no arm, and the other one was overtime in the Super Bowl against Mahomes. Not excuses, but that's pretty consistent play.
Great. Yeah, 4 wins in the playoffs.
Jordan Love has been fantastic, but we're really looking at it's been like 2/3 of a year where we felt that way.
Yeah.
And then Jalen Hurts, as you just detailed, amazing. But if you go back to even prior to what would that have been? The 2022 campaign, at the beginning of that year, no one expected, Jalen Hurts, right? It was, you're going to get an extension, but there are still questions here, and then he had an amazing year, followed by last year, which I would argue was more disappointing than not.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 23 TDs, 15 interceptions, and didn't even get to 4,000 yards, and he played all 17 games, and an 11-6 record was a step back for Philadelphia. So, yeah, if you look at 4, 5, and 6, if you put Jalen Hurts at number 6, it is the less experienced trio than the 3 on top. The fact that Matthew Stafford came out number one, that surprises me. Now, if we're talking about overall careers among NFC quarterbacks, okay, I could maybe tip the cap that way because you do have your better quarterbacks are the younger guys. So that to me is a bigger shock than Hurts being left off. And the other surprise is that Kirk Cousins doesn't get the love. And maybe it's because of the Achilles and he's coming back potentially off a major injury. But if you look at what you're describing, body of work for Kirk Cousins, he's got it. He's been a consistently good performer in the NFL for a long time.
In the regular
season. Not in the playoffs, yeah.
I mean, I think
Dak the same thing. What has Dak done in the playoffs?
That's fair, although more than Kirk.
Right.
I mean, more
Kirk
than
has
Kirk.
one
I think he's got
win,
one playoff win. What does Dak have?
Maybe 2. Maybe 1.
Yeah. I mean, Dak has dabbled in MVP races. Dak has been more dynamic than Kirk.
Yeah.
I hear
been more consistent, I think, for a longer period of time.
Kirk's a good player. He's a good quarterback. I think the other thing...
2 for Dak. He's 2-5 in the offs.
So he's doubles Kirk Cousins' playoff output.
2-5 in the offs.
I think he's had fewer what you would consider embarrassing performances, though. Like Kirk Cousins had that year with Minnesota, not last year, the year before, where they won all those close games. They had that comeback against the Colts, and then they had a home playoff game against the Giants, and they were embarrassing.
You like that? You like that?
You did not like that. No, it was embarrassing.
Yeah, 1-3 for Kirk in the playoffs.
Okay,
there you go.
I mean, I get it, and you know, Dak is more dynamic. He's healthier now. The other aspect of this that stands out to me, and I've always thought this is a big determining factor with fans and media in terms of how we rate quarterbacks, is the inevitable fantasy football effect. And we do that. We have a very hard time, I would say, as a viewing public, removing fantasy football. We don't think it's affecting our opinion, but it is. It absolutely is. Like if I took this group of 5 that I just mentioned, Stafford, Goff, Dak, Brock, and Jordan, you know damn well of those 5 who's going to get picked first in the fantasy drafts this year.
Probably Goff.
No, Jordan Love. For sure, I would argue.
I wonder, because Goff, I mean, as much as they throw it.
Yeah,
and
let's here, you talk, I'll pull up fantasy rankings right now.
All right.
For 2024.
I just look at what Goff did last year with 30 touchdowns and big yardage numbers, and that offense with Amon-Ra getting his deal and all the rest of the weapons that Detroit has, and a team that I think is primed to take another step forward potentially. I would put Goff right up at that group. I mean, Mahomes goes first, or Lamar Jackson would be the other quarterback.
I'm looking at this right now, and it actually has a QB that neither one of us just mentioned.
From the NFC.
From the NFC that is of that group of 5, the first one to be picked. However, he's 7th overall. And it's Dak Prescott.
Okay.
Jordan Love would be 2nd.
Okay.
Brock Purdy would be 3rd. Jared Goff would be 4th. Matthew Stafford is all the way down at 19th in the QB rankings. This is per Fantasy Pros, so obviously there's some maneuvering here. Jalen Hurts, of course, not on the list, is ranked 2nd as far as fantasy football quarterback.
Makes sense because of, the
rushing.
The brotherly shove, especially because when you get inside the deep red zone, he's probably going to get the carry.
Do you?
And he's going to get help.
There's no Kelsey anymore. Is it going to be as effective this year?
We'll have to see.
I don't know.
Only Philadelphia knows how much of that was Jason Kelsey creating enough of a crease for him to get through there. But one thing about Jalen Hurts is he's very good on the QB sneak. Now, is it because of Kelsey? We're going to find out, but I would bet that inside the 2 or the 1 yard line in the red zone, they're going to give him chances to get into that end zone.
So, but here's an example of why, to me, the fantasy thing has got to be held as hard as possible. We've got to hold it as irrelevant. You know who's ranked ahead of Jordan Love and Brock Purdy and Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford as far as NFC fantasy quarterbacks? Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray doesn't even belong in this conversation. Right? So that, use that as an example of why that should not matter. And also take out even sort of who you'd pick if you were an NFL team and you were drafting right now. Like, that would skew to the young. Jordan Love right now might be the prospect of all prospects
in the NFC.
Yep. I think there's that kind of a shine on him right now. Others might look at the consistency that Purdy has offered. I don't know what he's going to need to do to shake the labels that are out there. I mean, our Xfinity mobile text line, someone just texted in and said, well, what would Purdy rank if you took out all the wide receiver screens from behind the line of scrimmage? Would he be 32 out of 32? I mean, that's the kind of stuff that the internet has tried so hard to dispel that characteristic, and it just won't work. I saw there was a video making the rounds this weekend, and it was like 3 minutes of nothing but Brock Purdy improvisation. And it was incredible. Incredible the time that he buys in the pocket, outside of the pocket, the plays he makes with his legs, the off-schedule plays, the downfield plays, the directing traffic. That play in Washington where he rolls out to his right and points to Brandon Ayuk and goes, go the other way. There's open field. And Brandon reads it and goes the other way, and it's a touchdown. And for whatever reason, people will not see that. And they hold it over here.
It's their own bias, yeah.
Right. You're a 7th-round pick, and you're a Kyle Shanahan guy, and Garoppolo in the Netflix doc, which I get it. Like, the Garoppolo thing makes it look like Kyle Shanahan just makes quarterbacks. And whatever you are in San Francisco is way better than what you actually are as a player. I understand those dynamics.
That can be true, but it also doesn't mean that Brock Purdy can't throw the ball beyond the line of scrimmage. And if you look at the numbers, the advanced numbers on passing, completed air yards, which is the total number of yards that the ball travels past the line of scrimmage before being caught by your team. Completed air yards, CAYK. He's 8th in football in completed air yards. So it's not like he's a dink and dunker or captain check down, or you're running just the the behind the line of scrimmage, the jet sweep flip, and the dump down screens. He had over 2,200 yards past the line of scrimmage, which was behind Dak and Tua, but it's ahead of Jalen Hurts. It's ahead of Stafford. It's way ahead of Lamar Jackson. It's 8th. So that's a pretty good number of yards.
I like 8th.
Right.
I'll take top 10 in just about anything.
That's the top quarter, 8th. And that's, the ball is traveling past the line of scrimmage. And if you do it by, completed air yards per pass attempt, he's number 1. Number 1 in completed air yards per attempt. 5 yards per attempt past the line of scrimmage.
Number 1.
He leads football.
Number 1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the reason why he's 8th in total yards is because they don't throw it. They throw it the 32nd most in football, as I've mentioned many, many times, in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Never said that in the morning before.
Not said it in the morning, but you have now. You have now. So congratulations.
Thank you. Felt good coming out early in the morning.
Did it?
Oh, yeah.
That's good. That's nice. The show flies at this hour.
No doubt.
Life flies in the morning. My God. What kind of code are we cracking right now?
I think we're onto something here.
8:51 in the morning? Everybody's out there starting your day, and you're like, we're almost done.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Feeling great. Coffee went down nice.
I knew that this was not, I mean, you know how, it's kind of, I feel like doing the morning for a week is kind of like when a couple gets pregnant with their first child and everybody's got their, oh, hey, boy.
Yo, watch out. That's second trimester.
So congrats, but your life's over, and here's all the things that are going to happen because you gotta this, that, or the other, and you're never going to sleep again, and you're never going to be able to care about yourself again, and you're never going to work out again. But boy, that love is great.
Joy.
All the people, I'm like, first of all, the two of us are grizzled veterans.
Yep.
We've both done this time slot before, but also there's no way for people to know kind of what cloth from which you're cut. Like the morning is no problem. I don't want to admit this normally in the afternoon, but if you want tired Willard, that's between 2 and 6. That's my body clock. There are a lot of days I'm looking at you at 3:12 and I'm like, good Lord, what are we? I'm kind of going to go sleep.
Well, I mean, we've already spent half a day, right?
This is easy.
Yeah.
My God, I need to ask for a raise. This is easy.
Yeah, this is fun.
Jeez. Anyway, I thought that thing was super interesting.
Yeah.
And also tucked into it.
It's funny because you don't normally like lists and rankings and stuff like that.
It's not about the list.
And we just did 20 minutes on it.
Well, no, but it's not really about the list. It's about the fact that this is the collective opinion of the people in the game. That's why it was interesting to me. If NFL Network did this, I could give a rip. Like, that's media people. That's us. I can come up with a list if you want. Number 1 is Brock Purdy. There. Okay, that's the end of the list.
Who could have seen that coming?
You know what I mean? Like, I'm kidding. But, like, if it's just people in a room, then who cares? Let's have fun with it.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to take that to heart as interesting because that's just my opinion, your opinion, someone else's opinion. And we just sit around and we watch football and we eat. This is the people in the game. This is the people who are making these decisions. This is the people who are like, is that person worth that contract? I mean, I would take from this something to help people who are having a hard time with the idea of Brock Purdy making $50 or more million per year.
Yeah, NFC executives and those in the game think that he's pretty good.
They have zero problem with it.
Right.
You would not have if Jordan Love were on the market right now, what would you pay for him?
Probably 55 to 60 million a year.
And you wouldn't blink.
No.
Well, NFC execs think Brock Purdy's better.
Well, Jordan Love was a first-round pick, so he's automatically better than Brock Purdy because that's the way that we deal with it. And that's why so many people who aren't in the game have a difficult time giving Brock Purdy his flowers because Shanahan, laminated play sheet, all the talent around him. Heck, he had Christian McCaffrey finish ahead of him in the MVP race. How can Brock Purdy not be great? Even Jimmy Garoppolo was able to thrive because of Kyle, the play sheet, and the talent around him. So those notions are going to be there maybe forever. I'd like to think that one more good Brock Purdy year is going to end all of the doubters. But, if he goes out and does exactly what he did last year, this year, and he loses in the Super Bowl, people are going to hit him with the can't win the big one.
Can't win the big one.
And all the rest of it.
And he's going to hit him with a $53 million per year contract.
Yeah, or more. Yeah, exactly.
That's what he's going to hit him with. By the way, not quite done with this, but I will tell you, coming up after the top of the hour, we got fresh Markkanen.
Fresh Markkanen?
We got fresh Markkanen.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Fresh Markkanen.
I need it.
Do people know what fresh Markkanen is? I don't know if non-media, do you know what I'm talking about? We got fresh information and reports with regard to Lauri Markkanen.
Okay.
And the talks between the Jazz and the Warriors.
I'm here for it.
We got fresh stuff.
I was gone for a couple of days late last week, and I know that some things started popping off a little bit. There was some scuttlebutt and some chatter.
Yeah, there was the Tim McMahon report. He went on the Zach Lowe pod and said that I cannot see the Jazz parting with Lauri Markkanen and the deal not including Brandon Pajemski. Like we had all spent 2 weeks being like, Kaminga? Would you? Kaminga? No? Yes? Kaminga? And he's like, no, it's not about Kaminga. Pajemski.
Ooh.
Pajemski's got to go if you want Lauri Markkanen.
Pajemski.
That's him too.
Brandon Pajemski.
Yeah, Lucas, he tripped over himself on it.
Let me get that again.
Brandon Kajemski.
Yeah, so he messed up both. He was the first time ever to mess up both names.
And I heard you laughing in the middle of it. That's so on brand.
I laughed over the top of him messing up Pajemski because he messed up Brandon. He called him Brandon
Kajemski.
Kajemski.
Brandon Kajemski?
Brandon Kajemski.
Brandon Kajemski. That's so good. Add him to the list.
Yeah.
Add him to the montage when you can.
The director of sports.
Kosminski. Kissy Kid. Pajowski.
Pajemski.
Pajemski.
Brandon Kajemski. Only one to have K's in it. Doing it uniquely. Here we go.
That's very good.
It's a backwards K.
That's very good.
You got caught looking.
Anyway.
That's gold.
I got fresh Markkanen.
Okay.
I got fresh Markkanen. So give me like 3 minutes. For those of you listening, hang tight. 3 minutes. But I do think low-key that's one other reaction here. Sort of under the radar, but tucked into this conversation, I thought was actually a pretty nice compliment to Brock Purdy. And I know people will go, what are you talking about, man? Like I've said on this show 100 times that Brock Purdy is better than Jared Goff. And I believe that. I would take Brock Purdy over Jared Goff. So how is it a compliment that Brock is 2 slots behind Goff. And oh, by the way, would you take Brock or Dak? Who would you take?
I mean, it's tough, but
that one is a harder conversation.
And I think the one with Jared Goff has become harder because he's looked better and better. And it seems like this past year when he had a much better offensive coordinator, he got better. And I do think that that's part of the connectivity of this entire conversation is you can't separate the quarterback from the coach, from the system, in my opinion. So that's, I think, partly why Matthew Stafford gets the love that he gets because they've got couple of good receivers and a good coach. And so that's why he maybe gets elevated higher than he would.
Well, he's an elite thrower of the football. I mean, Matt Stafford, if you do look at the last couple of years, for some reason, a lot of us sort of decided that, right, there was the rumors of the back injury, and you're like, he's done. This is, the Rams are rebuilding, and every time we think the Rams are rebuilding, they're like, oh, wait a minute, they're actually right there. And then last year, Cooper Kupp gets hurt early. They're like, okay, it's not going to be a good year for the Rams. And then what? Puka Nacua? Like, what was that? And Stafford, every Niner fan knows that if you go through all the games last year, what game did you look at the other quarterback and go, golly, he is carving us up? There's only a few that you can really think about.
Yeah, the Cincinnati game.
Cincinnati game with Burrow, and I'd argue Cousins the week before when they were in that down stretch, but also week 2 when they won. Mm-hmm. Stafford was carving their butts up, and Kyron Williams had a ball bounce off his hands and turn into an interception, not Stafford's fault, and the Niners held on and won the game. So Stafford's good. But I look at this and I go, all right, I get your experience play, but for you to elevate Brock ahead of both Jordan Love and Jalen Hurts, there's a compliment in there from the execs of the NFC.
Absolutely. And you look at what happened last year when he was 5th in the MVP voting, and he might have won it if it wasn't for the Christmas night meltdown against Baltimore. He might have been the MVP. So they should be tipping the cap and giving him his flowers at this point.
All right. It's Willard and Dibs on a jacked up week, sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. So glad you're with us. Hang with us throughout the week for 1 week and 1 week only. Willard and Dibs in the morning, Bonte and Joe in the midday, and Steiny and Goo in the afternoon. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Fresh marketing.
You ready for some fresh marketing?
I am. We turn our attention to the NBA when the offseason just keeps rolling on.
Well, there's always a rumor, right? There's always a rumor. And this is the way, we love to do our content. And so here it is. And this one is courtesy of none other than Shams
Charania.
Shams Charania, The Athletic, fresh marketing. This is what he's hearing on Lauri Markkanen. Point 1, and this is one that I do think we've touched on a little bit, which is just the belief in whether or not the Jazz are actually looking to trade him or not. So this is interesting. Quote, the Jazz have operated in concurrent lanes with Markkanen's future, open to listening to trade offers from serious suitors while also maintaining interest in keeping him as a franchise centerpiece. It has been reported many times that in league circles, most believe the Jazz are just on a fishing expedition. They want to keep Markkanen, but especially after seeing what happened with Bridges and that deal where he went to the Knicks for, all of the Knicks' future. Let's put him out there and see if somebody will give us a redonkulous offer. Well, that's where we sit. And remember, August 6th is when Markkanen becomes eligible for an extension. And of note, if he signs it on that day only, he remains a possibility at the trade deadline. But if they wait even one day and sign it on August 7th, Markkanen is with the Jazz for the entire upcoming year, at least, not eligible to be traded before the trade deadline. So the Jazz are clearly in a rebuild. And teams are wondering about Markkanen's future and fit because do the Jazz want to break off that kind of money while they're in the middle of a rebuild? Utah officials like him. They want to keep him. Only if they're wowed with an offer do they give him up.
Makes sense.
That's point one.
Okay. And if I'm Utah and I have a player who is that good and I think that he is very good, then of course you'd want to keep him, make him the centerpiece of your ongoing rebuild. And there is a salary floor in the NBA that you have to meet, and that would take care of that worry, and you'd have Markkanen for 5 years or however long you can extend him, and you move from there and you try to build with pieces around him. I don't think that you're in full tank mode, but then again, if you do get wowed by a trade proposal, you could be swayed to make that move.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, by the way, Giants fans, Javi Lopez joins us in 10 minutes. Willard and Dibbs with you here in the morning this week. All right, here's point two. Shams reports the most engaged team for Lauri Markkanen in recent weeks is the Golden State Warriors. They are the team on the phone the most. Now, his report says that the Warriors, check this is interesting. This will grab your attention. The Warriors' current offer is centered around multiple first-round picks, multiple pick swaps, and multiple second-round picks, and Moses Moody. That's the Warriors' reported current offer.
Take Moody and a bunch of F them picks.
And all the picks.
Right, because whatever, picks.
First-round picks, second-round picks.
Pick swaps.
And pick swaps.
Yes, you can have it all.
You know what a pick swap is, obviously. The Jazz's right to switch spots with the Warriors if the Warriors' pick is better. Okay. The Jazz have countered asking for all of that draft capital and all of the Warriors' young talent. So, yes, Moody and Kaminga and Brankin Kumkimski and Brandon Pajamski. And that thus far for the Warriors has been, quote, a non-starter.
Right. And as I'm reading it, it says from Shams, along with picks, probably not the same multitude of
Maybe
picks
not.
Because you're going to get a, quote, bulk of young talent. So you're going to give up Moody, Kaminga, Pajemski, and probably a couple of picks and a couple of pick swaps in there for Lauri Markkanen. Looking at these two different alleged proposals as reported by Shams, they seem pretty far apart. And if I'm the Warriors, it's going to be a no for me, dog, when it comes to Kaminga and Pajemski. I don't think you want to trade Pods. He just almost messed around and had a triple-double in Summer League for the unbeaten Golden State Warriors, by the way.
Yeah, they've been great.
Click and roll at summerleague.org.
No,
they look good.
All three are good players. I even like Moody. These are good NBA players.
But if you're the Warriors, you're not going to part with all three of your young assets and a couple of picks to acquire Lauri Markkanen.
I largely agree with your assessment. I don't agree that the Warriors and Jazz are far apart. Because what I would argue is that both of these offers are early and ridiculous. In other words, the Warriors are not getting Markkanen for just Moody. And also, the Jazz are not getting everybody. That's not how it's going to play. And it is July 15th. The deadline for this conversation is largely still 3 weeks away. And so both sides are like, this is what we want. And the answer is going to be no to both.
Sure.
You're not giving up everybody, and you're not getting him for Moody.
True.
And nothing else. And I know that all the picks are not nothing else, but you understand, I'm talking about actual players.
I think for me, if this is going to get done, it comes down to Moody and either Kaminga or Pods.
Correct.
And multiple picks and probably a couple of pick swaps.
Correct.
And as you and I talked last week about the roster, and we had Steve Kerr on, and we didn't ask him about this specifically, but in previous conversations, Steve has talked about his rotation, and ideally it being a nine-man rotation. Maybe 10 at the most. And right now you look at this roster, and they've got 12 guys who can and should warrant some playing time, assuming that they're all healthy. And that That's not going to work. And you saw it last year with Moody when he was in and he was out. He was kind of the odd man out in the rotation. So from a roster build standpoint, it makes a lot of sense to send out 2 players and get back 1. Maybe you end up sending out 3 players to get back 1.
Well, there could be other salary matchers and things like that. Looney,
it could be GP2, exactly.
Sure.
But my point is it's not going to be Moody, Kaminga, and Pods. That's a deal breaker for the Warriors. But if it's Moody and Utah's pick of Kaminga and Pods, and you're Utah, which one do you pick?
Well, Tim McMahon says Pods.
Utah would rather have Pods than Kaminga. Okay,
that's what he said.
Yeah,
and he said he does not see a deal happening without Podziemski. Period.
Yeah, and that
deal breaker.
And I wonder if that's also a deal breaker for the Warriors.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, but I mean that's why I don't find them far apart. If the Warriors are sitting over here going Moody, and the Jazz are over here going no, all 3. Well, your obvious meet in the middle spot is 2 players. The Warriors and Jazz both agree that Moody would be in the deal. The Jazz want Kaminga and Pods. The Warriors want to give up neither. Isn't the meat in the middle? Give us one of them. Give us one. And Tim McMahon says that person is Pods. And so, how's that deal sound? Moody, Pods, and a bunch of picks. Yes or no?
For me, it's a yes, but I don't know. It really comes down to how the Warriors feel about Kaminga versus Pods. If they want this deal to get done and Utah wants Pods, maybe the Warriors are only interested in trading Kaminga or vice versa. That will be an interesting one to watch as this develops.
No doubt. Oreo Cookie in Oakland wants to weigh in. What's up, Cookie? What are you doing?
Hey, what up, man? Good morning to both of you guys.
Yeah,
welcome to the Morning Roast.
It's a nice uptick right there, Cookie.
I do want to say, all due respect with marketing, I'm going to take the words from KD. Who are you? There's no way that I'm going to be doing my future for this guy, man. I don't even know what Utah, is a good team or not, but when you come out here to the Bay and you playing with Stephen Curry, there's a totally different limelight out here. I don't know how he's going to react out here, and I'm not willing to trade my future for him, especially for a guy that I don't even know. The only guy that I would trade is a guy that likes to punch out new money.
And there he goes.
And he's out.
Yeah, he's gone. I mean, listen, there are a lot of people who agree. I'm not sitting here saying it's a Markkanen or bust situation, but let's not do who are you. He's an all-star.
Right.
And he's someone who, for the last 2 years, if you blend them both together, has averaged about 24, 25 points a night in the NBA. If you want to call them empty stats because they're in Utah, go ahead and do that. Don't blow off Lauri Markkanen. There's a reason the Warriors are so interested, and they are. They are legitimately interested and focused, and they're not stupid. They make mistakes.
Of course.
Lauri Markkanen's a player.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a great player. He's an all-star. And if you're looking at your roster and you've got 12 players right now who are highly playable, and that's too many, you got to find a way to offload a couple of pieces. And if you can do that and bring in a guy who is a certifiable all-star, then you make that move. Hard choices have to be made to maximize the Steph Curry era.
No, that's the answer every time. And did you hear his comments that Dunleavy made about Steph over the weekend?
I missed it.
Whatever he wants, I'm very confident he'll be a Warrior for the rest of his life.
There you go.
Straight quote. So 888-957-9570. There is room for your calls, but also Javi Lopez. Giants first half, I would call it unacceptable. Javi Lopez weighs in on that next. It's a jacked up week, sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We've got the morning this week, Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for members. Signature Farms boneless, skinless chicken.
hit towards Triple's alley. It's going to hang up, and it's going to get by Margot. There's Yastrzemski on the move. It's a triple, and it throws into the dugout, and this game is over. How about that?
I didn't see that one coming.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte and Shasky, here's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Also known as Now Back to Willard and Dibs, which is on in the morning this week. And Bonte and Joe are standing by and will be along here at 10. And Steiny and Goo will handle afternoon drive. Javi Lopez is going to jump on, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And before we get to the weekend and the first half, I just want to say, as somebody who was in the stands out there on Saturday afternoon, on a beautiful afternoon in San Francisco, to see the four of you along with Santiago and Jeremy and Sergio, and sitting there interacting with each other, watching highlights, answering questions from Dave Fleming. It was all a lot of fun. Congratulations, Javi, on the Wall of Fame.
I appreciate that. Thanks for having me. It was a great weekend, dialed up awesome weather. So, yeah, we had a lot of laughs, a lot of good times the last few days. And we had a chance to share with the crowd and everybody on Saturday, which was fantastic.
And what a cool way to celebrate a great bullpen by blowing a save yesterday. How about that?
Hey, you know what? You can't be predictable, right? You got to make sure you make it fun for everyone as you close out the first half.
Well, I mean, Javi, what do you think about Camilo Doval? It feels like a problem right now. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's not as straightforward and as seamless as it seemed to be the last few years. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I haven't really tried to break down any video on him yet, but yeah, things aren't as smooth as he'd like it to be, I'm sure. But he set that bar awful high. But if there is a time to maybe fumble, this would be the time to do it early. And when it comes down to it, try to lock in on some wins. And they were able to do that. This is a good bullpen that if he does need some time to figure some things out, you have plenty of pieces that you can plug into that ninth inning and kind of give him a breather and a reset if he needs it.
Is there a little concern about the amount of workload, though, for this bullpen leading Major League Baseball in innings pitched? Is there a concern that they might start to break down a little bit late here in the year?
Of course, I'm sensitive to that. Being a bullpen piece, I do think that will become an issue if this starting rotation does not hold up their end. I mean, like you mentioned, the bullpens cover the most in baseball, which means your starting pitching has covered the least. And when you looked at the strengths of the team going into this 24 campaign, you figured, well, all right, you got Logan Webb, you make a big sign, and you get Snell, and you bring in some arms, and you make the trade for Robbie Ray, and that I wouldn't want to put pressure on him. I don't think that's the right word, but it would be nice for them to kind of pick it up a little bit and give some of these guys a break, because you never want to be having. You can have maybe one or two guys tops in your top 10 in the Major League Baseball. When you have 1 and 2 in Major League Baseball in appearances, that may be an issue coming late August and into September.
Javi Lopez with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Javi, I look back at the bullpen that we celebrated over the weekend, and it looked so defined. Everybody knew exactly what their role was, and everybody was able to play to that. And again, I know the rules are different now, but when you look at this group, does it feel like that? Does it feel complete, or do you still see adjustments as needed?
No, you know what? I've been able to call a few games and kind of watch this season progress. I feel like they have fallen into some roles, and if there's a bridge guy, it's going to be Jelly. If you need to try to get into that seventh inning, it's been Ryan Walker, eighth inning Rogers, and then obviously the ninth with Camilo. So I do think that the guys are kind of understanding when they're going to get going, and I think that's why you're seeing them at their best, and they've been very consistent as opposed to maybe the last years when there's a little bit of fluctuation as to when they were going to pitch. These guys have kind of understood what the game, like, follow along, figure out what innings they're going to pitch. And I think that's where you've seen them at their best. And I do think, again, the workload is an issue, not just for those Walker and Rogers, but I mean, really for all of them. I feel like the innings that they've had to cover has been a lot. But you do kind of enjoy that luxury of having those guys down there, and Rodriguez being another one, be able to come up from the minor leagues and been asked to go multiple innings multiple times and done such a great job. It's an exciting bullpen. You know what you have down there. And that's why I think if that's starting pitching, I do see daylight at the end of this one here with the starting pitching. You get that lined up with the back end of the bullpen the way they've been pitching, you become a formidable team in the second half. I mean, I know I shouldn't say they dug themselves a hole, but you're still under 500, but you can make a run. I mean, there are some winnable series coming out of the break, and so I'm interested to see what they do come trade deadline, if anything.
And also, when you get Robbie Ray back, and it looks like he'll be ready to go here coming out of the All-Star break rather soon, does that give you the luxury of maybe shifting one of your current starters to the pen? I'm thinking about Jordan Hicks, a guy who's already reached his career high in innings pitched. Would that be a move that might be made to have Hicks be able to preserve the arm a little bit and then be more productive out of the bullpen?
Yeah, I imagine all suggestions are being taken in by Farhan and Pete and the rest of the coaching staff to try to figure out what they're going to do. Robbie Ray, again, I mean, I imagine he'd be on some sort of pitch count. Former Cy Young Award winner, knows what his body can and can't do at this point. I'm sure he wants to probably rev it up. But I guess from all I've been gathering that he's coming out of things healthy and strong, and Snell had a great outing yesterday, so you just want to have that continue. I think Alex Cobb isn't too far behind, and now you've got some pieces that you can do some things. And like you mentioned with Jordan Hicks, I mean, he's now in that uncharted territory, right? And I feel like if he jumped into the bullpen, he's obviously comfortable there. He's done it for most of his career, if not all of his career, besides the minor leagues. That would be an easy kind of plug and play there, but I wouldn't doubt that maybe they do a little piggybacking situation, maybe go a 6-man rotation, try to find a way to make these guys, pick each other up where it can take off that pressure of the bullpen. But you're right, there are some pieces and some questions that are going to need to be answered sooner than later, and that's always a tough one for me because, you're always having to deal with somebody's job either getting taken away or being sent down to the minor leagues. And that's a tough one. Those are going to be tough conversations, but they need to be had, and I'm sure Bomel is taking some time here in the next few days with Brian Price to figure out what the best moves will be.
Javi, how many times in your career were you traded?
Traded 1, 2, 3 times.
Okay. Wow. All right. Just because like the deadline is upon us, and I wonder what this is a little bit. There's a couple things I want to ask here. First of all, what is that like? What is this time of year like for the players?
Well, it depends on what situation you're in. Like, when I was traded from, I was in AAA with the White Sox and got traded to the Red Sox, and that was a late June trade, so it was different. The White Sox were kind of, I knew I was going to get called up there. I wasn't a piece for them, so the Red Sox needed an arm, and they were battling in the AL East, trying to hold on to first place. So that was a cool experience because now you get to jump into a race, and that's fun. In Pittsburgh, again, the Pirates weren't going anywhere in 2010 when I was there for 4 months. And so basically anybody over 30 got traded, and I got traded to the Giants, who were trying to chase down and hold on for the title with the Padres in the NL West. So when you become that piece that gets traded, you're kind of excited because I've been fortunate enough to be a piece that's helped in those situations. Now, thankfully, I did not have the other way where it's like kind of like a salary dump and you're just going to a worse off team. That's a tough one in particular, but it can be a difficult time for the boys when you're in there and you're that bubble guy on a bubble season. Like they're make or break, and I did that with the Giants as well. Ultimately, they didn't trade me, but 2013, I believe it was, Hunter Pence and I were both going into free agency at the end of that year. And I believe we were in Philly, and the trade deadline, I'll give Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans a lot of credit. They kept us in the loop and they kept us engaged in the conversation and said that they kind of set a high dowry for us if they were going to trade for us. And ultimately it didn't happen. And thankfully it didn't, because then we won the World Series in 14. But yeah, it's a weird time. It's a weird time to be a baseball player that's either going to be an impending free agent or a guy that could help another club. I mean, it's with so many teams in the race all across baseball, it'd be interesting how many moves actually end up happening here in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, that's an interesting comment, and that kind of takes us to where the Giants sit now. And Farhan's comments last week that A, he's disappointed, and B, the players will determine with their play over the next couple of weeks if the Giants are a buyer or a seller. If you were a player on a team, how would comments like that play in the clubhouse?
Well, I definitely think you got to check yourself in the mirror, right? You got to be able to look at yourself honestly and be like, hey, what's missing? Not just team wise, but personally. Like, have I hit the goals and the targets that I've set myself so far? And I'm not sure how many yeses you're going to get up and down that entire roster. I think there's been moments where people have been playing outstanding baseball and things work. Now, what I do like is how unified they are. Watching this team play, they're gritty, they're grindy. You know, I don't think, honestly, looking back, I'm not sure how many games they've actually been blown out in. I feel like they played a lot of tight ball games where maybe one play here, one play there changed the whole dynamic of that game. And not only that, the series and maybe what their overall record would be. I'm not saying they've, left 10 to 15 on the table, but I think you could definitely make an argument that there was about 4 to 5 that puts you at 500. So, I do think looking back on that, there's going to be growing pains. They've had to lean on their younger guys, on the prospects, and there's pains with that, with a couple guys, making maybe a key error here and there, getting picked off, or maybe making a bad pitch or bad swing. But I do like what's here. I don't know how much you want to leverage to get a piece. That's where I think Farhan's probably coming from. How much do you want to give up, especially when these young guys are starting to show the ability to play at a big league level? But I do like the gritty, the grindiness of this team. I just think it's more probably cleaner ball and more consistent baseball, in particular on the road. I think they got to figure out how to win some series on the road. And once they do that, if they do that, they can, like I said, if this starting pitching gets lined up, they may be a problem.
Yeah, 19-28 on the road so far this year. Javier Lopez here on 95.7 The Game. You were talking about cleaning it up, and I can't help but think about the stolen base disparity. They don't run a lot, and on the other side, it seems like teams are running hog wild against them. What's the fix, Javi, for just being able to control the running game?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a lot of work as well in the video room. I think there might be some tells that guys are doing, and as a pitcher, there's things that you just don't realize you do when you're in the heat of battle. You don't, and I was victim of that as well. I'd sit there and I'd come set and it had this weird thing where I would like lick my lips like a little frog, like stick my tongue out. And I didn't know I did it, but I had to be shown that I did that. And that's when I did that, I picked off the first base, and it was just so ridiculous. You don't even notice that you're doing it. But then I finally used that to my advantage, and I would, do that, and I'd pitch, and I'd purposely do that, and then I wouldn't do it and pick over and try to change it up. But, when you have an arm and Patrick Bailey back there, and even Kirk Casale been throwing the ball extremely well as of late, you got to give those guys a chance. And I do think there'll be some video room crunching it to figure out what's going on. And then on the Giants side, it's just the dynamic players they're maybe not there all the way up and down that lineup. But I do think, you do have guys in Wisely and Fitzgerald and Estrada being back. Estrada stole a bunch of bases last year. You have the players to do that. It's just a matter of getting them on base. I think towards the end of the year, the Giants were looking for that, kind of a station thing. And it's awful hard to get 3 hits in an inning in Major League Baseball. And I think Bomel had probably mentioned that he's just trying to find a way to put a little pressure on the defense, because that's all it takes. You put pressure on it. You got to make a great catch. You got to catch the pitch. You got to make a great catch to second base, and then you got to apply the tag. There's lots of variables that can go wrong, and we've seen it. I mean, the Giants have run into that where they haven't been able to be clean. And so if you can put a little bit of pressure on it, then it just takes one big swing. to kind of put a crooked number up there. And I think that is something that they're going to try to figure out. Maybe toy with the lineup, who hits where. But you do want some speed up there. Just put a little bit of pressure as a pitcher, especially with the time clock, with the pitch clock going on, and things aren't going right. Your brain speeds up and things speed up on you, and now you're worried about a runner. Those things will make you make a mistake.
Javi, did you go out and see your plaque yet?
I did go see it, yes. I'm back home now, but I did make sure we stopped by and take a picture of all the boys. It's fun to, like I said, it was fun to be around all those guys again this weekend, but I did a picture with all the boys and then did a little family shot in front of mine. So my kids can actually see that Daddy did something kind of cool because they were so young by the time I left the Bay. So now being up on the wall for the rest of the time, as long as that stadium stands there, it's just an absolute honor to be up there.
Fantastic. Sometimes the trades you make or the trades that work out. You were traded for John Bowker and Joe Martinez, a couple of young Giants who had some promise, and just for some quote-unquote journeyman lefty who kind of worked out.
I would do that deal again.
Yeah, I think so. I like the trade.
I mean, that was about that trade. I mean, it's, Joe Bowker, I believe, or Joe Martinez, I believe, is in the commissioner's office now. So, he's moved up. He's a big timer in Major League Baseball. It's just funny how things work out. It really is. And I was fortunate enough to fall into a great situation with a great manager, soon to be Hall of Fame manager, and it was just worked out so well. And it's almost, when I'm looking back on it, it's crazy that out of all the things they plucked me out of Pittsburgh, when we only played the Giants one time, I think, and maybe it might have been April, and I didn't know anybody on that team, to be honest with you, except for Jonathan Sanchez, and they end up coming calling and kind of plucking me from thankfully from a bad situation in Pittsburgh. So, I'll take a race any day.
Javi, congrats, man.
I appreciate it, guys. I really do. And thanks for being there and supporting us. And that goes out to the fans too. I mean, we lucked out. We got to play with that place full. Oracle Park was full for whatever it was, 5-6 years during that whole time. That's what I remember most. That place was jammed and rocking. And I hope it comes back. I mean, these boys, they get it going. They stay hot. The crowd's been better. I think they're going to enjoy this product.
Yeah, the crowd's definitely been better. No doubt about it. Nothing compares to that earlier era, though. Javi, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you coming on.
No problem at all. Anytime, guys.
Thanks, Javi.
All right, there it is. Javi Lopez. Yes, Joe Martinez and John Bowker for a plaque.
Basically,
I'll take the plaque.
It's funny because I'm looking at a website called Call to the Pen from that date, July 31st, 2010, and the analysis of Javi, the 33-year-old, has a career 393 FIP against lefties. They're going through it. He keeps the ball in the ground with a sinker, but his slider doesn't have much bite. So he isn't an absolute put-away lefty specialist. Skip ahead 3 World Series. Turns out he's kind of a put-away lefty
specialist.
Right.
Although Javi Lopez doesn't exist anymore. I mean, he does. He was just on the phone with us.
Right.
But that, like his style and his pitching.
Correct.
You know what I mean? He's got a plaque on the wall for doing something you're not even allowed to do anymore.
Just come in and get one guy out.
Come in and get the lefty out.
Pretty much.
You know what I mean? Like if Javi were pitching today, when Bryce Harper came up, when Juan Soto came up, that's your job. Go get that guy out. You don't have to get, whoever's on deck. You don't have to get Aaron Judge out if you're able to get Juan Soto out. And so different time. And I wonder what Javi, I wonder what he would have done if he had pitched today, because he was not he could get right-handers out, but he was not nearly as effective. And so that's certainly part of it. That man landed in the bigs and on the right team at the right time.
Incredible.
And now he's on the wall.
Right.
So pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the neat thing about the core four is they all kind of had their role. And you mentioned it to Javi Lopez, and he kind of said, well, they're starting to figure out the bullpen roles a little bit. And it's all anchored, though, by the one guy doing his job. Because they do have a good 7th inning, 8th inning approach. And then you get to the 9th and it's Camilo. And, well, maybe it's not. And if that role needs to change, that kind of shakes up everything in front of it.
This is a monster stretch of 11 games against the Rockies and Dodgers, mostly the Rockies. 7 Rockies, 4 Dodgers. That will start coming up this weekend on Friday. And I don't know what the record is that they need in those 11 games. But I'd sort of argue, I feel like it kind of needs to be 7-4. They kind of need to be a 500 team by the time you get to deadline day for the Giants to feel good about whatever it is they're going to try to do. The other thing that Javi said is probably true also. I don't know if there are going to be any huge deals. There aren't massive names that are like for sure available. Maybe the Blue Jays guys, although Bo Bichette is now injured and is really struggling this year. He's an interesting fit with the Giants, but with so many teams still being in it, I don't know how active it's going to be here in a couple of weeks.
Right, and that's where this third wild card kind of makes the trade deadline, I think, more insignificant because there's more teams that fancy themselves as being in it, and you have more teams looking to buy than there are teams looking to sell. So the price for the few guys who might be available seems to be higher.
All right, back to Markkanen. If you are just joining us, the lineup all jacked up this week, and that's brought to you, of course, by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, our friends involved in this week, where we're having a good time, shaking the lineup up for 1 week and 1 week only. You'll get Willard and Dibbs in the morning. Shasky and Bonte are going to be in here in just about 20 minutes, and then Steiny and Goo will handle afternoon drive. That is for the full week, but 1 week only, and then we go back to normal. So if you're new to the show and this is part of your sort of daily process, hang out, get to know something a little bit different, and then life will be back to normal next week. We hope you enjoy it. We hope you find something a little bit new with your day, and we're thrilled to maybe be a part of your day when normally we don't get to be. So that's exciting for us, along with the fact of being home at 10:30. That's cool too. So anyway, but we were playing with about an hour ago the I don't want to call it news, but it's something, and a report from Shams Charania of The Athletic with regard to the Jazz willingness to even get into a Lauri Markkanen trade conversation, B, the fact that the Warriors are reportedly the most interesting and interested team involved in these conversations, and then C, what the reported asking prices are. And that C is what everybody's going to be interested in, but I also think it's the least accurate of the bunch because that's where people are being lied to. Because everyone's going to try to leverage their spot. If you're just joining us, here are the answers to those questions. Number one, he says the Jazz are operating in concurrent lanes, both listening to offers, but also maintaining interest in keeping Markkanen long-term. Second part, you already know, Warriors, the most engaged team. Third part, and here's the buzz. The reported offer from the Warriors is a proposal around Moses Moody, multiple first-round picks, multiple pick swaps, and multiple second-round picks. That's what the Warriors have reportedly offered. What the Jazz reportedly want instead is, yes, all of those picks, and yes, Moses Moody. Oh, by the way, Kaminga and Podziemski as well, which Shams says thus far has been a non-starter for the Warriors. I do think that asking price is too big. I do think what the Warriors are offering is not enough. And it, to me, seems like an obvious meet in the middle spot, which is where the discussion potentially will end, which is, Warriors, are you willing to do Moody and the picks and one of Pods or Kaminga? According to Tim McMahon, it might be Pods. So Warriors, are you willing? And Jazz, is that enough? I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think, if I'm the Jazz, I don't think that that's enough, but it all comes down to how willing you are to give Lauri Markkanen the kind of contract that he's going to command. So if you aren't fully committed to Lauri Markkanen, then you might have to wind up taking what you can get, which is less than what you think you deserve. And if you're Danny Ainge, you're sitting there thinking, well, we'll take 3 players and a couple of picks. That feels about right. And if you're the Warriors, you're trying to make Moody the centerpiece because you don't want to trade Kaminga or Podziemski. And the talk earlier was that, not that Kaminga was off the table, because we heard that, virtually everyone was on the table, not named Steph Curry, but I'm sensing a reluctance, and whether or not they included Kaminga in the Paul George proposals or not.
Don't know.
Don't really know either way how that one was coming down, but I'm imagining that the Warriors won't give up Pods and Kaminga. So which one do you value more? Kaminga probably has more upside, more potential to be an all-star. Some think he'll be an all-star this year. Some think he'll be an MVP over the next couple of years. Other people think that Kaminga might have already hit his ceiling and that he'll never be quite that good. But what do the Warriors think about Jonathan Kaminga? I don't know that. You have a good idea of what they think about Brandon Podziemski. He's a guy who started last year, and you were willing to let Clay walk, thinking that you have something in Pods, and everything you've seen from him so far has been very positive. He fits with what you're trying to do. He's a guy who comes in with confidence, and he can play on both ends of the floor. He led the league in charges taken. I think that they love Pods. I don't know how they feel about Kaminga.
Well, I'm with you. I think Kaminga, and I said this last week, FP and I were talking about it while you were playing all kinds of wonderful golf. Like, I think that Kaminga clearly has the higher ceiling, but I think Podziemski has the higher floor. And what I mean by that, because some might question that, because Kaminga's already been someone who's shown that he could score almost 20 a night in the NBA. But if we're talking about really affecting winning basketball, there's a reason the Warriors elevated Podziemski and then eventually TJD so quickly in their rookie years, which is that they clearly showed that they could pick up the system quickly. Jonathan had a hard time with that early in his career, and I get it. He's a raw player, didn't play college basketball. These other guys did, and that affects the way things start. But how do they finish is going to be the question. And how do you process this comment from Tim McMahon, longtime ESPN reporter, who went on Zach Lowe's podcast and made this comment with regard to the Lowry Markkanen trade talk?
Educated speculation. I think Podziemski would have to be in the deal. Obviously, you're talking about a ton of picks. I don't know how much the Jazz would press on Kaminga. I do think, like, if Podziemski's not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal.
I mean, if you read what Shams is saying, this is negotiating 101 for both teams. Both teams are sticking something in their position that allows them to have room to maneuver forward. In other words, the Jazz are like, we've got to have Kaminga and Podziemski. Full well knowing that when the Warriors go no, the Jazz will go, all right, you can keep Kaminga. Look at us moving toward you.
Sure.
They may not want Kaminga actually in the first place.
Right.
And largely this isn't just a narrative on who's a good player and what they think of him, but there's money involved here too.
Absolutely. I was just going to say.
Kaminga's about to need an extension and Pods is not. So factor that into the thinking.
That's huge.
Right. And the Warriors are sitting there going, we'll do Moody and all of your picks. Full well knowing you're going to have to add another young piece in there. And so, look.
And also full well knowing that you probably aren't going to be able to pay Kaminga and Markkanen and Steph, Draymond, and Wiggins going forward.
Right. I mean,
and that's a next year problem, and you can deal with it. But
correct.
I think that if you're the Warriors, you do have to think about the financial ramifications of trading Podziemski and Moody, two of your lower paid guys, and having to give Kaminga an extension.
It makes me wonder if there isn't more, either more capital involved in the deal or more teams. So in other words, like, could the deal expand to where bad contracts start swapping teams? Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Clarkson. Are there other players that teams want to deal and it ends up clearing their books a little bit, and maybe there's a better, I don't know if that's directly to one another or if a third team gets involved. And maybe there, again, there are other bad contracts that can start to move. John Collins. I mean, there's a lot of players here that probably both of these teams wouldn't mind getting involved in the discussion. So that's curiosity number one. But to simplify the conversation, when I see these two proposals, it's the first thing that comes to my mind, where it's like, okay, the Jazz want you to add Pods and Kaminga, and the Warriors are like, no, you're not getting both.
You're getting Moody and picks.
And what if it just, okay, but Warriors, you got to add something. And so what if that conversation does get to, like, I could argue, I could look at these two proposals and go, well, Pods that's the sticking point. Is he in or out? Would the Jazz do it for Moody and Pods and picks? And will the Warriors do that? I think you get a lot of answers on both sides there.
I think the answer from the Warriors would be no.
Really?
Yes, because a part of it is the finances. So let's just take the presumption that over the next 2 to 3 years, which is all that matters in the Steph Curry window, if the difference between Pods and Kaminga is a very small difference. Some people think that Kaminga is going to be way better. I think Pods is a guy who is trending toward being a really good player. Let's just say that Kaminga is a little bit better than Pods over the next 3 years. He's further along in his career. He can do some things. Pods is better at a few others, whatever. You're going to have to pay Kaminga $35 or $40 million a year.
I got you.
Starting next year, Pods is making this year 3.5, then he balloons to 3.7, and then his final year he makes 5.7. So for me, the financial flexibility that you have by keeping Pods and not Kaminga has a great value to a team trying to stay under that second apron.
Well, and remember, the Warriors are hard capped on that second apron, so there would have to be more money involved in this deal. You know what I mean? Like,
well, you've got an expiring Kavan at 8.
Sure. So that's what I mean.
Right.
Or is Wiggins involved in this somehow?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the pipe dream.
I don't
if
know.
you could make it Wiggins, Moody, and picks, then now you're on to something. I don't think that Utah would do that, even if you added Wiggins to that first proposal. So now it's Moody, multiple firsts, multiple swaps, multiple seconds, and Wiggins.
No, what if the Jazz are shedding something in the process too,
Right.
whether that goes to the Warriors or somewhere else?
But if you could keep Pods and Kaminga, F them picks, and you get Markkanen, then that to me is the win for the Warriors.
Yeah, I like financially.
And I like Moses Moody, but
financially that's difficult. And I again, the Jazz are in at least what they are saying is a powerful position. They're negotiating while not having to make a move. You know, they're at the car dealer, but they drove there. They've got a car, so they could just say no and drive away. And that's a powerful position. And the Warriors need to sort of share that position. And I do think that they do. I think that they are willing to walk away. But factor every opinion you have here into how would that land with Steph.
Yeah.
We're not giving up our future. Oh, okay. Okay.
Unless Steph says it's okay.
You know what I mean? All right, let's do Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Indeed, it is time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, and it's brought to you by the Next Generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Do we want to go to the other room first? All four of us get to weigh in here.
Oh, this is so great.
Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander, and Mark Grandy with a C. What do you guys got to say?
2 first names with a C back here. Thank you so much for letting me get a thought in. Life is about experiences, boys, as we know, and I had a really cool one this weekend. If you call yourself an NBA fan, a basketball fan at all, go to the Summer League. I spent less than 24 hours in Vegas. It's the place to be if you're a basketball person. A little bit different this year with the Olympics and all the best players elsewhere, but it's a who's who. You see all sorts of people in the lobbies of the hotels, on the sidelines of these games. Really fun. Also, real quick, before I hand it off to my partner here, Mark Grandy.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Bronny James. I don't know if you heard, not having the best time on the court, but off the court, he is the best Call of Duty player in Summer League. So there's that. He won a tournament, the Call of Duty tournament.
0 for 12 from 3.
Yes, but number 1
0 for 12.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
All right, well, there you go. He's found his calling.
I've had many people ask me why he didn't just go back to college for a couple of years and then go to the NBA. And I told him he could go to college for 14 years and he still is not an NBA player.
I mean,
video games.
Yeah, I don't want to kill his future, but yeah, he not it.
I don't want to kill his future.
Yeah,
I just want to keep it a buck on his basketball future. He doesn't have one.
Did you win any money, Lucas?
I got it back on Spain. I got it back on Spain.
Branking Kokemsemski. Go ahead, Mark.
My final thought, the U.S. men's national team aside, it's embarrassing being a soccer fan in the United States. I don't know if you guys watched what happened in Miami last night.
Absolutely
First of all,
absurd.
fans breaking down gates and getting into into the stadium to watch the Copa America final, which was a great game, but it got delayed by an hour and a half. And then the broadcast, once it got underway, was a disaster. They lost the feed. Then the audio was like 5 seconds ahead of the video. It was terrible. And now we're supposed to believe that this country is ready to host a World Cup in 2 years. It's going to be terrible.
Yeah, I was saying on the show last night, tough weekend in this country for security.
No doubt.
Leave it at that.
Yep.
Leave it at that.
I heard you. That was actually it's a hot take.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
That's well put, Randy.
And I only want like 20 seconds because I already did this take, which is I'm sorry. I reserve the right at least once a week to be mad at Triples Alley. And it's not even a Giants take because it can be like I'm mad for the other team too. If you're a left-handed hitter and you hit a ball 430 feet into the alley, you get a home run. Them's the rules. Triples Alley is, I'm sorry, it's too big.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
yeah.
Get a wrecking ball. Tear down that wall, Gorby, because that's what you're advocating.
What do you want to say?
This is one of my favorite weeks of the year, and it's made even better by the fact that we are doing the Wake and Take show because we're going to be on the air in the morning while the Open Championship will begin at Royal Troon, a course that I played in 40-mile-an-hour wind. Longest par 5 in Open Championship history, 623 yards, and also the dinky little postage stamp par 3 hole. It might play 99 yards. The Open Championship is this week, and I'm here for it.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Only at the Crack.
Okay, then we will. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. As the jacked up week brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar continues, Bonte and Joe are coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming?
No, this isn't Steiny Guru. Give me my open. Give me my open.
What was that?
Thank you, Bonte.
Let's go. Crank that.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, baby! Hell yeah! Boy, your boy got some sleep today, Shasky. Shasky and Bonte and Shasky. The morning roast from 10 to 2. We're taking over for Steiny Goo. They'll be on from 2 to 6. So if you are in your car right now, and you're on 95.7 The Game, but if you're on YouTube, you're like, what the hell is going on? Why is Bonte and Shasky out from 10 to 2? Well, because this week, it's all jacked up. 95.7 The Game is jacked up this week with Willard and Dibs from 6 to 10. Morning roast from 10 to 2. Steiny Goo from 2 to 6. Presented by your great friends at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And it's only for 1 week only. 1 week only. I wouldn't mind if it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month.
All optimism, baby.
Hey, all optimism except when it comes to the Giants. Except when it comes to Danny Ainge making trades with the Utah Jazz. Except when it comes to soccer. My team's losing yesterday. Damn you, England, and damn you, Columbia. All that stuff. But Shasky, we're in a new slot right now. Boy, we're all fresh. We got breakfast, coffee. Feel good right now. What is that?
I'm ready to go, dog.
What did I do wrong?
What is that breath?
I'm not used to being on at 10:04.
This is great. This is the old crossover days. Remember that? That would go to like
didn't love them.
10:26.
I'm out.
Didn't love it.
Yeah, I didn't love them either.
Didn't love
them either. But hey, we're here. We're here. We're fired up right now. Hopefully YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter's fired up. We're going to take this thing to 2 o'clock. And look, it was weird just to sleep in. And it came in and woke me up. It was like 4:45. Babe, you got to get up. I said, I'm 10 to 2. I'm 10 to 2. Let me sleep. And your boy got up at 6:45 and hit that shower.
Jealous.
Woo-wee.
I got up and moved 3 cars. It was street sweeping day.
Oh, that's the worst.
You know exactly. And then I go, babe, where's your keys? Babe, where's your keys? Babe, where's your keys? Where's your keys? Where's your keys? I couldn't find her keys. And then, of course, it was like, you woke everyone up. Now go get a bottle for the baby and change his diaper.
I don't know, Joe.
I see. So
I had 3 cars double parked simultaneously.
See, I don't miss that about the city.
As the neighbor was trying to steal my spot.
I don't miss that about the city. I remember when I was living on 32nd of June, I would park on the sidewalk and get tickets left and right. I was like, you can't do this, dog. So I'm loving being in the suburbs, kind of having my parking spaces or whatnot, but I don't miss that. How come you didn't do it last night? Yeah, time. You didn't have to go to bed at 9 o'clock.
Because all of the spots were taken up. So what ends up happening is there's a mad dash on the first and third Sunday, or Monday, if you will. I know there's a mad dash to take parking spots on one side of the street. And so I parked 2 cars on that side of the street yesterday, but to maneuver it to get ready for the babysitter so that the babysitter doesn't get a ticket that I have to pay for later on down the line, I had to move cars around. And then I got to the gym this morning, and it was a total different crowd. So usually when I get to the gym in the morning, no one's there. I got there this morning, packed house.
Oh yeah, that's
couldn't
not
get
fun.
anything.
Yeah, that's
and
not fun.
I felt like an outsider, and it was all the real Jack guys, like the legitimately, chiseled dudes,
veins popping out their necks.
And like I was feeling good about myself over the last few weeks, and then I went in there and I was like, damn, these young guys, they hit a little different in these weight rooms.
No body fat. They're out there just pumping iron.
I thought it was the receiver doc.
And then they're looking at you, like, wait a minute, what are you lifting 20-pound dumbbells? Wait, let me get these 50s real quick. Let me warm up with this 65s.
Your boy was like, you know what? I'll just do rubber band work today. You guys do the free weights. I'll go over there in the corner and I'll do some rubber band work.
You know what I should do when I should go to 24-hour fitness on Ocean? I walk in there and I see the Super Jack guys in there. Like, yeah, my side's a little tight today, man. I'm going to go over here and just hit the treadmill. I'm not going to embarrass myself.
Look, one thing I absolutely have to start with is, man, Giants baseball. First half.
Oh my God.
So I'm sitting on the field yesterday. We were out in Fremont, and I had a baseball weekend, if you will. My little city team, the 12U's. We went down to Twin Creeks. We had some great games down in Twin Creeks, and then we played down in Fremont. And you know the pool plays on Saturday, and then Sunday's kind of single elimination. And so we're playing Richie Rich from Livermore's team.
Shout out Richie Rich.
Great guy.
We're not talking about Richie Rich, the rapper, right?
No,
not Richie Rich.
No, he's a caller. He listens to the station a lot.
No, I know who Richie Rich is.
I believe he's
Garbage truck driver. That's what he kept saying. Anyway, long story short, his son is excellent. His team is very good. Fun team. And we played them neck and neck 2 days, and they got the best of us. But we're sitting there and we're talking about the Giants. And he says to me, he goes, it sucks. I love baseball, clearly. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, you're out here, in the middle of 100-degree heat, and we're coaching baseball. And his kid obviously loves baseball. His older son loves baseball. Right. They just went to Cooperstown. He's giving me all these stories. He goes, it's hard for me to get my own son to like the Giants when the Dodgers have this guy, and the Astros have that guy, and the Phillies have that guy, and the Yankees have that guy. And clearly they are a baseball family. Baseball family. And look, the Giants' first half, we can talk about it, and I've got grades and things like that, and I've got some players that I've identified, but and I'm listening, it's not an abject failure, it's not a disaster, they're just very mediocre.
Blah.
And it feels like in today's society, and look, there's a lot of things going on in society. We obviously want a more safe community.
Yeah. Let's just,
I don't want to get political in any way, but we all want the same thing, safe society.
Safe society. I'm not even going to go down this road, but I read about something. A 3-year-old baby went missing, and his dad in Fremont, California. I read about that I was watching NBC News Bay Area, and I was just like, there's all kind of stuff going on.
We spend too much time, and real quick on this, I think as a community, country, we spend too much time arguing on the fringes when the majority of us just want safe communities for our kids, good schools, we don't want to get taxed through the roof. We all agree on a lot of the same things. So anyway, that being said.
By the way, I'm so jealous of Steiny and Guru having this slot. It feels great right now. It feels like we're flying. It's only been 7 minutes.
Oh, they're jealous too. Don't worry if you guys having this shift. I'm already hearing about it in the other group thread.
Why? Oh, they're not happy? 2-6?
Well, they're fired up, of course, because we're jacked up all week long. So we're excited here at 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Jack's.
Jack's
Restaurant. But they're just a little jelly, of course. They'll get used to it, though. It's
dude, I miss this slot. I used to do this slot all the time.
So I'm watching the Giants, I'm watching the Giants, and I'm driving in this morning, and boy, it was a change of pace not listening to, what's the guy, Brady Quinn talk first thing in the morning, or me listening to podcasts. I turn on Willard and Dibbs, and they're talking about just the team, and I would agree. It's not some abject failure, but the worst place to be in sports when time is the ultimate currency. My time. I could watch the receiver doc. I could watch the CONCACAF. I could watch.
Oh, don't you go there with soccer. Don't go there with soccer.
Hear me out. I could watch the New York Giants, Hard Knocks, which I think is the best Hard Knocks in the last 10 years. We could watch House of Dragons. My time is my new currency. I am coaching. I've got my wife. I've got dinners. I've got family stuff. If you can't grab my attention, you're not worth my time. And so I'm looking at the Giants right now, and I'm saying, they've got to realize, and they could tell me, Joe, attendance is up. Sure. I don't think this organization currently understands that currency of the modern consumer is time. And you don't have enough players I want to invest time into.
So it sounds like a conversation we've had about 15 times 15 times 3 the last 3 years. Basically, what you're telling me is that they're boring. A kid can't grab on to a player. You have nobody to grab on to. Is Patrick Bailey that guy? Is Elliot Ramos that guy? We shall see.
I think Ramos is a great step forward.
He's a great story. Great story. Bailey, I like the way Bailey plays. Chapman plays hard. But it's the same exact conversation that we've had the last 3 years with the San Francisco Giants. So they're 47-50. The definition of mediocre. So I threw out on Twitter yesterday, hey, Giants fans, I want to have a constructive conversation, without being name called, but that doesn't happen on Twitter. Well, somebody's always got to call you something. They got to try to hem you up and get you canceled or whatnot. But the Giants are just a mediocre team, so I asked for a grade. And we could go down to players or whatnot. And I just said, it's a C- first half. And I'm probably being kind. There's a lot of hardcore Giants fans that say, no, D-, D+.
D-?
There's a lot of people who will say that. But I'm trying to be objective about them and saying to myself, boy, they come out of the gate. And this is why Farhan said what he said. Maybe, just maybe, it was a motivational ploy to get the Giants to try to play hard. They did win 2 or 3 against the Twins. Now, we don't like how Doval blew the save, and we'll get to him. We don't like how certain things with Blake Snell, 12 innings pitched, 2 hits he's given up.
I'm telling you. He looked amazing.
You guys want to buy stock in the Blake Snell? I still got stock for sale. There's room on the bandwagon. But it's the same conversation we've had for many, many years. And so for that star, you want to talk about time being currency or whatnot, and to get that star, it's going to have to be a homegrown talent.
No doubt.
They're going to have to go the direction of the Warriors when the Warriors were struggling for so long, and all of a sudden Stephen Curry, who right now is playing in Abu Dhabi, became that homegrown star. Yeah. Draymond became a homegrown star. Klay Thompson became a homegrown star. For the Giants to get that superstar, it's obvious they can't go out there in free agency and compete with the big boys and sign these guys to big money contracts. So you got to develop. And that's where the time is going away. That's where the time is ticking for Farhan Zaidi. Who are you developing? Who's going to be that star next? Eldridge, I get it. He may be a year and a half away, but you got to develop a star if you want a superstar in this market to get the kids, as you say, with Richie Rich and company, to say, yeah, we're going to go to the game to watch that guy. Because that ain't going to happen in free agency.
You're 100% correct. And here is a text from Sam Lubman. The Giants are 207 and 214 since the start of 2022. Wow. That is a picture of mediocrity.
Oh,
wow.
It sounds like the Atlanta Hawks of the 90s.
It does.
It sounds like
and so you're part about the homegrown talent. So, like, we can get into Ramos. Like, Ramos, in only 60 games, has 70 hits, a 298 batting average, leads the team in home runs and in RBIs. He's at an 888 OPS. He's been awesome. But Bonte, I look up. Now, part of this is qualified at-bats. Some of these guys don't have enough qualified at-bats. Whole nother organizational conversation. Let me give you the team leaders. Matt Chapman, qualified at-bats, 235. Ramos, 14 homers. Ramos, 46 RBIs. Chapman, 9 stolen bases. Chapman, 63 RBIs. Chapman, 319 OBP. Chapman, 84 hits. Chapman, 24 doubles. Yaz, 5 triples.
So where do they rank
41.
Hold on, slow down for a second. Chapman, where does he rank with all these numbers?
This is the team leader.
This is the team leader. Okay,
team leader.
Gotcha.
Bonte, this is a guy they signed on a 1-year deal.
Gotcha.
This is a guy they signed on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
He showed up and leads them in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different statistical categories.
Well, let's just look at the team. 24th in the major league, in the majors in home runs. 15th in the majors in runs. 18th in the majors in hits. 14th in the majors in RBI. 14th in the majors in average, which I'm actually surprised at. But 12th in OBP. 17th in slugging. 15th in on-base percentage. And then when you look at the pitching, which to me has been the biggest disappointment of the season so far. 23rd in the team ERA, 4.41. 27th in saves. They don't have a lot of save opportunities, right? 26th in whip, walks, hits, innings per pitch, 135, 1.35. And then 28th in opposing batting average. Opponents are batting 260 against the Giants pitching. So if there's anything
30 points higher than the guy who's leading the team in qualified at bats, batting average.
This lineup, they're as good as I thought they would be. You know what I'm saying? Considering the names in this lineup, there's no real sluggers. Solaire's been a disappointment for the most part in the first half. Thank God for Ramos and thank God for injuries. By the way, anybody who was stunting on Austin Slater a couple weeks ago saying, "Oh, aren't you guys happy that Austin Slater's in the lineup?" No. He's gone to Cincinnati. But the pitching
has been horrible.
The pitching has been the biggest disappointment, and that's part of Blake Snell. That's part of Camilo Doval. That's part of this bullpen, and I don't know how you overcome that in the second half of the season.
Well, if you're going by the eyeball test, and I know there's got a couple of blown saves, and we can look at WHIP and ERA and all those things. To me, this is just my eye. Camilo's been off all year. And for me, it's command with his cutter, fastball. He doesn't trust the slider. This is a guy who's going out there and on pitch to pitch, I'm not sure he knows what he hangs his hat on currently. Yeah, you throw really hard, okay? But can you throw accurately? Yeah. You know, one of my favorite quotes of all time, Bill Lasky, who obviously works the other station, but I've done some coaching with him at times. You know what he says?
I love Bill Lasky.
He goes, I don't care if you throw 110. If it's ball one, it's ball one.
It's ball one.
And it's such a great, simplistic quote. Yep. Like, so many guys throw super hard now. Yep. Can you control it? And I'm looking at someone like Camilo Doval, and I don't understand right now. I don't understand what is his bread and butter as a pitcher. Like Blake Snell, for example, when he's rolling, he is painting corners, and he can throw 4 different pitches, and he can put you away with any of them. He could start with 4 different pitches, and on a 2-0 count, he could throw any of them for a gots-to-have-it strike.
You love his Snell, huh? You buy the stock? You love his Snell, right?
Bonte, that was by far his best start of the year.
No doubt.
It was incredible.
But since he's come back,
he was incredible.
12 innings pitched. He's only given up 2 hits, and he's only walked 3 batters.
I'm an equal opportunist.
Don't sell Snell.
When you pitch well, I'm going to give you credit. You know what I mean? Doval, I think there's been 3 or 4 outings of the 21 save opportunities I would deem excellent Doval innings.
Look, let me ask you something.
I think there's a problem.
There is a problem. There's no doubt there's a problem with this team. However, hey, go figure. Maybe sleep did me some good because I'm super optimistic about the Giants. Because I look at their schedule coming out of the break, and I say, ooh, 3 in Coors Field against Colorado. 4 at Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers are reeling right now. They are reeling. Now's a great time to catch them.
They have no pitching.
No pitching whatsoever. So you know what? That's 7 games right out of the block where I'm saying, can I go 4-3? Can I go 5-2?
Yamamoto, their high-priced free agent. You and I were talking about him, $300 million. I said, he's even throwing a bullet in the major leagues.
We both were out on that.
60-day DL?
We both were out on that. 60-day DL, IL. So you got 7 right out of the block. And then you come back home, and you got Colorado for 4, and you got the A's for 2. Now I'm saying to myself, boy, that July 31st deadline, what did the Giants come out the gates here? And they start rolling. And Farhan's talking about, well, you know what? The players dictate what direction we go in. And they start winning some games here. And did you get Robbie Ray back with Logan Webb, with Blake Snell? All of a sudden you're saying to yourself, in the National League, anything can happen with this schedule down the stretch. This schedule made full Farhan into not trading anybody or full Farhan into buying somebody. I don't know. But when you look at that schedule coming out of the All-Star break, Shasky, how can you not be a little optimistic saying, you know what? Those first 11 games, 7 against Colorado, 4 against the Dodgers. Who's to say they can't go 8-3 and flip the script?
You can, but I just...
I'm optimistic, I'll say.
They've had about one 10-game stretch that made me feel like, wow, something really special is cooking. Everything else has been up, down, up, down, up, down. And every time I'm ready to wrap both arms around them, you know, they lose 2 out of 3 to a team that they shouldn't lose 2 out of 3 to.
What will make you wrap your arms around them?
I want to see them go around the rotation. Again, they don't even have a rotation, but
they don't.
2 times where it's like, all right, we got 4 quality starts.
Right.
4 from our starters. So, number 1, like Birdsong and Harrison. I thought Harrison had one of his best starts of the year. His last start, that was very encouraging. He looked like he was in complete command. I thought it was a young man who clearly benefited from time off.
We'll give Bob Melvin credit for pulling him when he pulled him.
He
was wilting. He was wilting in those final 2 innings. Bo Mel pulled him at the perfect time.
Perfect time. I actually think Bo Mel's been good this year. Not great, but good. And we could quibble with a lot of little stuff, but like I think he's been good this year. He's been dealt a pretty difficult hand.
I mean, yeah. How many times he's got to go to Sean Jelly? How many times he's got to go to Luke Jackson, Miller, Ryan Walker, Rogers? He doesn't have it. He's wearing these guys out.
Right. And so I mean, like Birdsong is so young. He's thrown a lot of innings already this year. I don't know what they can rely on him moving forward. But like Logan Webb leads them in every category in terms of pitching. Every category, especially from the starting spots. And then you look at like Blake Snell, okay, encouraging 2 starts in a row. Last one was dynamic. Even if he's in between what we saw in between those 2 starts, you're talking about a guy. Look around the National League. There's not a lot of pitching right now.
No.
Every team in baseball needs pitching. So one of 2 things. You stay in the race and you stick with Snell. You fall out of the race, you trade Snell. Those are the 2 options for me.
There's no doubt those are 2 options. And whoever trades for Snell may get one hell of a pitcher. We cited the numbers in July, August, and September, lifetime-wise. He gets better as the season goes along. He's a second-half pitcher. Right now, he is in a groove that if you do trade him, I best get something back. Good.
Well, you should.
I should get somebody who's knocking on the doorstep in the major leagues. I'm not just trading Blake Snell for a single-A prospect and then saying, this single-A prospect may not ever come up. Let's just keep it moving. No. If I trade Blake Snell, I better get something good in return.
There's an arms race going on in the AL East. It's just look at it. It's Yankees and Orioles.
Yep.
Yankees have been leaking oil for about a month now. They don't look good. They need a third baseman and they need a starting pitcher. The Orioles need a starting pitcher and they probably need bullpen help. If I'm the Giants and if I can't stay in it, I'm telling you right now, I'm saying here's Doval, here's Chapman, here's Snell. If I'm not in it.
Not in it. And you know what? But you know what? What's funny about this team? And I get it. Every time we're down and out on them, they start winning some games.
True.
They start winning some games. Like, we went into that Blue Jays series last week thinking, boy, 8-5 during that 13-game stretch. Wow, you should have won 2 or 3 against the Guardians, but you played hard. You went down to the final out. You beat the Braves 2 or 3. All of a sudden, you beat the Dodgers 2 or 3. Oh, man, maybe you're cooking with hot grease here. Every time we get high about them, they fall flat, like the Blue Jays lose 2 or 3. Jordan Hicks can't get out the 4th inning or whatnot. But then you beat the Twins 2 out of 3, and you're thinking to yourself, well, you playing the Twins tough, and then you come out of the break here. What if you do come out of the break hot? Anything can happen in this league, man. Of
course anything can happen.
So that's why I'm saying, boy, if I got Snell pitching like this, and I have Logan Webb, and Robbie Ray striking out 9 in the minors, and we know who Robbie Ray is, and he comes back and he's electric,
All of a sudden, I got 3 top-of-the-line starters in my rotation, and I'm saying to myself, well, you know what? Maybe I should try to sneak into this block. Because if you're Farhan Zaidi, I believe if you're Farhan Zaidi, Shasky, you cannot afford to not make the playoffs. I think you're gone if you don't make the playoffs.
I don't know about all that. All I know is this, is like, it's hard to take a team serious where I don't even know who's going to start at shortstop every day. It's just hard. It's the most important defensive position in baseball outside of catcher.
Give Wisely some credit, though. He's playing well, man.
Wisely's
playing well.
They played Fitzgerald there. They played Wisely there. And, like, again, Wisely's got 50 games under his belt this year. 50 games. Like, that's half of the games that they've played. So they've got to figure out a long-term solution at shortstop. I'm just saying it's difficult for me to take a team serious that boots the ball around a lot, okay? Doesn't have great starting pitching and doesn't know who their shortstop is for most days. That's a tough sell. And I don't think that's me being a hater or anything. I think it's just me being realistic.
We're looking at the first half of the season, though. And this thing can flip. It can flip. It can. But we'll see if it does. 888-957-9570. What's your grade for the Giants in that first half of the season? They're 47-50. Their pitching is god-awful. The hitting is in the middle of the lineup. Middle of the pack in Major League Baseball. 24th in home runs. They don't hit for power. I didn't even talk to you about stolen bases. They got no speed whatsoever.
Do you know who leads the team in stolen bases?
Who? Jung-Hoo Lee? No, I'm kidding.
Jung-Hoo Lee was 2 of 3 on his stolen bases this year.
Or Matt Chapman. 2 of 5.
Matt Chapman on pace for 17 stolen bases. He has 9.
Oh my God.
Well, Chapman's been a good set. See, this is a great example of the Farhan experience. Chapman individually has been a really good signing. He has, but he's on a 1-year deal. You surrendered either a 2nd or a 3rd round pick to sign him because the draft was over the weekend. Right. And if he bounces, he leads them in 9 categories offensively.
It's terrible.
Okay, so if he leaves, that's a good 1-year signing, but then what? That's the hard part for a Giants fan. It's like, all right, I'm rooting for Chapman. I really like Chapman. I want him to be here. But what are we building to?
So I heard Mark and Dibley talking earlier today, and Mark was talking about the Patrick Bailey triple, about the ballpark. I think this organization, to Mark's point, he was talking about, Bailey should have had a home run Saturday night. He gets a triple. He hit it loud, and he was upset about it. And I'm thinking to myself, the Giants have done an awful job over the last, ever since Bodge, really, of not building around the ballpark when it comes to your lineup. We were talking about the Cardinals a few weeks ago with Matt Nahigan and how they built that lineup with nothing but speed. Vince Coleman on turf at Busch Stadium, knowing that we need speed. The Giants have done a terrible job of building a lineup around this ballpark. Mm-hmm. You look at Triples Alley, look at the big gaps. Why don't we have speedsters at the top of the lineup? The Giants should be building a team that is in the top 5 in stolen bases. Give me some guys who can run, who can turn singles into doubles into triples. Maybe get a couple of inside the park home runs. The fact that they just trot out these sluggers or these mediocre average, or not even mediocre, but average type players where, okay, he's going to bat 240 and hit you 18 home runs. No, you're constructing a lineup wrong. You need to get speed, get a couple power hitters, and then go from there. The lack of speed and athleticism offensively is probably the biggest thing I'm disappointed with when it comes to the Farhan era.
You know what I'm tired of hearing is about the ballpark's dimensions? Because when you look at the splits for this team on the road, it's not like they're world beaters on the road offensively. Yeah. And then lastly, okay, you guys want to beat up the dimensions of the ballpark and the quirks of Triples Alley. Does anyone complain about Fenway? Fenway has the weirdest. Look at it on a map. Look at right field and the way that the wall goes, and then look at left field, and you tell me, and center field, and you tell me if anyone complains about Fenway.
You see the new Camden Yards configuration?
Yeah, it's goofy.
It's goofy, but nobody's complaining. They're hitting bobs left or right.
How about Houston?
Yeah, nobody's complaining.
Is Houston complaining?
Nobody's complaining.
When Yordan Alvarez goes off the wall in left center field, I'm kind of tired of hearing that as a blanket excuse. Let's talk about the actual team that they've constructed and the personnel. And to your point, if I would have had Alec Thomas and let's say Corbin Carroll last year in the outfield, their game translates better with the speed and the gap hitting than a Yaz. I'm sorry, it just does. Yaz is your team leader with 5 triples.
I know. It's pretty wild. Hey, congrats to Yaz yesterday. The Little League home run yesterday to win that game against the Twins after Doval blows it in the 9th inning. A fitting end to his first half of the season.
It's ironic because most Little League ballparks don't even have dugouts that you can throw into like that. That was that was bad. I mean, the center fielder completely misplayed that ball. It wasn't the right fielder.
Margot, former San Diego Padre.
And Buxton almost killed himself 3 times this weekend on the fence.
All right, man, we're off from 10-2. This feels crazy. Crazy right now. We got to calm down a little bit. We're off Coca-Cola. We're off coffee. We're high on life right now because we didn't have to wake up so early in the morning. That's right. We're jacked up all week long. Willard and Dibs from 6 to 10. Morning roast from 10 to 2. Steiny and Goo from 2 to 6. Presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Shout out to our great friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If we're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Wow, that's even a new read. We don't even get that in the morning. Wow, water for Steiny Goo. Anyway, what's your grade for the Giants in the first half of the season? 47-50 in the first half of the season. Are you optimistic? What's your grade? What's your grade? And then we could get into what Shams Charania is reporting that the Utah Jazz want what for Lauri Markkanen? They want what for Lauri Markkanen? Are you out of your mind, Utah, Danny Ainge? We'll get to that as well here. What do we call it? Steiny and Goo? Do we call it the roast? I don't know what we do. Let's tie with Butch and Bonte? I don't know.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water?
So the first hit of the game, and this crowd of over 34,000 acknowledging Blake Snell.
Yeah, I just think the more you pitch, the more you understand yourself. And you get better and better. 2 good outings with good results, but I like how much I've been feeling better, syncing up and repeating the delivery. And then even where I'm at mentally, the way I'm talking, thinking, it's getting better as well throughout.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, man, whenever I can fill in for Steiny and Goo, that's a good thing. Those are big shoes to fill. But I'm glad we're able to have the opportunity to fill those shoes with Steiny and Guru. I was rooting against Bonte. Nah, I'm not as funny and quirky as Guru. Maybe I'm just Steiny.
Well, Steiny takes none of the opinions.
You're more like me than you think you are.
Yeah. Steiny takes none of the opinions. You take all of the opinions.
No, I think we both do. Just got to know which opinions to take. Got to know how to position yourself.
It bothers me.
It's funny. I was talking to Kenny Wardell out there, one of our sales guys, and he heard us talking about Will Smith, right?
A good baseball guy.
A good baseball guy. And he goes, Will Smith is sick. I was like, I got roasted a couple weeks ago on the X for saying that Will Smith reminds me of Buster Posey. He goes, he does. He's sick, and he may have better numbers. I said, well, Twitter called me all kind of every name in the book. I was like, damn. So anyway, I don't know why I went to Will Smith there, but Kenny Wardell, big baseball guy, was talking to us about the Giants, and he went to 2 games over the weekend, including the Blake Snell start. And it's good. Maybe it's too little too late. Maybe it is. But you see who Blake Snell is.
Oh, I
think Giants fans in the first half of the season was like, oh, he's overrated or whatnot. No, this guy's legit. This guy is a baller.
Well, let's also recognize 2 good starts. One of those 2 is great. It was a great start.
Right.
Doesn't make you a great pitcher for this year.
No. This year's been a massive disappointment for Blake Snell. There's no.
But it was a great step forward.
It's a great step forward. But this guy, again, we've been discussing this, and I say, Giants fans, you need to be patient with this guy, considering what has happened with him. You look at his ERA lifetime in July, August, and September. And I think this is important, Giants fans. Lifetime in July, 2.49 ERA, all right? 1.31 whip, all right? Lifetime in August, 2.60 ERA, 1.105 whip, all right? Lifetime in September/October, 2.25 ERA, 1.03 whip. This guy gets better and better when it's money time. And so when it's money time right now for the Giants, as you look at what they're doing right now, I know more than Jordan Poole, man. Wow. Blast from the past. Blake Snell is a good pitcher, but the thing is, what Farhan said last week is, the players are going to dictate the direction I go. If they don't get their act right, I'm basically going to sell everybody off. Well, the Giants right now, 3 back of the wild card. And I'm just sure some cynic out there is like, well, they got to kind of pull 4 different teams. If you just handle your business and win games, you will get into that wild card spot, right? The Mets are up there 49 and 46. You got the Diamondbacks, you got the Padres, you got the Pirates. It is what it is. Some Giant fan out there said, hey, we're only 3 back of the wild card. Well, if you get on a run here, and I got Logan Webb and Blake Snell as my top 2 guys, then I get Robbie Ray in here. Maybe I'm setting the bar too high for Robbie Ray, but I'm feeling good about Robbie Ray. Now all of a sudden I'm saying to myself, I got 3 top-of-the-line starters who can give me at least 6 innings a start.
Yeah, so you're really hyper-focused on making a playoff run.
You know what? Listen, I'm hyper-focused because I think if I'm looking at it from Farhan's standpoint, there's no way he survives if they don't make the playoffs, right? There's no way Greg Johnson and this organization can bring back Farhan Zaidi back if they miss the playoffs, Shasky.
They gave him an extension. I don't know. I don't know. I
don't even know what the extension is.
I don't either.
Do you know the details?
I don't.
2 more years after this year.
So I'm so emotionally detached from like quote unquote playoff run. Not that I don't want a playoff run. Like I'm here for that. I definitely. I'm more about big picture, and maybe I'm zooming too far out, B. But I'm looking at like, you want to know what the biggest best development of the first half was?
Ramos.
Had nothing to do with their record at all. Hell yeah, it was Elliot Ramos. Right. Elliot Ramos has been one of the best Giants rookies.
Yeah.
Since Buster Posey, number 1. And number 2, he came out of nowhere, right? And I don't really care about whether it was in Farhan's master plan or not. When Brock Purdy became the guy, this is the way I view it. You get credit when you pivot, and then now we're empowering. Pivot and empower, right? So to me, sometimes sports, things happen. You think this guy's going to be good. He's not. Then that guy ends up being good. do you foolishly go back to the weaker player because of maybe, draft selection or nepotism or whatever the reasoning being, or do you pivot? I think they deserve credit for pivoting to Ramos.
They do. They do. Here's my thing. This is why I'm hyper-focused on the playoffs, Shasky. Because for the last 3 years, where Lubman says, hey, their record is 207 and 214 since the start of 2022. Every time we've done this show, talking about the Giants, whether it's 2022, 2023, or right now, we've been talking long-term forever.
I know.
Kyle Harrison, wait till he comes up. Marco Luciano, wait till he comes up. Luis Matos Ramos, wait till they come up. Patrick Bailey, 100%, wait till they come up. Well, I'm tired of waiting.
Yeah, but I'm tired of Ramos.
Finally, and
Bailey.
Think what it took. And I don't care how the process works because Dave Lee got hurt to open the door for Draymond Green. We see this in football all the time. Guys get hurt, you take advantage of your opportunity, and you go on and move on, and you don't look back. So Ramos he's become an all-star, and he hasn't looked back at all.
I think he's the best player.
Best player by far.
Of the everyday players.
Patrick Bailey's got an argument too.
Although you could say Chapman.
You could say Patrick Bailey. I like Patrick Bailey, what he's done here.
I do too.
But I'm tired of looking long-term, saying, what's the long-term picture? I don't have time to wait anymore on Farhan Zaidi. And when you come out there and when you say what you said last week, talking about we're going to have to sell if we don't start playing better. And then pivot off of what you told Susan Slusser a couple months ago saying, stakes are high. We got to get to the playoffs. And then when we get Flim on, hey, Flim, does the expectation change now that we're playing the young guys? Nope. We got to go to the playoffs. I need playoffs, Shasky. I'm tired of watching this team flame out after 162. I'll worry about the offseason when the offseason comes around. For this team right now, I need them to get healthy, and I need them to make a damn run at this thing.
But
I'm sorry.
But I'm looking at this team, and I'm like, Chapman, Soler, Wilmer Flores, Lamont Wade Jr., Conforto. All of these guys are like short-timers with the Giants. I'm looking big picture.
It's been like that for the last 3 years, Shasky.
I don't want to sound like the regular season is irrelevant. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, as a Giants fan, we've been waiting so long for a run, right? When I mean a run, I mean like a young core that we can build and move forward with. And right now, I'm just saying, I think even though it's only been 60 games, okay, I think Ramos is a part of that. Check. That's one of 8 guys, everyday players.
Patrick Bailey?
I think Patrick Bailey is a part of that.
Okay, cool.
Check. That's 2 of 8 players. That's a quarter of my everyday team that I know next year is a part of something and can have a 4-year window, let's just say, a 3-4 year window. Let's just go from there, right? Like Chapman, I want Chapman to be here for the next 3 or 4 years. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to stick around. Well, I think he's one of their best players.
Is that the worst thing in the world, though? Some of these guys opt out and free up some of this money? Because Soler signed for 3 years, correct?
Yeah, I don't think there's any opt-out.
No, it's not a great deal at all. Not a great deal at all right now.
But for every Soler, and believe me, that's not a great signing. Chapman is a good signing.
He is a good signing.
Chapman's been a really good player.
Chapman's been fine.
And then so what I'm saying is, like, I'm taking the long approach. Jung-Hoo Lee to the side, because I don't know what the heck to make. He played 37 games. I don't know what to make of Jung-Hoo Lee.
And it wasn't pretty.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm here to tell you it wasn't pretty.
But I'm looking at him like, Ramos, player. Okay. Outfielder, homegrown. It came in a weird way. He's here. He's been awesome. Bailey, behind the plate. The most important thing when you're building a team, you got to have a catcher. Show me a great dynasty in baseball, and I'm not saying that the Giants are a dynasty, but they all had a great catcher. Veritek, Posada, Yogi Berra, Johnny Bench, Buster Posey, Yadier Molina. Like, just go through the history of the game. You got to have a great catcher. It's no doubt about it. Well, they got catcher and they got an outfielder. Now, we're a long way away, but I can see the makings of a team.
You're talking about long term here. I got a question for Giants fans then. 888-957-9570. If you're concerned about the long term, give us a call right now. Or do you want to see this team go all in on a playoff run right now? See, because I'm tired of waiting, Shasky. Tomorrow's not promised. What Shanahan say a couple years ago? I mean, might not be alive on a Sunday. You know what I'm saying?
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong at all. So, you know what I'm saying? So,
possibly.
It's possible, right? But all I'm saying is, I can't wait for 2025. I can't wait for 2026. I need to now. And right now, this league is vulnerable. The Braves, they're selling themselves right now.
Nobody has pitching.
They've lost pitching.
Yeah.
They lost Ronald Acuna Jr. The Cardinals, they're okay. They're okay.
Nobody believes in them.
Exactly. The Mets, do you really believe in the Mets?
They've been pretty hot.
They've been hot. But do you believe in them?
No.
The Arizona Diamondbacks. You have to give them credit because they went on a run last year and they made the World Series. And their guys are starting to get hot and get rolling.
Well, and they had 6 or 7 key injuries.
Right.
To the pitching staff in particular.
San Diego, 50 and 49. they're inconsistent too.
I know.
And we know the Padres flame out. So this league, right now in the National League, when I'm looking at the Giants, and I'm saying to myself, okay, I got Blake Snell pitching now. Blake Snell's looking like the Blake Snell I signed. $30 million, whatever it is. It's been a total bust, but you know what? The guy can redeem himself with a great second half of the season. And so far, he's on the right track, having 2 monster starts this past week. I think these are important for Blake Snell. Now he goes into break. Catches his breath, throws on the side. He's going to be ready to roll in Colorado. I got Logan Webb coming off that disastrous start against the Toronto Blue Jays. You already know Logan Webb's going to bounce back. He's gassed. He needs a break.
He's carried this entire pitching staff all year.
So what I'm saying is, Shasky, I don't care if he did sign an extension. How many coaches and GMs we see sign extensions? And they Monty Williams, I know it's a different sport.
Yeah.
Monty Williams got fired after, what was that,
1 year.
1 year. It's getting paid $65 million. Crazy, right? So Farhan can go. If I'm Farhan Zaidi, I can't wait for 2025.
But if I'm running the team, like let's say I'm the ownership, I'm saying like look, I know it's been ugly, all right, in terms of like marketing the team and whatnot. You got Ramos. I can't believe I'm here, by the way. I can't believe I'm over here like defending this, but it's the truth. I'm watching the Futures game yesterday. I got Ramos, I got Bailey. These are on my big league club. And I got this Futures game going on. I don't know if people paid attention. Bryce Eldridge, who was just drafted, 19 years old, batted cleanup for the National League. Now he went 1 for 2 in the game. He's a stud. He is flying through the minors. He will be here. I don't know when. I know you're going to say, Joe, this isn't 2026. And he's going to come up. Like their farm is turning it around a little. I'm seeing some fruit on the trees. As critical as I've been, I can kind of see where this thing's going. Do I love the overall job that he's done?
Yeah.
No. But do I think that making the playoffs salvages everything? No. You know what salvages it? Ramos sticking and Matos having a great second half and Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison proving that they can be 2 and 3 in my rotation for next year or 3 and 4 in my rotation for next year, depending on what happens with Blake Snell. Can Camilo Doval get back to where he was? Something's going on there.
But see, here's where I'm at, though. This is why I want them to go all in on this season. And just go to the crap table and go all in. Or if you're playing Texas Hold'em, you say, hey, I'm all in. I'm pushing my chips on the table. Because I need these youngsters playing in big-time playoff games. I need to play in high-stakes games in September. I can't go into September, Shasky, knowing that they're 10 games out of a wild card spot, saying, oh, well, they're getting that bad, so they're getting represented. I need them playing in games that matter.
Yeah,
because I need to see if these guys can matter in October.
You're talking about Ramos and Bailey.
I'm talking about all these guys.
Well,
all these guys.
They're not going to play Matos.
And to your point, too, about Bryce, and I get why you're excited about Bryce.
I know, it sounds crazy.
No, it doesn't. But I could sit back here and say, that was the same excitement everybody had for Luciano. That's the same excitement everybody had for Casey Smith. That was the same excitement everybody had for Hunter Bishop. That's the same excitement I've heard about all these youngsters here. So I'm tired of being excited about what could be. I need the actuality. I need the reality here. And the reality is the pitching needs to get better, but it is attainable to get into these playoffs. If you're Greg Johnson, and you say the things that you said now, because if you start selling Shasky, now you got everybody going back on their word. Now you got everybody going back on their word lying to us.
Well, no, I think it's also just assessing where you are. Like, let me ask you, is the time to go, quote unquote, all in now? Or is it probably when you have more of your core playing at the highest level all at one time?
Well, depending on what you trade, right? Depending on what you trade. You may not need to trade anything, but I'm not trading Bryce, right? But Hunter Bishop, who hasn't been up in the majors yet, and Luciano, if I can get me a bat, like first base,
so
for
you're
example.
Just giving up on Luciano?
Absolutely. For Pete Alonso or Vlad Jr., I do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but you have a first baseman in the minors who's tearing it up.
Okay, so he can play DH.
And he's going to be under team control for 6 years.
But I have Vlad Jr. DH. It's all good.
It's true.
And I can move off of Soler if I need to.
It's true.
You know what I'm saying? For pennies on the dollar. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm a prospect out. I'm tired of hearing about what can happen in the future with this team when I've been hearing the same conversation since 2022. I got to go now and get to the playoffs. If I'm Farhan, if I'm Greg Johnson, if I'm Fleming, all these guys that's talked all this talk about, hey, it's all about the playoffs. That is the goal. We have to get there because anything can happen because we just saw what happened with the Diamondbacks last season. That may be false. That may just be delusional. But I can't go through another year, Shasky, of playing meaningless baseball in the month of September. That's not how you grow this fan base. That's not how you get Richie Rich and his kids to go to the ballpark. They need to see big games at the yard.
I know. Like, I feel like I'm almost defending where they're at right now because all I've asked for, I've been clamoring for it for 30 years. Give me a homegrown outfielder.
Yeah.
And they gave me that. and yet they're still far away.
Yeah.
And I can see where the frustration on your behalf comes. But I'm like, look, these things take time. And
$209 million payroll, Shasky.
Well, let's go.
We're talking about just selling them.
Let's go through that real quick.
Selling them.
I'm just going to go right down the list. Jorge Soler batted .225, 10 homers, 68 hits, 20 doubles, 33 RBIs, and a meagerly 702 OPS.
Meagerly. It is meagerly. Meagerly. D- for Soler. Massive disappointment. Massive.
Tyro Estrada played in 83 games, batting .221, 64 strikeouts, 41 RBIs, 14 doubles, 70 hits.
D.
He's got a 608 OPS.
D-.
Okay.
It's a lot of D so far. Not passing my class.
Mike Yastrzemski, 78 games played, 68 strikeouts. He's batting .241. He's got 8 homers, 31 RBIs. I mean,
I'm going to give Mike Yastrzemski a C. You know why? Because my expectations are high for him. He should be platooning. But Mike Yastrzemski, for crying out loud, has played some good defense. Came through yesterday. Had a really good game yesterday. Mike Yastrzemski's the least of my worries. He's batting 8th, 7th, whatever it is.
I actually think he's been like a B-.
Yeah, there you go. I'm giving him a C. That's a long way from the way you were hard on guys earlier.
Well, they finally got rid of Slater. I mean, so, you can't have both of them. Now we go to Conforto, which is these two guys right now are kind of stymieing Matos. And Matos, to me, hasn't pushed the envelope enough to get one of these guys out of the lineup. But I look at someone like Michael Conforto, final year, $18 million deal. He's had 250 at-bats this year, which is crazy. I didn't think he played 74 games. He's played 73 of them, walked 26 times. He's got 39 RBIs, 10 homers. He's batting .237. His OPS is .748.
Not good.
Defense has been
he didn't also, what was that, Saturday? Where he didn't score on 2 outs?
Well, he's not fast.
Coming up first. I mean, what was he doing from first to second? I don't know. But that's a guy I would flip. I'd flip
Michael Conforto?
Well, somebody would want him as a platooner. He's got power.
You're going to have to pay $5 million?
Yeah, maybe. You know what? You got to do it. Sometimes you got to do it. Maybe go get yourself a reliever or something.
All right, let's continue. Nick Ahmed,
he's gone already.
Yeah, but he played 52 games.
F.
Gone. Okay.
He got
How about
cut.
Brett? Well, let's start going to the positives. Wilmer Flores is the last kind of negative. 69 games played, which is more than I anticipated. Yep. Batting .205. He's got 25 RBIs and 4 homers. I mean, he's got 43 hits. It's not been good. 33 strikeouts. Yes, Wilmer, what do you got on Wilmer?
Wilmer's been a massive disappointment, but he's also been misplayed and misused. He's not a natural first baseman. I actually think him getting the short end of the stick and not getting a lot of at-bats has really killed his rhythm.
Yeah.
So what are you doing with him? Go trade him. Go flip him. Go do something. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got a massive hole of, because I can't count on Lamont Wade Jr. to play 162. I can't even count on him to play 150, 140, 130. I need we keep talking about shortstop. When can I get me a first baseman?
Well, that's where Bryce Eldridge is in minors. I know. You're rolling your eyes. We got to wait
a couple years, though.
So Lamont Wade, 64 games played. I mean, it's been bad. 52 hits in terms of his availability has been bad. 52 hits, only 3 homers from that position, 19 RBIs, 46 strikeouts.
Wait a minute. I want you to repeat that. 3 home runs from the first base position?
Basically, between Flores and him, you have 7 total homers.
7 total home runs for the first base spot.
And less than 50 RBIs.
Come on, man. Come on. That's not good enough. That's not good enough.
His on-base percentage is through the roof. But I don't look for my first baseman to be a walk machine.
I want balls going to the water.
It's a power position.
Pause.
How would you put his season?
Lamont Wade Jr.?
Yeah. I mean, he was red hot at one point.
I mean, he always does this. Remember last year?
Yeah, he gives you like a month straight.
Flip even came out here last year. It's like, he's one of the 5 best players in the National League. Then he fell off the face of the earth because he can't stay healthy. Like, Lamont Wade Jr. is a good story. He's a good story. But on a championship team, he can't be your everyday first baseman.
No, he's a platoon.
Yeah.
To me, he's a pinch hit specialist.
So I don't... He's whatever.
All right, let's get to the good stuff. Bailey, 65 hits in 69 games. All right. 11 doubles, 7 homers, 31 RBIs, batting .283, got a .784 OPS with 28 walks from the catcher position. How would you assess his first half?
Bailey's been solid. I'll give him a B. Handling the pitcher staff. Considering where he started off with the concussion, remember he was out. He got off to a very slow start. Bailey, not only has he come along, but he's become one of your leaders in this clubhouse. It's Patrick Bailey and Logan Webb. And Bailey's your everyday player, checking guy. Remember Tristan Brooks, we checked him at Wrigley Field? Patrick Bailey's impressed the hell out of me.
I have him in an A- because I don't think we give enough credit to what he's done with the pitching staff, given how bad it actually is.
Right. I mean, Sean Jelly was a comparable reliever for a long time.
So I got him in an A-, but I think he's been really good. And to me, I star him because I think he is a building block moving forward. Elliot Ramos. To me, he's the second best player on the Giants in the first half. You could make the argument he's the number one best player in the first half. 298 batting average, 14 homers, which leads the team.
He gets an A.
46 RBIs leads the team. 888 OPS.
He gets an A.
I got A+.
He's going to Arlington, Texas for the All-Star game, for crying out loud.
And then now we get to Matt Chapman, who I think is the unsung hero of this team. To me, he's the best player because availability matters, right? He's played the most games, 94, 13 homers, 43 RBIs, 41 walks. He's got 84 overall hits, leads the team in doubles, also leads the team in strikeouts, but he puts the ball in play, which when he does, he actually drives it.
I give him a B because he has committed a lot of errors.
Okay.
He has committed a lot of errors in the field.
B+.
Yeah, I give him a B. I'll give him a B. Ramos by far and away has been the best story the first half.
And then what about Jung Hoo Lee? 37 games, 145
I'm giving him an
at-bats.
F.
He literally had 38 hits.
This could be a $100 million bust. Sorry, Giants fans. I'm looking for speed. He was 205 stealing bases. He got caught stealing 3 times. He only stole 2 bases.
Yeah, it's not
His OPS was what, 641, I want to say? What was it, 641?
He had 38 hits. 4 doubles and 2 homers.
How many times?
Basically, 6 of his 37 hits were for extra base.
And how many times did he crash into a wall?
About 6 times.
Yeah. So Jung Hoo Lee, I don't even know what he is right now. He could be a complete bust.
And then
right now, it's a terror. Think about that. You spent $100 million on a guy from the KBO, and nobody knew who he was.
Last one, Brett Wisely. We're going to the pitching staff on the other side. Brett Wisely.
He gets a B. I like Brett Wisely.
He's been an A-.
He's been making plays.
Yeah.
He's been making plays left and right, man.
The bat's slowing down a little here, but he's been playing really well.
I mean, he made the play yesterday to preserve the perfect game for a while. Then you heard Mike Kruk on the broadcast, NBC Sports Bay Area, said, he just Gregor Blanco'd that thing. And I'm like, Kruk with the jinx. Kruk with the jinx.
Oh, Kruk.
I don't believe in jinxes anyway. But no, I mean, Brett Wisely's been fine. I tell you what, you want to say the pitching for the other side? I'll tell you right now, the pitching's been a massive F. I'm giving the pitching an F.
We don't even
TBRA. I mean, I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
So then what's your overall grade? Let's talk about it on the other side.
My overall grade, I tell you C-. And you could argue with whether or not you believe
for
that.
the whole team.
I gave him a C-. I
want to get into Bob Melvin, too.
C-. 888-957-9570. We got that. Plus, we'll get into what Utah possibly wants for Larry Markkanen. And we'll ask the audience here whether or not it's worth it. Stay tuned for that. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident?
Shasky.
So Spadone, I need your help here. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. We got Dalton Johnson coming up at 12:30, Shasky, to talk a little Doves, Pods, cooking in Summer League. We'll get back to the Giants in just a second. But Spadone, what is Steiny and Guru? What is their method to madness in the 11 o'clock hour?
I mean, if I had an answer, I'd tell you. Just wing it. You know?
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that to them. They're organized.
Steiny is not, in his words, not mine. I'm not putting words in his mouth, Shasky and Bonte. I'm not putting words in Steiny's mouth here. This is what he likes to say. He's not a conventional host. He's a little unconventional. So he likes to, play outside the box a little bit. He does things his way. That's all I can say.
No, he's a very traditional host, I would say.
Really?
After working with him. Yes. Very traditional.
I would not see.
I feel like I'm outside the box. I'm like not your traditional host.
See, I thought you were going to me because you're going to say, Spadoni, you were so right on Friday going 3 for 3 for all your sports picks this weekend, winning the audience a lot of money, saying Carlo Alcaraz is going to beat Novak Djokovic. Spain was going to beat England. They did. And then Argentina beating Colombia. I was 3 for 3.
Shasky, don't you love when a guy just takes the chalky picks? I'm going to go Spain and Argentina like everybody out there.
Was he right?
No, I mean, everybody's going to be right. I went out on a limb. The 3 Lions let me down. You should have played Cole Palmer the whole damn game. I don't know what you're doing, England.
I mean, you go for a team that hasn't won anything in like 60 years. I mean, that's just what you get.
Man. I want to see history. Didn't you root for the Red Sox, Shasky, when they're down 3-0 against the Yankees?
No.
You didn't want to see the Red Sox win?
I was so sick of seeing those Boston hats all around the country. I still hate the Boston Red Sox.
You didn't want to see them win that one time?
Nope.
What about the Cubs?
Dude, these Northeastern elites are the worst. They're the worst. And you know who you are, because I know a few people that are Bostonians, and they're the worst. That B hat was everywhere. Come on, admit you were sick of it. It was also around the time Matt Damon was popular.
I was sick of it by 2007. But that first year when they came back from 2003.
Yeah, now I'm good.
And they won the first championship since when? 1919? Was it 1919? What was it? I forget the year. They broke the curse. Yeah, the roof curse. They snapped it. Wasn't it cool? I want to see sports history yesterday.
I also root against the Cubs.
Yeah, I don't like the Cubs anymore either.
I am rooting against the Giants. Oh, God. I hate you.
Seriously. So he's unconventional. He's an unconventional host.
That's what Nahigian says to him, and that's what Steiny reiterates all the time, because Nahigian doesn't like when he comes back and says, all right, Steiny and Guru, 10-2. He's like, we already played the rejoin. You don't need to keep saying that, Steiny.
It's 11:05.
See, that's conventional. A lot of conventional radio hosts always say, no, seriously. No, so this is interesting. A lot of hosts, I hear them all across the country. They play their rejoin. Hey, welcome back, man. It's Brady Quinn, LeVar Arrington, and whoever else. But
you're never up that early. I'm calling cap on that.
No, that's what they do. That's what they do. 5 in the morning. That's what they do. 5 in the morning. When Spadoni's not in, I'm like, damn, what the hell is a pregame show at? Brady Quinn and them are on. So
2 pros and a cup of Joe.
2 pros and a cup of Joe.
I haven't heard Joe in a while.
Yeah, Jonas Knox, he's on vacation. He works hard.
Yeah, it is summertime.
He does do Saturdays too.
So that's conventional radio hosts. They always say their names after the rejoin. I haven't said our names after rejoin in a very long time. In like 5 years. I stopped. He goes like, why do you need to say your names after? He's like, you know what? You're right. Let's just get right into it. Conventional hosts do that. And I hear Willard and Steiny do that all the time. That's conventional. I want to say I'm the most outside the box host because ain't nobody out there shouting out the overnight dancers. Ain't nobody out there shouting out the graveyard shift workers. Ain't nobody out there shouting out the homeless people down there in Union Square who's not bothering nobody. Nobody's shouting out the cops and the firefighters. That's unconventional, Shasky.
So just to be clear, you think Steiny is textbook host in any radio station?
Oh,
interesting.
My God.
I don't think a lot of people would agree with that. That's just all I'm saying.
Ain't no radio host out there wearing 2 chains like yours truly.
Okay.
I've never heard Bonte go, how much time do we got? Right before the end of a show.
Not see, your boy's always prepared. That's
I know.
Why I always got somewhere to go, baby. You pivot, don't panic, right?
Bronny Jr.
Hey, we'll find something to talk about on this show. That's why we got the old drop. Alex Cobb. Well, I'm well-rounded. You want to go Copa? You want to go Wimbledon? You want to go Euros? You want to go Giants? You want to go Summer League? Where do you want to go? I'm just well-rounded.
I want to talk about over-exuberant umpires. We had an umpire over the weekend. No, this guy was blowhard. He was the worst. Like, seriously. It's 12-year-old baseball. All right, so remember we were doing like those strike calls couple months back.
Oh, see, right.
Yeah, so like there's many ways to do it. This guy was like showing up kids. It was unreal.
I'm kind of here for that.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't
give me
good.
something.
But then the strike zone was so bad. No, I don't argue balls and strikes almost ever. Like it's just you're not going anywhere with it, right? And to me, the game is never about one pitch.
Right.
It's never about even in one at bat. Like it's bigger than that. This particular umpire literally would do this. And the ball's 2 pitches, exact same spot. One of them, nothing. You just say nothing, okay? It's not like off to the side, a little low, a little high, like nothing. Some guys have like a mannerism where they try to like give feedback to the youngster or to the audience, or whatever. This guy was waiting. He'd think about it, he'd go, strike! And he'd like do this like fisting thing.
Oh my God.
He was out of his mind.
Do you know his name?
I don't know his name, but he was a jerk. And I was over at first base. No, I'll admit it. I'll say it to his face. And I was over, this guy had such little man complex. And I was over at first base. And by the 6th inning, both teams were super disgruntled. When every kid comes back to the dugout, like, I don't know what the strike zone is. We're not doing a good job, right?
Did you get thrown out the game?
No. But at one point, they got this like ankle high strike. And so I go real loud. I go, I'd like one of those when we're pitching. And he goes, that's enough. That's a warning. That is a warning. And I looked over. Michelle was there with LJ. They were sitting in a little like picnic area.
First of all, why you got Michelle out there in 100-degree heat with LJ?
Oh, she was having a great time.
Oh, my God.
Twin Creeks was serving it up. What are you talking about?
You guys are baking out there.
It was great. LJ had a great day. He was just the toast of the town.
Well, listen.
I don't know, Joe.
Hold on. So this umpire, how tall was he?
Oh, he was a short guy.
Short guy, 5'4", 5'5", Napoleon complex.
Yeah, Michelle's height.
So she was mad at the umpire too?
Everyone was mad at the umpire.
We got to find this guy's name.
No, we're not doing that.
Well, you already called him a jerk.
He was bad.
That's who he has. It was Scott Armstrong?
No, it was not him. You know those like the Twitter accounts that say, welcome to the ump show? And it's about these like over exuberant, crazy umps. Yeah. That's what this guy was doing all weekend.
So he was flexing, showing his bicep.
Oh, yeah, he was out of his mind. With these late calls, and then like every kid on both sides was angry. The other team was all up in him. It was pretty funny.
So
even the other umpire who's down the first base line is like, dude, this guy sucks. Like even he said it. That's when you know you're bad. And then the next day, you get these young guys.
That means they would get paid some big money down there, man.
What?
There's money down there at Twin Creeks.
Hey, I'm telling you right now, Twin Creeks, full bar, food, tri-tip sandwich.
Oh, those
goes off down there.
Hey, those umps are getting paid then.
Yeah, we stayed at the Marriott over the weekend. We had a good time. The kids were all shooting hoops and playing in the pool. It was a good weekend.
Rich, man.
We had a good time. No, it was kind of like end of the summer, have fun.
No, I get that.
It was a lot of fun.
So did it come back the next day?
No, we went to Fremont and it was way better umpires.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I got to find out who this umpire is.
There's a lot of good ones, but the couple bad ones that stand out, usually everyone on both sides is like, dude, come on.
Do they have
they're 12.
Can I ask you, do they have a website with the umpires from the Little League?
No, they don't have an NBA website where, coach.
RateMyProfessor.com for college, RateMyUmpire.com.
They don't have like the bios of each umpire like they do in the NBA? Come on, I need a bio, the umpire, what his name is, his little portrait.
He did have a flavor saver though.
A flavor? What's the flavor saver?
It's like the little
Soul patch,
yeah.
Oh, he had the soul. That's what they call a flavor. I never heard.
What did you call it? A flavor saver?
A flavor saver?
I've never heard that term used.
Don't talk about that. They call it a flavor saver.
They're saying did Angel Hernandez come down to coach to umpire down at Twin Creeks?
They don't call it a flavor saver because.
Don't talk about that.
Talking about food.
So we're talking about eating and food.
That was the faintest one.
I think we can get away with this at 11. You know what? We can get away with this. If you want to play the cocaine drop, it's 11 o'clock. The damn kids are in summer school. They're in summer camp. They ain't in the cars right now. So if you want to go crack. Yeah. You can
so the cocaine's happening.
Yeah.
When does that crack come into play?
We're 10 to 2, baby. You kids better be in school cracking them damn books. You kids who are listening right now, you're in trouble. You're bad kids.
It was a minimal weekend for me, and what I mean by that is that on the internet, I didn't like a lot of things. I was very, very amused, sickened by some things, but also there was some funny content out over the weekend. And I did not hit the like button for fear of retribution.
Well, you know what, though?
They can't see your likes anymore.
Yeah, they can't see the likes. It's private now.
Both Instagram and Twitter?
Well,
just Twitter.
Just Twitter. Don't like on Instagram.
Yeah, I know how you find other people's likes on Instagram.
Yeah, I just leave it alone.
If you click on it, it'll be like, Lubby Lubs like this one.
Yeah. You just see who's liking what. And I'm like, oh, yeah,
Lubs
that
and
guy.
Guru like this one.
So, yeah. Why you always tell Cooper?
I'm out.
Yeah, that's cold, man. That's cold.
You have to talk to him today, by the way, too. You got to talk.
We don't.
No, we don't. You guys are talking.
Yeah, we're doing the crossover.
No, we're
No,
not.
we can do it for 3 minutes.
I've
That's
opted
fine.
out.
That's 3 minutes.
I don't think you have the right to opt out.
Says who?
It's
Says the
sponsored,
boss.
I think.
The guy who
Come
signs
on.
your paycheck.
I got places to go,
Jack
dude. I got a
himself is
babysitter I got to
coming
get
in
back
here.
to.
You can push your haircut back a few minutes.
Wow. That's pretty good. That's fun. That's pretty good. Come on. You got to laugh it down. That's pretty good. That's
I've
four.
only got a couple more left. I'm going bald back here.
That's a 4. We can do it for 3 minutes. Whatever.
Unlimited possibilities.
We don't have Mark Willard to ask us extra questions to fill 30 minutes of this first segment.
All
Remember
you
those?
have to do is ask Steiny is how his golf trip went. That's it.
Where'd he
And then
go?
you Well, you have to ask him.
Oh, we went to Tahoe, right?
Truckee.
Did you
That's
see
a tease
DJ
right there.
DJ Khaled? I know we're going to get back into the Giants. DJ Khaled's golf content is the best.
Yeah, I feel like it's fizzled out. I feel like it's fizzled.
I think
Just
he
a little
would.
bit.
I think he'd smack you up on
Yeah,
the
he
golf
would. I
course.
haven't touched my boys at the golf spot out there in Pleasant Hill. Just hit me up. How's your golf game going? I'm like, non-existent. You see
It's
my
hibernating?
schedule? Dude, my clubs have been sitting next to my nightstand for months. I actually looked at them yesterday. I was like, boy, do golf clubs get rusty if you don't use them for a long time?
Well, some clubs are meant to rust over. So, like, there's some tailor-made, like, high toe wedges where you want it to get rusty. And, like, they say that more spin is generated because of the friction and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, man.
So, if they're chrome plated or satin chrome plated or whatever, stainless steel plated, it normally is to keep the rust off.
Yeah, boy.
You started this segment asking what Steiny would talk about during this hour. That's kind of what we would do.
Right now, just talk about anything.
Just stuff.
I'm not going to repeat. If you see 408, shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. I haven't done that this morning.
I just
But the
saw it.
408, yeah. When you talk about content over the weekend, there's plenty. Let's just say it hasn't been a good week for Jimmy Garoppolo after their receiver doc.
So as great as Kirk Cousins was perceived after the quarterback doc, that's how bad Jimmy Garoppolo's coming off on this wide receiver doc.
Yeah, he's a butt of all jokes. All jokes. Literally all jokes. He looks bad. He looks bad. By the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Our boy Chico said he's going to DoorDash us a burrito. He knows we're going to get hungry around noon. I had a great breakfast sandwich at the lovely Anime for me this morning. Some quiche, English muffin. I think it's going to hold me over till about 2 o'clock. But no, that's clickbait who said that. I'm going to DoorDash you a burrito. Come on, man. I know I'm a big boy, but I don't just be crushing burritos like that. The Giants. Brian Price. How about this, Shasky? Brian Price, the pitching coach of the Giants. Listen to what he had to say about the Giants prospects going into the second half of the season.
I think the entire team feels that we are primed to bust out after the All-Star break when we have, we know what the rotation looks like. We know that we'll have 5 healthy guys. We know we'll have guys that are continuing to develop in AAA that can give us some support if we need it, and that potentially we have the ability to kind of decrease the workload on the bullpen, which would be huge. If we could have the bullpen have a little bit lower workload and that they could be pitching more rested, I think we could anticipate having them strong through the finish of the season.
We are primed to bust out after the All-Star break. Brian Price, your pitching coach, former manager of the Cincinnati Reds.
Tyler Rogers, Ryan Walker on pace for 85 to 90 appearances this year. Eric Miller on pace for 85 appearances this year. Yeah. Taylor Rogers on pace for 80 appearances this year. I mean, like, it's not sustainable. It's just not. And I'm not, like, individually, a lot of these guys have had good years. I think Tyler and Taylor Rogers have really bounced back. They've been really good this year. I think Ryan Walker has been excellent this year. Eric Miller quietly has righted the ship. Camilo's been up and down, and I think Camilo would admit that. That's a deeper conversation.
What do you do with Camilo? Do you move him? Do you move him? What do you do with Camilo?
I believe that closers come in multiple varieties. Some are short term, some are long term, some are legends, some come and go quickly, and we see this a lot. Then there was a point in time where Santiago Casilla, and I know it's been kind of a joke now, but like Santiago Casilla was a very good closer at one point for the Giants, and then he wasn't. And they had to obviously overpay for Mark Melancon. And Mark Melancon is a great example of a guy who's been up and down in his career, depending on what kind of velocity that he has.
Not great, solid.
He's had some great years.
Great years.
Harrison Bader is a guy that has been up and down, you know? Not Harrison Bader.
No, you're thinking of
Josh Hader.
You're talking to
Harrison Bader's
former
center fielder.
Brewer, Padre. Yeah, Harrison Bader,
he
former
was
Cardinal.
lights out for multiple years, and then all of a sudden couldn't find it. Now he's given up a home run, I believe, at one point in like 9 or 10 straight appearances.
It's not pretty.
Like, closers are all over. If you're asking me right now, hey, you going to go on a 5-year run with Camilo? Probably not. And the reason being is, to me, it comes back to command. Oh, he's got explosive stuff. Part of having explosive stuff is being able to throw certain pitches when you absolutely have to. And to me, the wild misses are all over the map. And I don't know if he trusts the cutter, the fastball, or the slider to just like a get-it-in pitch.
Is it just an outlier? Because his first 3 years were dynamic, really dynamic. Starting in 2021, you look at 2022 to 2.53 ERA, 1.24 WHIP. We know what happened last year. All-Star, 2.93 ERA, 1.14 WHIP. I believed in the middle of 2022, I said we may be looking at the best Giants closer in San Francisco Giants history.
In the middle of 2022.
Middle of 2022.
See, I think at the beginning of 2023, against the Yankees, first series, pitch clock was in his dome.
Yep.
Almost immediately.
No doubt.
And so I'm looking at him with the pitch clock, and there's like pre-pitch clock Camilo, and then there's post-pitch clock Camilo. And I just, something's up.
And you see his players, too. You see the infielders sometimes like, yo, Camilo, let's go.
Let's go.
Javi Lopez. Did he join Willard Dibs this morning? Javi Lopez joined Willard Dibs. Here's what he had to say about Doval's struggles.
Let's hear it.
Things aren't as smooth as he'd like it to be, I'm sure. But he set that bar awful high. But, if there is a time to, maybe fumble, this would be the time to do it early. And when it comes down to it, try to lock in on some wins. And they were able to do that. This is a good bullpen that if he does need some time to figure some things out, you have plenty of pieces that you can plug into that 9th inning and kind of give him a breather and a reset if he needs it.
So do you give him a reset? What do you do with him? Is it all location? Has the league figured him out? What is going on with Camilo Doval? I do believe he could be rectified. I do believe he could have a big-time second half of the season. Maybe he just needs a break.
I'm not pretending to, know things. I'm not trying to be that guy. I don't want to, are you reporting that? I've just heard a lot of stuff about him in the locker room, the clubhouse, and not that he rubs people the wrong way. That's not the thing. But there's just a lot of, he doesn't take to some of the coaching and some of the instruction really well. And then I've seen him have some outbursts when the team wins the game, but he struggles.
Yeah.
For example, he comes in a tied game and gives up a lead or whatever it is, and then the team ends up winning the game. He's still furious and angry. Right. I don't hold that so much against, but I know other guys in that clubhouse have been like, man, he's like very about himself and not about the big picture of the team. I think being a closer is a lonely existence. And I think it's a little unfair at times because all you're asked to do is stay down there until we need you. And then when we need you, you come and be a part of the team.
Right.
It's a very unique role.
I wonder how much the contract extension that he basically said no to isn't affecting him. I don't know what's going on with Camilo Doval. We don't hear him speak a lot of English. I don't hear a lot of reporters talking to Camilo Doval. I don't know. Sometimes Lutman tells me he's in that clubhouse and he takes a while to come to the press, and sometimes he doesn't want to talk to the press. Closers are different. They're very unique. They're very unique on these baseball teams, no doubt about it. I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with Doval. I'm not quite ready to give up on him, but I got to say, for him personally, coming out of the All-Star break, those 2 weeks are crucial for him because I could see them, while trying to compete for a playoff spot, saying, you know what, Camilo Doval, we're going bye-bye with you.
So you asked about
I could see that. I could see that where these next 2 weeks, he struggles, bye-bye.
Well, when you reject that kind of money, that's like life-changing money. We could always, these guys want to make $100 million. Like, what was it, like $60 million or whatever he was offered?
I don't even remember. What was it, Lubman? 3 years, $60 million? What was it?
55 over 5?
It's not bad, buddy, man. Wow, that sounds great.
Well, have we not learned anything about whether it's Ayuk, whether it's Klay Thompson, whether it's Draymond Green? Their emotions do carry over to the playing field. It does carry over to the court. And when you do pass up that kind of money and then you start to struggle and you're not getting more opportunities to close out wins as opposed to coming in non-safe situations, I believe this has been snowballing for a while emotionally or internally or however you want to, break that down. I do think there's something there.
Yeah, $50 million was reported for Camilo Doval. The extension there, you bring up Ayuk. I finished the receiver doc. And I do wonder what it will look like without Brandon Ayuk. I started to bring my mind there saying, what would it look like? Although I thought the Niners missed their window to trade him at the draft. Maybe they were asking for too much. But I do wonder now with the Ayuk situation because They're going to have to move off some of those guys. And watching Devo Samuel, he gets hurt a lot, but damn, he is a playmaker. He's a game changer. You forget how good Devo Samuel is.
The team reacts to him.
He's just different. He's just different.
On that receiver thing, just real quick. Yeah. The Philly game is going to get lost because of the way they lost the Super Bowl. That's an all-time.
All-time.
I don't know where it ranks for me, but that is an all-time regular season win.
How about John Lynch saying, I'm feeling it. I feel like you're going to have a big day.
How about the Kittle family praying like they were going into you thought they were going like
war.
Dude,
they wanted that Philly game. They wanted that Philly game bad.
I've also believed that Claire Kittle has become one of my favorite people that I didn't know much about before.
She's cool.
I just think that she's all in on her husband's career, cool. And she's a former athlete, and she's explaining how much she gets into it. And
she's cool.
I don't know. I think that they present really well as a family.
Watching this doc, I started to have reservations about George Kittle. We've heard fans and certain media members say, man, maybe you just move off George Kittle. Maybe this is last year. I kind of want this guy to retire as a 49er.
I think he's an all-timer.
He's a load, man, whether it's the run game, pancakking Aiden Hutchinson in the NFC Championship game. George Kittle's an all-timer, and he doesn't really complain much, and he does get underutilized in the pass game. That's apparent in the receiver doc. That is. So I'll let you finish that one before we dive deeper into it. But what do you do with Camilo Doval? What's his grade? I think you got to give him a D. I give him a D. Reason why I don't give him an F, because he does have 17 saves. But the 1.62 whip, the 4.38 ERA, blowing the game. Yes, you imagine if they lose that game yesterday, Shasky? Our conversation is completely different today. Now we're talking about D's and F's and D's and F's, and now Bonte Hill's coming in this afternoon saying, you know what? Yeah, sell everybody.
It's, to me, like the hits are going to be like when you throw gas, guys are going to time you up and they're going to hit the ball out. It's the walks. 24 walks in 39 games, and sometimes not even close. And then what he's resorted to doing is when he's so off on like a 2-0 count, he's got to come right down the pipe because he's so off. I mean, he's 2 and 3 feet away from the strike zone.
Yeah, no, it's not good. All right.
I don't know if you've seen the Paul Skeens videos, but Paul Skeens can throw a ball 2 feet off for 98 miles per hour because he has a 2-foot breaking slider that he'll throw that'll really screw people up. Doval doesn't have that, and nor does he trust that slider to throw with that command. So his big misses are way worse than someone who's got command of a secondary pitch.
At times, he doesn't trust a fastball.
No.
I mean, he doesn't trust anything about his game right now, so he needs a break. Camilo Doval, that is. What do you do with him if you get off to a slow start? Hell, what if you do get off to a fast start and you say, you know what, Camilo Doval, we could spare him. We got other arm. Maybe Jordan Hicks is your closer in the second half of the season. Whoa. Maybe you move into the bullpen. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what you do because Jordan Hicks is definitely not going to be starting in August. We know that. He is wearing out. And then we'll see about Kyle Harrison and Birdsong. But, Shaz, before the break, because I want to open up these phone lines, 888-957-9570. There's still things percolating with the Golden State Warriors and the Utah Jazz. Dub Nation, what are you willing to give up for Larry Markkanen?
Unlimited possibilities.
Oh, wait until I give you the details from Shab Sharadi, who's been out in Las Vegas. He's been on the concourse hanging out with Lucas Alexander, one of our producers, and Dash Element, one of our former producers. Fight on, Lucas. Fight on, even though you're going to struggle in the Big Ten this year. Shab Sharadi, what he's hearing.
College football game.
Out in Las Vegas. Yeah, that is coming out. Somebody told me, don't buy it yet. The deluxe packet. I'm waiting. I got my...
Why? You got the
plug? It's Tiny Turner.
Let's talk about it at the break. I want that game so bad.
What does Danny Ainge want for Larry Markkanen? Wait till you hear these details from Shab Saradia. And I want to ask Warrior fans at 888-957-9570, would you do the deal? Wait till I lay out the details. Shasky, would you do the deal? Roasters, would you do the deal? The roast. We're having brunch with Butcher and Bonte here on 95.7 The Game as we're all jacked up this week. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Now it's time. Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Big shoes to fill for Shasky and I.
It's
Big
like
shoes
a cavity.
to fill. It is. I've got like 5. No, I'm kidding. Got those fillings done long time ago. I'm not a big candy guy. I don't know if you knew that about me.
Well, like I'll have a little candy here and there.
Here and there. Just a little Sour Patch
Once you
Kids
go
here and there.
sober, you usually go one of two directions, right? You either go into like the non-alcoholic beverage aisle, which I know a lot of people that are sober that do that.
All right.
You go coffee, or you go way deep into the sugar aisle, as in ice cream, sugar, sweets, things like
Sodas.
that.
Yeah,
Sodas, yeah. Like, that's usually when you, especially when you go to some of the, like, the meetings and whatnot, a lot of stogies.
Yeah. 415 except the mobile
sodas.
text line. Because these are big shoes to fill with Steiny and Guru from 10 to 2. They're rolling in this time slot, man. I'm so jealous.
And be careful,
415.
Steiny, I heard, wears lifts. All those photos where he has to, like, get on his tippy toes.
Why does he do that? What? That's so weird. Why does a guy, like, that's another, we'll save that for later. I'll ask him during the crossover. Why do you get on your tippy toes, dude? Why?
Give me the meat.
No, pause, dude. I'm not giving you no meat.
Could you imagine him ordering at a taqueria?
Are you going to have a little salad? Some beans? Maybe a touch of pasta? Some chicken? Spaghetti? Give me the meat.
No.
Give me the meat.
No.
He gets so serious on the last part.
No.
Give me the meat.
No, we're not giving you
So
no
is he
meat,
doing
dude.
like Chipotle videos that I'm seeing on TikTok? By the way, why are we doing that to these food service workers?
What are we doing to the
People
food service
are
workers?
They're like filming these like workers and how much they're putting into the burritos and stuff. It's like, dude, like this is what I say. I believe in America.
You watch too much TikTok, man.
There's good stuff on there.
No, it's
so
not.
I believe
No, it's
there
not.
is. I believe that we
That's
honestly,
the problem.
Bonte, you worked in food service, right? You worked as a barista.
Yes, I did.
That's food service to me.
Yeah.
I believe part of high school, there should be one semester at minimum where you should have to work at McDonald's, Starbucks,
no, I
Burger
disagree.
King.
No,
What?
don't do that.
Because then it forces you to understand, like, treat people the right way. Don't be a jerk. And I'm watching these Chipotle videos where people pull out the phone and they're like, more chicken, more rice, more this. And it's like, what
they don't understand is when they get trained, you're taught to only put in certain portions of the meat. You can't be giving everybody stacked burritos.
Treat people
because
right.
you got to pay for this stuff. 415, it's into the mobile text line. No, from SF. Giants talk. Trust me, the Giants are a boring team. Trust me, we got to talk about them. But you've proven the audience that the Giants are boring. So we're pivoting. We're pivoting to something that's juicier. By the way, 95.7 The Game is jacked up this week. Willard and Dibs from 6 to 10. Morning Roast from 10 to 2. Steiny Good from 2 to 6. Presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Phil and Joe, we're going to get to you in just a second because Shab Sharania this morning, as we're walking into the studio, it was about 8:30. Shabs writes, as NBA franchises progress into the full week of Las Vegas Summer League at Thomas & Mack and Cox Pavilion, team officials are spending time watching their respective squads, scouting players, and monitoring the league's landscape as rosters round out. The major free agents have been signed, and the remaining tier of available players are resolving their next steps, but larger offseason issues are still outstanding. For the past several weeks, all eyes have been on the Utah Jazz and Lowry Markkanen. The Jazz have operated in concurrent lanes with Markkanen's future, open to listening to trade offers from serious suitors while maintaining interest in keeping him as a franchise centerpiece. And we all know he's eligible for an extension August 6th. The Jazz are in a rebuild, so rival teams have wondered about Markkanen's fit moving forward. Now, Utah officials want to keep the 2023 All-Star and Most Improved Player unless a team truly wows it with an offer. And that's where the Golden State Warriors come into play, Shasky. The Golden State Warriors have been the most engaged team for Markkanen in recent weeks. At least sources tell The Athletic they have discussed a proposal around Moses Moody, multiple first-round picks, multiple pick swaps, and multiple second-round picks. The Jazz, however, have asked for the bulk of young talent and capital the Warriors possess, including Moody, Jonathan Kaminga, who was seen courtside the last 2 nights of Summer League for the Golden State Warriors, and Brandon Podziemski, who messed around and nearly dropped a triple-double yesterday in Summer League, along with picks, which has been a non-starter thus far for Golden State League sources says. So, with that said, Danny Ainge and the Utah Jazz, who we all identified a month ago, Chasky, as a guy who would not be easy to deal with, apparently wants Moody, Kaminga, Podziemski, along with all these picks.
So I'm making this very clear. So this is all I want to make. You're saying Golden State would land Markkanen. Utah is demanding, asking, however you want to put it,
According to Shams,
Moody, Kaminga, and Pods.
Yep.
Multiple firsts.
Yep.
Multiple pick swaps.
Yep.
I mean, I was born, a while ago, but not yesterday. What? Like,
Danny Ainge doesn't think that.
This is an overpay of all overpays.
I agree.
I mean, Herschel Walker on line 2. I mean, geez Louise, what are we doing? Like, he's a good player. Like, right. I want to make that very clear. Markkanen's a very good player. Pods and Kaminga and Moody. Like, and Moody's not getting you Markkanen. We all acknowledge that. Right?
No.
Like, and Moody might develop into something unlikely, but
this is Moses
he might
Moody
develop into something that's wanted. Are we sure it's Kaminga and Pods combined with Moody?
That's what Shams is reporting.
So is that a non-starter for you?
Absolutely. Yeah. And it doesn't surprise me because this is Danny Ainge we're dealing with here. Danny Ainge is not settling for a couple picks and like Chris Paul or Andrew Wiggins when Chris Paul was around. I always thought Danny Ainge would try to gut your roster and take your picks. And he's going to try to sell, high for Lowry Markkanen. And I don't even know if Lowry's that good. Is he that good enough to change? Like, this is a package to me where it's like, am I getting Giannis? Am I getting Embiid?
Well,
am I getting a big boy? Is Lowry that much of a big boy to trade Kaminga, Pods, and Moses Moody? Or, as Warrior fans, are we overrating Brandon Podziemski?
Or Kaminga? I do find it odd that the infatuation with Pods. I think he's a good player. And look, at one point in time, if you would have said, Joe, what exactly do you think Steph, right? But there was a point in time where we all didn't know what Steph would develop into. And someone's driving around like, I knew he'd be. No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
You're
lying.
Trust me.
Trust
me. Yeah.
Nobody knew that.
Like, no one did. We all loved Monte. It was pretty unanimous, all right? Now, I think it was a little more split on the Clay for Kevin Love deal. Like, that felt a little more even. Nobody thought Steph would develop. He's the outlier of outliers. That being said, like, that's why I asked you last week, like, what is Podziemski's ceiling? Like,
I don't know.
What position is he?
Well, he's a combo guard.
Okay.
And he's a baller. He's going to have the ball in his hands. He can play, and it looks like he's trying to work off playing off the ball.
A scrappy hustler guy?
Scrappy hustler guy, but what else is he? I don't know what else he is.
So, like Steph Curry.
He's working on getting stronger, right? You see the dunk yesterday. Yeah. He's working on his jump shot. He's working on taking care of the basketball. Ideally, on this team, I see him running the second unit, but we had him on Friday. And I asked him, I said, what's more important to a player? Is it finishing or starting? He's like, I want to finish games.
Yeah, okay.
So if you're in that final five lineup, I don't think so.
Okay, is he an elite passer?
I think he's a very good passer.
Okay,
Good. Can he be elite? Maybe.
Okay.
It's only been 1 year.
Is he an elite, any level scorer?
How about this? I'll say this.
Because Steph, I can hang like, he's such an outlier.
Right.
He was one of the greatest shooters. Even early on, you go, wow, this guy could shoot.
Right.
We didn't know he'd develop his entire all-around game. But he had that one singular defining skill set.
I think Pods is a really good passer. He's a really good rebounder for his size. His IQ, I think he has a really good IQ.
He's also 20.
He's 20 years. He's very young. He's very young. So I don't know what his ceiling is. Like, if you ask me right now, who's got a better ceiling or a bigger ceiling, Kaminga or Pods? I would probably say Kaminga.
Why?
But Pods,
why do you say that?
Because 6'8", wing defender, when everybody wants a wing defender, has a potential to be a really good two-way player, can get you to the free throw line, can make things happen, can wreck a game, right? It's a game changer. Pods, is he a game changer? I don't know. Elite athlete. You got to have athletes. Is Pods an elite athlete? Not yet. KDB, I don't know. But to me, this trade is way too. When you add in Pods, Kaminga, and Moody, and the picks, yeah, it's a little much. For Lowry Markkanen, like, if they make this move right now, Shasky, how much better are the Warriors?
Well, my next question would be, where are you going to get any, like, good value of players making very little to help contribute? We find year after year, you got to have some depth.
Right.
No one's saying you got to be 10 deep.
Right.
But you can't be 3 deep.
No, you can't be 3 deep.
I mean, you can't just roll in like okay, we're going to have basically, you're going to have the bag man, a.k.a. Wiggins, right? And I mean brown bag over the face man, because I don't know whether he's going to actually show up or not. And then you got Markkanen. What? You trust him?
I'm kind of leaning towards trusting him again. I feel like Wiggins may have I'm a sucker for it. I think Wiggins going to be all right.
I mean, is Wiggins wearing the brown bag, or are the fans watching him put his brown bag when he goes
a great question. I mean, what are we doing?
I did see a funny
I love how we get removed and we talk ourselves into like Wiggins could come back around.
Man.
No, he's not.
We just did an hour and a half.
Lucky to get 2 months out of him.
We just did an hour and a half on Giants baseball. We've talked ourselves into them maybe competing. 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Tell Age is Dell Levy, not Mike Ditka. Obviously, Mike Ditka trading everything for Ricky Williams.
That's a good call.
Let's get to the lines. I want to get to the lines, man. That's what they do on Steiny Go. I know that. They take a lot of calls. So let's take some calls. Phil in San Francisco.
Hey, Phil.
Phil. What's happening, man? Good afternoon.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Phil?
Hey, how's it going, you guys? Yeah. Just wanted to add my 2 cents worth on this possible trade. That is very demanding. If that is what they reportedly want in exchange for Markkanen, I mean that's way too much.
That's what I'm saying.
And as far as giving up future draft picks, the Warriors have sort of prided themselves in recent years of drafting well. Drafting a lot of good players that turned out great, starting with Stephen Curry. So I wouldn't, it would be kind of foolish to do that and to give up Podziemski in addition to Kaminga and Moody. I mean, that would be a mistake as well, I think.
What do you think, Phil, about Phil? Real quick, what do you think about Podziemski? Shasky just asked me his ceiling, and I really don't know. He's only 20 years old. He's a good player.
X factor kind of player. That he can put up numbers for you. It's just not going to be Tracy McGrady like numbers. Something like that. He's his own sort of player. He's a team player. He's a smart player. He's an intelligent player.
He feels like a winning player, right?
He feels like a Dante DiVincenzo type of a player.
I'm not mad at that.
I would love to have him on my team. I just don't know I don't know where he slots as a starter. Did you get where I'm going?
I get where you're going, Shasky.
Phil, good call, Phil. Let's go to Joe at Burbank. Joe, what's happening, man? You're on Steiny Guru / The Roast. What's up, Joe?
What's up, dog?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm with the fans. That's way too much for Markkanen. If you're going to overpay and you're going to give that much up, geez, you could have went. First of all, I don't think Markkanen is that good. But if you're going to give that much up, you should have went up. You should have tried to get in on the Mikal Bridges deal.
Yeah.
Because I don't really think Markkanen. His stats are inflated. He's on a bad team that. So sure, his stats are going to look good. He was on Utah, but I'm just not really big on that. And the other reason that Utah I didn't think they wanted Kaminga because I didn't think they wanted Kaminga's salary. And I think if that's true, we don't know what to believe. But if you're looking at that, they want Moody and they want Pods, that's because they don't want salary. And he's
Good
insane.
Point.
He asked, I wanted to ask you guys one thing. When you're thinking of all these trades, and maybe I'm missing something, but the thing is, I'm looking at the roster right now, and what I don't understand is just looking at what we have, I think we have a really good team, and I think that it can be better than a lot of people think, because first of all, between Steph, Wiggins, and Kaminga, I think you should have enough offense there with Steph, Wiggins, and Kaminga. And the other thing is, and then you add Draymond and TJD, that's a good starting lineup. And think about that bench that you would have. You got Pods and Moody and Anderson, Melton, Buddy Hield coming off the bench. Not to mention if you end up, so I don't know. I just don't do it. Don't give up all those draft picks. There's aprons now, and you can need draft picks to keep your salary down.
That might be the call of the week, Joe. You made a lot of sense. I just started doing the math in my head. We were talking about aggregates, right? You were talking about aggregates last week. And he brought up Kaminga, Wiggins, and then you throw in Steph Curry. Telling me you can't get 60 points between the three of them?
No, you should.
Right? You should, right?
You should.
Consistently.
Yeah.
You would hope so. Steph gets his 26, 25. We could say gets his 15, 17, because I don't believe he's going to come in and average 13 if they bring him back. Hell, they may still be trying to trade him. We have no idea.
I think Kaminga is going to average 22 a game.
There you go. Kaminga averaged
20 to 22 a game.
I'm there. I think there's another week there.
And you know what? Hold me accountable to that.
Well, no,
I'm dying on the Kaminga hill.
No, well, Bob, I'm glad you are. I'm glad you're on my hill.
Well, it's me and you. It's like glory.
We know, but you know what, though? I think, honestly, you and I have been the biggest Kaminga fans at the station in this market. Yeah. I'm not wavering off the guy. I know what I saw last year when he went to the media and said, I need to get out of here. And then he went out there and he backed up. He backed up? What he said to Shams Charania, whatever he told his agent, and he went into that meeting with Steve Kerr, got the haircut, and he balled out those 37 games. He balled the hell out. It averaged nearly 20 games. So I could see 22. So that's 60 to 65 points a game. Right there with just those three players. TJD, can he get you 8 to 10? Can Draymond get you 8 to 10? Where's Kyle Anderson? Where's Buddy? Where's DeAnthony Melton?
Buddy. I keep forgetting about Buddy.
Pods.
So, but here's the thing that
I'm kind of, real quick, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with Joe and Burbank. If you don't make this trade, like if you make the trade for Markkanen, I don't know how much better it makes you. I think with this current roster right now, you're as good as you would be with Lowry Markkanen by giving up all those assets.
Well, and you're gutting what would be the rest of your bench for next year, and it's really late in the process. Who are you signing to replace some of these spots?
Right. There's not a lot out there.
Not a lot out there. There's nothing out there.
Who's the remaining free agent? So I want you to look that up.
But
who's out there waiting?
Here's the thing. If Utah wants Kaminga and Pods, right? Doesn't that kind of tell you those two are coveted? If Danny Ainge wants those two, why would I give up those two making what they're making at the age of where they're at when I know that he's going to pay Kaminga? Like, if they're acquiring Kaminga, they're probably paying him. That's what the GM on the receiving end is thinking. They're not going to, let him go through it. This to me feels like an egregious overpay.
It does. It really does. I'm with you there. 888-957-9570. The latest from Shams Charania is saying that he's hearing that the Jazz are still interested in possibly trading Markkanen, and the Warriors have been the most engaged team for Lowry Markkanen. I know the Warriors really like Lowry. They really do. But the Jazz have asked for Pods, Moody, and Kaminga, along with picks, which has been a non-starter thus far for the Golden State Warriors.
So I got some lists here, guys. We got Tyus Jones still available. He's kind of like the top guy right now.
Backup point guard. He was good. He kicked. He had a great year.
Tyus not bad.
With Ja.
Tyus not bad.
Gary Trent Jr. That's another one. People are monitoring him.
He's a shooter.
Yep. Spencer Dinwiddie, who was a net and then was a Laker for a little bit last year.
Dinwiddie.
I don't like Dinwiddie on this roster. The motion offense, no.
He's a me.
Yeah,
ISO.
I'm good off him.
Isaac Okoro's a restricted free agent from Cleveland.
He was in the draft class with Wiseman.
He could defend his ass off, that's for sure.
Gordon Hayward, not do anything for you?
I know you talked about Gordon Hayward as a veteran.
I actually like Gordon Hayward. As a player off the bench in the 9-man role, you're starting him occasionally when there's everyone's sitting out.
I could be talked into that. I'm not mad at that.
You could do a lot worse than him.
I actually thought OKC underutilized him.
I agree with you.
Kind of like
he's a vet. Dude. He's nice.
No doubt.
Not as a starter making $50 million. He's just a vet.
Yeah, let's see. We got Seth Curry is available. Get another Curry brother in there.
I actually would be into that.
Yeah. Robert Covington. Maybe a few years ago.
Come see Bronny and LeBron versus Seth and Steph.
That's actually kind of it. That would be an interesting dynamic. The Bronze versus the Currys.
I should be a part of the NBA marketing team.
Spadoni just pointed out to me Lonnie Walker is available.
We all know, but we all know.
Bring a little Canes action here.
We all know the Warriors when it comes back to Steph Curry. And I ain't mad at Steph Curry. I like Steph Curry a lot. That's my guy. But we all know the Warriors, the last thing they need is another small guard. Come on.
Can never have enough of them.
Cameron Payne still available?
I'm imagining a Pods at the 5 lineup. We'd have Pods at the 5. We'll bring back Brad Wanamaker. He'll play the 4. Ooh. And then we just brought back Nico Mannion, so he'll play the 3.
You run a full
Seth
court
Curry
press?
at the 2 and Steph at the 1.
And you run a full court press?
All day.
5
out.
5 out.
Patrick Beverly's still out there, guys. Pat Bev.
By the way,
next year could be ours.
Pat Bev. The Pat Bev podcast. If you look this on Twitter, I saw.
Imagine that podcast crossover.
No, all the shenanigans that are going on Twitter over the weekend. The Pat Bev pod. If you guys look this up in the back, he reported he's either going to sign I think a veteran exception. Go look at Pat Bev. I swear to God, or a massive deal with some team in Europe.
How long?
A mega deal.
How long would it last? Draymond and Pat Bev at practice.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Speaking of podcasts, I did see the Kevin Garnett showing Paul Pierce the Edwin Diaz walk-in.
It was pretty sick.
It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Lie. The Paul Pierce.
Can we pull that sound for later in the show?
The Paul Pierce Kevin Garnett podcast is. It's kind of interesting.
The highlights are good.
They are. They're not bad. They're not bad. But you look this up. This tweet with Pat Bev is pretty funny. Yeah, no, KG's out of his mind.
Yeah, KG is out of his mind.
JK's trading videos look good. Well, I saw the trading video. They sit out there for Klay Thompson, and they're roasting him.
What happened with Klay?
I don't know. I don't. Let's go to Richard Fremont real quick. Richard Fremont, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Rich?
I like the switch up, man. You guys are looking good.
Hey, man, I could get used to this. I can get used to sleeping till 7 o'clock.
My flow. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I love the flow. Don't listen to Shasky. I'm in my lane, baby. I don't have to drive 100 miles an hour down 280 no more.
Hey, I'll tell you something else. I had a good time with you brothers at the summit, man. That was great.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something. I'm with the rest of the fan base, man. We don't need to move any pieces right now. We got a nice selection of core people. Yeah, we lost Klay. We understand that. But the pickups they got, I think, are really good. The producer was running off some names. Here's a name he probably didn't think of. And last I looked, I thought he was still available. Mm-hmm. Cam Johnson. I believe he's still available.
He's under contract with the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
But he did say
under contract. Okay,
yeah, but Rich, he did say
there was talk. There was talk that they weren't going to renew him. That they was going to ship him off.
Yeah. Nah, he may get moved, but he's got the money contract. Cam Johnson's an interesting name, though. 3D guy, young player. I'm not mad at that. Rich. But you're out on You're out on trading all these young assets for marketing.
No, I just don't think marketing is worth all that, man. Come on, we look up 2 years, we make that deal. 2 years from now, we're going to be kicking ourselves in the behind because we look and go, what were we thinking? Okay, and these guys go off and become stars someplace else. We've seen this movie before. No, absolutely not. I'm not doing that, guys.
I'm with you.
All right, Rich. I think we all agree here. 888-957-9570. But see, you know what? We've just gotten 3 calls here in the last 10 minutes about Joe, Burbank, Phil, and Rich. They said they won't do the deal. But you look online, and people are saying, send the pics. Send the pics. So there's somebody out there anybody out there who does want to do a deal like this.
I want to hear from that person.
888-957-9570. The Jazz, they want the bulk of the Warriors' young core. They want Moody. They want Kaminga. They want Podziemski. And I watched the Summer League last night and the last 2 nights with the Warriors, and Pods was balling out, and TJD was doing this thing. And this Plowden kid, who we saw at the Cali Classics, Spinoni, Plowden's been balling in Vegas. Who the hell is he? He's going to be on some NBA roster this season.
He's plowing through the competition.
Oh, that's a 3. That's a 3. I'll lay that on the tee for you. Look at that. That's good stuff right there.
Watching those Luke Connect highlights, he's not looking...
Dalton Connect?
Yeah, Luke, I'm sorry.
Connect?
He's not looking that good. The Lakers are terrible.
What, you don't think he's looking that good?
He had 25 the other day.
Yeah, I think he looked great.
He looked all right.
The rest of the team around him is horrible.
Yeah, you can't remember Summer League. You're playing with a lot of guys who are selfish.
I thought he was going to be bigger. I don't know why.
No, he looks pretty big on the court. Like I didn't know he can actually drive to the rack as much as he was trying to do, because I think he's trying to work on some of the stuff.
I like his mid. He got the mid. But I'm just saying, I don't know. I thought he would dominate.
Listen, Summer League has me thinking Kevin Knox has a future with the Warriors. I've always been a Kevin Knox fan. Always. Even Mark Jones on the broadcast in Torresburg. Mark Jones is like, I still think there's something there with Kevin Knox. And in my head, I'm thinking, no, he might be right.
There's also a difference.
That's
you get dimes from like guys you never heard of compared to Anthony Davis and LeBron James. He's going to have a lot more open looks than he's been getting.
That's true. No, that's true.
He will.
He was so good last year.
Yeah.
And it's like, I thought he'd come in and kind of just dominate.
Dalton?
Yeah.
Podziemski's the same thing last year. Podziemski, when we watched it, I watched him in Sacramento. He looked horrible.
He was horrible in Summer League. Horrible. And next thing you know, he's in a rotation a month into the season. So, did you find the Pat Bev tweet, by the way? Did you?
Well, there's a tweet. I was trying to find sound, but I don't think there is sound.
There's no sound bite. Okay. No, it was a tweet. It was just a tweet.
Yeah. Here, let me pull it up
You got to listen to this one, Shasky.
Right meow.
We got Dalton Johnson coming up. Speaking of Dalton, he's coming up at 12:30. ABC Sports Bay Area.
Meow?
Right meow. Yeah,
right meow, 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 meow. All right, meow, meow, meow. 888-957-9570. You're doing a deal for marketing? If you are, why? Do you believe in J.K. and Pods and Moody in their futures with the Golden State Warriors? Or do you know what? You just say, the hell with it. Let's go get Lowry Markkanen. And what difference is Markkanen making if you do trade this young core? That's a lot for Lowry Markkanen. That's a lot.
When was the last time anybody traded this many in the Bay Area, traded this many young players for a guy who's kind of more in his prime? Like, I know the Evan Longoria deal is one that comes to mind. The McCutchen deal, it comes to mind. But Brian Reynolds and Christian Arroyo weren't in the actual bigs at the time. They were in the minor leagues, and it was one player, essentially. This is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. Spino.
Okay, so this was from the Pat Bev pod via the Barstool Podcast Network. I think they re-upped, by the way. Developing at Pat Bev 21 is currently weighing his options between an NBA vet minimum contract and a, all caps, historic contract in Europe. Money bag emoji. That was yesterday at 11:45.
What does a historic bag look like?
Is that in euros? Is that in pounds? Where's he going?
I don't know,
Rupees?
man.
He might Saudi Arabian League.
Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, 12:30. We're rolling on this Warriors content here. Would you do the deal for Lowry Markkanen? Chef Sharada laid out the details. I'll lay them out again here to start the 12 o'clock hour. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Mighty Key Car Care Centers.
Brought to you.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, boy. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. 2 hours down. 2 hours ago, and Shasky sends me all these tweets. Oh, my gosh. Oh, over the weekend. All right, let me focus, man. Hey, oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Brunch with Bonte and Butcher here on 95.7 The Game. Shout out to our great friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. And how about this? I always start the morning by saying, hey, good morning to all the graveyard shift workers and all the overnight dancers. Well, let me say this. Good afternoon to all the construction workers who are taking their lunch breaks, all the cops who are taking their lunch breaks, all the dancers who are getting ready for their matinee shift at the Gold Club, because it's buffet time at the Gold Club. Fried chicken, mashed potatoes, we all love that. They're getting ready for their afternoon shifts. Good morning to them. All the kids at summer camps right now. Baby Chance, it's pizza day at her summer camp right now. She's there till 3 o'clock. I'm going to pick her out right after the show. So listen, good afternoon to everybody. We're all jacked up this week. I get it. We're all jacked up because Willard and Dibs did 6 to 10. Morning Roast from 10 to 2. Started to go from 2 to 6. And I think we hit the jackpot with this.
Did you know something?
Presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
I'm assessing things.
What are you assessing?
I'm assessing how quickly the assistant program director got the hell up on out of here the second his show was over. Just something I noticed.
No, he's still in the office right now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was gone.
He's talking to the actual PD.
Yeah.
I thought he walked out the door.
But he's got to do a job.
He's been here since 4:30 too. So
yeah.
Oh, man.
Luke's putting in that grind today. He's not used to it.
Damn. Wow.
He was bleary-eyed on the tarmac this morning.
It's just snitching.
I mean,
just snitching. Not everybody pulls a Joe Shasky.
Going, Shasky.
See, you're not allowed to do that because at 10 a.m., you're the first one out of here.
That was my point.
I got to go change LJ's diapers. Got to go get a haircut. Got to go get a lift in. Got to go to the pool.
No, I get a lift in before
Dr. Jaime and go get a chiropractor. Got to go get my shoulder stretched out. Got to get my brat cracked. Not everybody's Joe Shasky. You're not allowed to say that.
I covet my freedom.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and Lucas doesn't?
No. When you take on the role of assistant program director and chastise others, you better be willing to put in the work with the shovel.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, shout out to shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. I see some of our regulars from the mornings rocking with us in the afternoon. We're going to get to Antonio Markkanen in just a second because we got things percolating in the NBA. Things are not over yet. What's going to happen with Lowry Markkanen? Are you willing, Dub Nation, to give up Jonathan Kaminga, Moses Moody, Brandon Pajewski, pick swaps, picks, second-round picks, first-round picks for Lowry Markkanen? Are you really willing to do that?
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
Is that going to extend the window for Stephen Curry and Draymond Green? Lowry Markkanen, is that a difference maker? Or are you willing to give up all these guys to go get Lowry? A 7-footer who can shoot the hell out the basketball. He can.
I wouldn't make this deal, but if they made this deal, it tells me, boy, they got a lot of faith in Andrew Wiggins bouncing back.
Now, that's, I'm
not optimistic.
I don't know why, Shasky, but I am optimistic about Andrew Wiggins because he will get touches. All the touches that Clay got are gone. All the touches that CP3 had are gone.
He got any shot he wanted last year. What are we talking about?
I just think Wiggins. See, I'm not doing a deal because I do like Steph and Dre, TJD, and I like Wiggins and Kaminga playing. They could be your Pippen and Jordan defensively, being pit bulls, locking up 94 feet, putting the clamps on guys. I do believe in a bounce back for Andrew Wiggins. I'm not just being a homer. I'm not being television Bonte. This is the real Bonte Hill. Radio Bonte is live and direct. I do believe in an Andrew Wiggins bounce back.
Do you believe in the Tooth Fairy? Santa Claus?
I did. I still believe in Santa.
Also the Tooth Fairy. Love the Tooth Fairy.
Also believe in God.
Brush those teeth, kids.
Brush those teeth.
I mean, come on,
That's right,
man.
brush those teeth.
You gotta know when to fold them.
I'm not folding them.
Jeez Louise.
I'm not folding them on Andrew Wiggins.
So, Bonte, is Markkanen a better player than Paul George?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
Yeah,
I think Paul George is a better basketball player than Larry Markkanen. Would you agree?
So. Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's age, and age factors into this. But if you're not trading Kaminga for Paul George, then what makes me think that you're trading Kaminga for Markkanen?
Now, let me ask you this.
And Pods.
You just asked me if I believe in the Tooth Fairy. Do you really believe the Warriors are not trying to trade Kaminga for Paul George?
I don't know what to believe.
Because Kawakami said one thing, Ramona Shelburne said another.
I don't know what to believe.
I don't believe that they were not trying to trade Kaminga for Paul George. I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't.
So there's like a double entendre this. So you do believe Kaminga was a part of the
absolutely
okay, the Paul George's.
And I don't think the Clippers were winning. They were thinking, come on without Kaminga. Give us JK down here.
Okay.
I think the Warriors were basically like, yeah, that's probably too much.
Because I would not be giving up Kaminga, pods, multiple firsts, Moody, pick swaps
I'm not doing
for Paul George. So I'm not going to do it for
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that whatsoever. But are there any Warrior fans out there who are willing to do the deal? Are they out there willing to do the deal?
Let me change the fabric of the deal. What if it's Moody Wiggins pods? And some package.
Well, you move off that money of Wiggins.
And then you give that money to Markkanen.
So you got Markkanen, Draymond, Kaminga, Steph, DeAnthony Melton. You need a bench. That's tough for me. It depends on the pick compensation.
To sign Pat Beverly to be your backup.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. I think I'm saying no to that deal.
Really?
Honestly, I'm saying no to that deal.
Okay.
Maybe I'm overvaluing Brandon Podziemski, but I think the guy plays winning basketball.
If you're making this deal for Markkanen, you are banking that he will give you, this is what you're expecting. He's giving you the 2 months of Kaminga for longer.
Yeah.
Excuse me, the 2 months of Andrew Wiggins when you won the championship for longer. Yeah. You're basically saying that we think he can be our second best player.
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't know if he can give you that same impact.
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
And in the Western Conference, we're talking about a conference that has Luka, Jamal Murray, Kyrie, whatever's going on with the Houston Rockets. You got Wemby in San Antonio. Damn it. No, I'm not doing that. I can't. I don't think Lowry's all that. I don't. 408, Xfinity Mobile text line. Love to hear Bonte Shasky this time slot. Hey, Shasky, you get used to this time slot. Come on.
I don't understand how we elevated a guy with 0 playoff games.
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Into superstardom without having ever done anything of significance in April or May. Ever. I mean, we're over here criticizing Pandemic P for all his playoff shortcomings, and he is older, and I acknowledge that. Pandemic P has done much more in the playoffs than Markkanen's ever done.
Now you're talking my language.
And how many people were not in on PG-13?
Now you're speaking my language. This team may be just as good as is than if they gut this team for Lowry Markkanen. Let's get to the lines because we got to pay him. Yeah, then you got to pay him. And how much you got to pay him? Is that a guy you could say, hey, once Steph retires, Lowry carry the franchise into the future? I don't know. But who's out there who believes the Warriors should make a deal for Lowry? Do you send the pics? As the kids are saying on Twitter, they got remixes, they got songs. Send the pics, Joe Lacob. Send the pics. Hell with the pics. Are you in that camp? Or do you want to keep Kaminga and Pods and Moody? And do you believe they could contribute to winning just as much as Lowry? Let's get to the lines here. We got full phone lines here. Let's go. You know what? It's been a while since we heard from Antonio. Start it off, Antonio. Set the tone, Antonio.
What's up, dog?
What's up, you guys? Yeah, I'm not doing all that, man. And you guys know how positive I could be, man. But I'm like, nah, I'm not even going to, Podziemski. I think he's going to be an excellent second-year player, man. Score, can do it all. Kaminga, I think he's going to have an Anthony Edwards type of fourth year. You know what I'm saying? Moody, excellent role player. And you need that, man. As Steph gets older, you need all the depth you can get. This is not the LA Rams, FM picks, none of that, And Lauri Markkanen, he's excellent, but, we're not going to make this into Lauri, Herschel Walker marketing, man, as far as trading everything. Can't do it. In the words of Mike Singletary, y'all.
Can't do it, Antonio. What about you, Austin and San Jose? Are you sending the picks? Are you sending the youngsters for Lowry Markkanen, Austin?
What's up, Bonte Shasky? You guys must have had too much sleep, man. Bonte, what's going on?
Hey, man, I feel good. Hey, Austin, I haven't felt this good in weeks.
Brother, you fired up.
I am fired up, man. Hey, listen, Austin, we haven't even got to the 49er talk. Just wait until that 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah. Something about Brock.
Hey, we'll get to that. I used coming to my Commanders, man. You know what's going on there, but we don't have to talk about that right now. Hey. Don't do that to me.
No, we're not going to. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
Don't do that. Do that. Listen, man. This whole thing with Pods. I mean, why is it now Pods is the next thing, the sexiest thing in Warrior Land? What's going on, man? Listen, let's slow our roll on Pods, man. Second year. we got to see. Sophomore year, once guys have a chance to see, they're going to be ready for him this year, Bonte. They ain't going to be falling down and getting calls and all that crazy stuff. His jump shot, he still got to figure out how to get his jump shot off. I'm not convinced he's a jump shooter yet. He can shoot a set shot, and he's not the quickest guy in the world. So this is the NBA, man. This is not summer league. So I put a pause on it. As far as making the deal, though, absolutely. If you can get Lauren, he's a proven pro, man. I mean, you guys are all hyped up on Moody and J.K. and Pod, guys that we're still trying to figure out if they can be part of a regular roster and a starting lineup yet. So I'm making that move.
That's fair.
If J.K. was on Utah, we can probably deduce that he would have, 20 points per game?
Oh, he averaged 24 a game in Utah,
I don't know about 24. 24 strong.
You have to dress differently, Shasky, in Utah. I don't know if that act he would. Listen.
Oh, yeah. Did you see real quick, Austin, you sound like you heard it in your fashion. Rate the scarf that he was wearing on Saturday night.
He was wearing.
Oh, man. I'm trying to figure out what that was, Bonte. Maybe you guys are younger than me, man. You got to explain that. I don't know what that was. That was weird. And last thing on J.K., man, please tell me, Bonte, the Warriors and Dunleavy are not sold on this guy. Why am I getting the feeling there's something weird going on with J.K.? I'm not feeling the commitment from the Warriors, man. It's just me, or do you kind of get that same thing?
That's fair.
Thanks,
that's fair. Hey, great call, Austin. I love that. We'll get to everybody else in a second. I'm going to answer that question. It does feel like there's some difference of opinion when it comes to Jonathan Kaminga. Like, I don't believe Steve Kerr is in love with J.K. as he's in love with Brandon Podziemski. I think Joe Lacob loves J.K. I'm not sure where Dunleavy falls into place, but there is a disconnect when it comes to Jonathan Kaminga. I will agree with that, Austin, in San Jose. Everybody's not on board with him. For what? I have no idea. But there seems to be a disconnect when it comes to J.K. And then just thinking about this on the way in, Shasky, it feels like Pods gets so much love. And look, I'm not mad at that. I'm not a hater. I'm a player. Not really a player. I'm just trying to rhyme here. Let me just.
I know people.
In the words of Mac Minister, don't hate the player, hate yourself. Not hate the game. He says hate yourself. It's the best line.
But Kaminga, he seems like
you like that one, huh?
That's really good.
It's really good. He said, "Don't hate the player, hate yourself."
It's so
good.
It is so good.
Such a classy
Mac Minister
line.
still trying to get out of prison. Shout out to Mac Minister. Listen, there does seem Kaminga's polarizing in the sense that everybody just thinks that we could find that. We could find a player like that anywhere. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do that. He doesn't do this. Well, let's focus on what he does good. We do that with Pods all the time. Now, you don't want to flip it and say, what does Pods not do well?
He's the best athlete on the Warriors. On a team that has minimal athleticism to begin with. He's the best player at getting to the free throw line on the Warriors. On a team that minimally gets to the free throw line. He's by far and away the best leaper on the team. On a team that doesn't leap. He's by far and away the second or third best perimeter defender at minimum. At minimum. On a team that doesn't defend on the perimeter. So you could tell me about all the things he doesn't provide the Warriors. He's not a great passer. Well, that's what Draymond's for. Not every player is going to have every skill in the bag.
And listen, I actually think he's an underrated passer.
Well, I would agree with that. Is his discernment the most stellar? No, he's 21. But when he's 23, I bet his discernment will be a lot better, especially if he gets 30 minutes a game.
Thank you. Let's go to the lines, man. People are fired up here. Let's go to Marcus in Pacifica. Marcus, what's happening, man?
What's up, bro?
What's up, Marcus?
What's happening? I appreciate you guys getting me on. One name you forgot there was Steph Curry, as far as who's signing off on Kaminga.
That's true.
I think he has a lot to say in this. And, Draymond went on record last year saying that, Kaminga had carried them when they were down. He showed that he's got some leadership qualities and his ability to take over a game, which goes a long way in the conversation. As far as Markkanen goes, I'm not on board at all. No disrespect to him, but you guys can remember when the Warriors, different situation, but they traded Chris Webber for Tom Gugliotta, who was a 20-10 guy, looked great in Washington. Everybody thought that it was a fair handshake.
Great call.
Farthest thing from the truth. When you play for a bad team, you're going to put up numbers. Like you said, Kaminga would put up at least 20 to 23 if he was in Utah. He'd be getting his touches. he's got to share the ball. You know, Clay was adamant about getting his touches. Steph's going to get his touches. You know, Kaminga, they were giving him the ball. You know, you got to allow the team to kind of develop. You know, as far as giving up on Moses Moody, you know, maybe I'm crazy, but he kind of reminds me a little bit of like a poor man's Robert Horry. You know, he goes out there, he when you call his number, he shows up. You sit him on the bench for 10 games. You bring him in. He shows up regular season, postseason. He's an outside defender, long. You know, the Warriors need to stay long. That's the future of the NBA. You know, defensively, I think we're a better team with what we've got right now. I don't think Markkanen puts us anywhere near defending for a championship, let alone going anywhere in the playoffs.
Good call, Marcus. I think a lot of people agree with you here. And JK, look, would he go to Utah and average 23, 24? I believe he would. When he went to Steve Kerr's office and they talked it out because JK basically said Steve Kerr lost his trust, right? Which is wild, right? For a third-year player, like, yo, this championship coach who's got all these rings as a player and coach, I don't trust you no more. Well, they hashed it out. He went to go get a haircut, and he went to average 19 points a game over the next 37 on the Warriors with Stephen Curry, with Clay, with Wiggins, with CP3, with all these guys who touched the basketball. He averaged 19 on his team. Hell, he may average 25 a game in Utah if he had to run away. He doesn't have here. So, look, those Markkanen, dare I say, is it like Sabonis? Is it empty calories?
I mean, it feels like it. I like the Gugliotta comp because he's kind of right on that.
Yeah.
And just look around the league as a whole. Like, you know, Kevin Love, and again, I think he's an excellent, excellent player, Kevin Love, when it's all said and done. Look what he looked like in Minnesota when he's getting all the usage rate.
Yep.
And then look what he looks like as a clipped version of himself playing on a LeBron team.
Right.
I think it's very difficult to play alongside Steph. This is one thing no one gives credit. Kaminga's proven he can still get his alongside Steph Curry.
That's a good point.
Very few guys can prove that.
He's a good player. Very good point.
I mean, who knows? Markkanen comes and he doesn't get the usage rate, and maybe he cowers.
Maybe, and he's just standing on the three-point line. Can he go to the rack and finish like Kaminga? Can he get to the free throw line like Kaminga? Spadoni, do me a favor. I got a quick homework assignment for you. How many free throws a game does Markkanen average?
Okay, I'll go grab that. I mean, it's a work assignment. I'm not going home to go look.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm an on the spot assignment. Call it a homework, but an on the spot assignment. Pop quiz, real quick before we get to. Hey, let's get to Dean and Fremont. We got Rob. Oh, Rob has said Bruno up in the afternoon. What? Let's go to Dean and Fremont real quick. Spano, my bad. Dean and Fremont.
Hey,
what's up, Dean?
I agree with you, Bonte. I would not make this deal. Ainge doesn't want to get rid of Markkanen because if he did, he'd make it so that way somebody could afford it. He's asking for an insane price because, well, why not? I can't wait to see the Dubs this season because the young guys are going to surprise people. And that's what happens when you have young guys. They surprise people like the Warriors did 10 years ago. When they're ready for you, it's not really when it happens. These guys are going to surprise people, and they're going to be a lot better than anybody thinks.
You know what? I know what, Dean. Shasky, don't you just want to trust the process for a second? They got under the first and second apron. You're under their luxury tax. You're not going to be in the repeater. Just sit back and for a couple months.
But like all these people, like 2 times, I was like, we've gone like. I just feel like people have gone crazy to one side of the room, and it's like, hey guys, Moody barely played his rookie year. Wiseman didn't play for 2 years, and when he did, it was spotty. Pogs proved he belongs. This isn't like a sight unseen.
Right.
He proved he belongs. Now, what he develops into, is it sustainable?
We'll see.
Okay, fine. He's an NBA player, and he's a rotational piece at minimum.
Right.
At minimum. Now, at minimum, could he become one day a starter? I don't know. Kaminga has proven, at minimum, he's coming off anyone's bench and averaging 15 a game.
Yep.
Anyone's, and that's very difficult.
Why are people down on Kaminga?
What?
Why do you think people are down on Kaminga?
I think that, well, there's a variety of reasons, but I think that there is a element of sometimes we don't like people who don't smile. And I know that sounds super simplistic, like Ramos. Right. I think if Ramos smiled every single game, I just think it would be more endearing. I don't know why that is. I think it would be more endearing.
That's interesting.
Right?
That's
and like I look at certain young players, like For example, Brock Purdy, when he's having success, he smiles in the podium, and he has a very like choir boy kind of feel to him. There's something about smiling and laughing. Richard Sherman immediately was embraced by Niner fans because he's got a big smile.
Right.
He does.
That's
Not
a good
everyone
point.
does. He also has a scowl.
I didn't think about it like that.
No, but like I
you
believe
also
like
think, too?
Barry Bonds was hated because he didn't smile.
He didn't smile at all.
David Ortiz was beloved because he did smile.
He always smiled.
You know, Sammy Sosa, I know now, we've forgotten. Sammy Sosa was
His
beloved.
smile. His smile was great.
He was beloved.
No doubt.
Because he smiled. There's something about, like, he is super serious and into his craft, and he doesn't smile a lot, Jonathan Kaminga. He doesn't show a lot of personality because he's coming from another country.
Do you also think him going to the media?
Oh, that's an element.
Big element?
Absolutely.
When it's like, hey, you haven't proven anything. Let me go to CJ Holmes of the Chronicle, who's now out there in New York City covering the Nets.
And he's not
during
polished.
a playoff series.
During the playoff series, too.
And he's not polished as a player.
Right.
So he's not as refined as somebody. He kind of comes off kind of rigid, right? He's running into people and crashing into them. And I'm just saying, like, man, the kid is a player. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
We're not talking like Wiseman. Maybe he can't play in the NBA.
But you know what? Like Slater told us. But no, you know what? I'm not going to. Wiseman in Indiana intrigues me.
Okay,
it intrigues me a little bit. But yeah, no, I get what you're going.
Already proven
yeah, he has proven more. No doubt about it. Real quick, Spinoni, how many free throws a game does Larry Markkanen average?
So his free throw attempts for his career is at 3.6. Now, last year he averaged 5 free throw attempts, and the year prior, his All-Star year was 6.
Kaminga averaged 4.5 free throw attempts a game last season. 4.5 free throw attempts. I like this on YouTube.
As the fourth option?
From the land of Hella. From the land of Hella on YouTube.
Yeah.
Markkanen is basically Rashard Lewis. That's interesting. Remember Rashard Lewis from the Sonics and the Magic?
Lewis. But they had Dwight Howard and Dwight Nelson and Hito.
We're asking Markkanen to play like a big. Real quick, let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
Oh, Rob, you're up.
Rob,
what's up,
lunchtime with Rob, man. What's up, Rob?
You know, this is my prime time right here. But look, man, look. I woke up this morning, right, and I started rolling my breakfast, and then I heard the radio and I heard Willard. I said, "Oh my God!" You know what I'm saying? Roll my morning. Then I forgot y'all doing a switch over. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? You know Willard. But anyways, the Warriors just stand pat. Lauri Markkanen is not the guy like that. I mean, if he can rebound and defend at a high level, make the trade, but he's not doing all that. And secondly, do y'all just compare him to Rashard Lewis?
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
Rashard Lewis was in the playoffs everywhere he went and was a great role player, was a great player to me. He did everything. So I don't know. He could dribble, could defend. So I don't know what y'all talk. Who said that? If he Rashard Lewis, we need to go get him then. You know what I'm saying? So, but he ain't that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got, though, fellas.
Hey, Rob, real quick. I know we'll talk to you tomorrow. Have you watched the Receiver doc yet, Rob?
Huh?
Have you watched the Receiver doc yet?
It's so good.
People been telling me I ain't had time to do it. But I'm gonna wait till it's all over. Then I'm gonna go binge it once it's over.
Rob, let me tell you this right now. Jimmy Garoppolo, you will think Kyle Shanahan should go straight to Canton for what he did with Jimmy Garoppolo. Devontae was broken 3 games in.
Hey, I told y'all this years ago. Y'all didn't believe me. And then when I said this, when I said he looked better, Trey Lance looked better than Jimmy, does it sound off now?
Oh no, well Jimmy, we agree with that. Trey Lance should have started the first game in 2021. Hands down. All right, we got to roll.
It's coming hard.
Oh, we got Jonathan in San Francisco, Darren in Oakland, Tony in Oakland, Murderers Row. We're gonna get to you all after Dalton Johnson. We'll spend 10 minutes with Dalton. We'll get right back to the calls. We're rolling on this Warriors. It's simple. You ready to trade Pods, Moody, and Kaminga for Lowry, Markkanen, and picks? Explain why you would do it, or explain why it's not a good deal. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
For walkable cities, I'm a yes.
morning, right? And I started rolling my breakfast, and then I turned the radio on. I heard Willard. I said, "Oh my God!" You know what I'm saying? Roll my morning. Then I forgot y'all were doing a switch over. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? You know Willard. But anyway,
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
Why? You got to just let that go. You don't need to. Gosh. We're going to be going to the principal's office. I'm not even going to, like.
I turned the radio on. I heard Willard. I said, "Oh my God."
There already seems to be friction. Willard already thinks there's friction between us.
Did he think we got canned?
Like, no, I don't know. I just like the fart that he's rolling up his breakfast, if you know what it means.
The radio on, I heard Willard. I said, "Oh my God."
Okay, Willard's gonna get mad at us, thinking that we're making fun of him.
He's gonna get mad at me because he's gonna think I was part of that.
I woke up and listened to Willard and Dibs, and it felt weird. I'm not gonna lie. I drove in, and it was weird. The sun was up.
Did you say, "Oh my God"?
Well, yeah, there were people driving around me. Normally, I could do 120, and no one's around me.
You know what I mean? You know Willard.
415.
Anyways,
you're an artist, man. You're an artist.
Me? Let's call me Picasso.
Oh,
my middle name is Joseph P. Shasky, so Picasso's for P. Actions, Philip. Yeah. Come on, you like that?
I can't believe y'all came back with a rejoin. We're not going to hear the end of that one.
That was
all optimism, baby.
Yeah, that was. Do you think BPA's a nooner guy?
Clickbait on YouTube said, "I need an afternoon nap." I'm just getting started. This show's flying by. Your boy got 9 hours of sleep. I bet you'll get more sleep than Dalton Johnson. I guarantee you that. And he joins us right now on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Dalton, my main man from NBC Sports Bay Area, Dubs Talk Podcast with Monty Poole, out there in Vegas, been covering the USA team, been doing everything. Dalton, what's happening? Good afternoon.
I'm doing good, guys. Not getting 9 hours of sleep, though. I'm jealous. My gosh, 9 hours.
Are you calling us? Are you calling us from another planet?
Are you calling us from the Spear?
Where are you?
The Spear, whatever they call it in Vegas?
No, shoot, no. I got back home now, so I'm back out of the desert of Las Vegas.
Oh my gosh! All right, so you heard the report today. I'll start with, if you're Dalton Johnson, I'm gonna give you Mike Dunleavy's hat right now / Joe Lacombe's hat. You're making this deal for marketing pods, Kaminga, Moody, and picks swaps because I'm not doing the deal. It's Dalton Johnson, aka Petaluma's finest, doing the deal.
No, that's too much. I mean, I think that, again, if you're the Warriors, it's no surprise when you're talking about the Utah Jazz, Danny Ainge, all of this. But as far as that goes, it's kind of a one or the other situation, right? I mean, you can't be like, okay, you can have all the young guys and the picks. No, it's either, if I'm going to give you the X amount of young guys, you need to keep picks for the post-Steph Curry era, or you're trying to front load with picks and a young guy and be able to keep some of those young guys for the now and the post-Steph Curry era. So I think that's the tough give and take right now, is that it's Danny Ainge. He's not going to be like, yeah, just give me a couple sprinkles here, a couple cents of the dollar. That's not how it works with them, of course. It takes two to tango, and right now it feels like Ainge is trying to pull a way harder rope than the Warriors are able to give up right now. So there has to be some give and take right now. And if the Jazz are trying to take all of that, in your Golden State, you can't give all that by any means right now.
So let's say no trade is consummated. Are the Warriors a better team today than what they were last year?
Yes. I 100% think that they are a better team right now. Are they the team that they need to be a contender? No. We all know that. We all know what's missing from the team this year, and it's why they're still going after a Lauri Markkanen so hard right now. It's why they went all in for a Paul George. It's why they even checked in on the possibility of a LeBron James at last year's trade deadline. They know that they need that number 2 next to Steph Curry. They fully are aware of that, but you still cannot tell me that they're not a better team right now. This is a younger team. It's a more athletic team. They have added shooting while still losing perhaps the second best shooter of all time in Klay Thompson. So I get it. You're losing 2 future Hall of Famers in Klay Thompson and in Chris Paul, but also 2 guys who are not close to what they were a handful of years ago. So I think that this is a better team with the Warriors compared to last year, and also a team that still has some of the same questions as last year. It's a deep team, but they were supposed to be a deep team last year, right? That was the big selling point, was depth. Kind of the same selling point right now is that I still see them as a better team and a better roster, but now the depth can become an issue. Is Moses Moody going to have any leeway to play? So those same questions are still there, even though I think that they are a better team right now.
Dalton Johnson here on the River Islands Guest Lines, NBC Sports Bay Area, doing a hell of a job on the Doves Talk podcast. Man, Dalton, you guys don't know. Dalton was a hell of a baseball player. My guy's made the transition to becoming a hoop beat writer. I'm loving his work over at NBC Sports Bay Area. Real quick, Brandon Podolsky, what is his ceiling in your opinion?
Well, I think he's kind of showing his ceiling this summer right now, because you look at him being on that select USA team was a great showing for him. He really was he was the ball handler for the select team. He was initiating everything. The story was Cooper Flagg, and understandably so. Watching Cooper Flagg, he's the real deal. He's worth the hype. It was really fun to see him against Team USA. But Brandon Podolsky, in my eyes, from the scrimmages that I could see, was the clear captain of that team.
Really?
We know the way we know the way that Brandon likes to talk, obviously. But again, he was using a great combination of using his voice, but also leading by example. He was still the one diving for loose balls. He's picking up Steph Curry full court in these scrimmages and almost looking annoyed. Hey, where's the help? Why isn't everyone else doing this? Calling out his teammates, trapping Drew Holiday in the corner, forcing a turnover, using the Iguodala swipe down on Jason Tatum to make him kick it out in the paint. So all those intangibles, all the factors that we saw Brandon Podolsky be able to pop as a rookie really stood out on this USA Select team. And then you get to see him, okay, now it's Summer League time. Where are you going to stand out here? Because the year before in Summer League was pretty underwhelming for Brandon Podolsky. He looked overmatched at times in Summer League. This year, no. He looked like a guy who was a first-team all-rookie selection. And more importantly, he looked like a guy willing to step into that bigger role as a scorer. Like his last game in Summer League, and all indications are that he's probably going to be shut down the rest of the summer. But 21 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists. The biggest point of all of that, though, was not just that he made 4 3-pointers. It's the fact that he took 8 3-pointers. He went 6 3-point attempts in his one California Classic game, 6 3-point attempts in his first game in Vegas, 8 3-point attempts in his last game in Vegas. That is the biggest leap forward in my eyes for Brandon Podolsky because, again, you're losing Klay Thompson. They've added shooting with Buddy Hield and a healthy D'Anthony Melton. But aside from Steph Curry, like the person who can make the biggest leap shooting-wise is probably Brandon Podolsky.
All right, real quick, before we let you go, because out there, I don't want you to die out there, that Vegas heat. I know you got to stay indoors. It's been cooking out there. Where's Kaminga at right now? Mentally, I know he's been there in Vegas. He's been in trade rumors. You hear one report, he's not in trade rumors. Hear another report, he is in trade rumors. Just where is Kaminga at mentally with this Golden State Warriors roster? Does he believe he's a part of this fabric and this future moving forward with the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan Kaminga believes that he is a star, that he has Kobe in him, that he has all of this. And we've heard that really since day one from him, from his point of view. And then the outside, it's still kind of like, well, what are we waiting for? Who is this? So the hard thing with Kaminga is that we almost have to be reminded so many times that he's only 21 years old. 21 years old, incredibly young, with so much talent. But then you're going, well, where do you wait? How much longer can you wait, especially when Steph Curry's 36 years old, going to turn 37 years old? So, Jonathan Kaminga right now on this roster is the guy who, besides Steph Curry, can give you 20 points, at least 20 points, right? He's the guy that can go get the bucket, which is what they're missing right now, is the number 2, the bucket getter. So if you ask JK, he's going to tell you, I'm that guy. I believe I'm that guy. But still, his fit on this roster is far from perfect. The man in charge, the man who has the wallets for the Warriors, is a big time Jonathan Kaminga believer. I believe that the Warriors are going to do everything in their right that they can to hold on to Jonathan Kaminga, to hold on to Brandon Podolsky. But especially with Jonathan Kaminga, there has to be a point where you're going, is this all worth it? What's the point of all this? If he's not a starter at the beginning of the season, then this was a waste of a summer. Jonathan Kaminga has to be in the starting lineup. If you're going to hold him out of all these trades, to then keep him coming off the bench because he does not fit with Draymond Green or Andrew Wiggins, then it was a waste of a summer. They have to make a decision on Jonathan Kaminga, fair or not for him, sooner than later, or else, again, you're wasting time right now in just wondering what if, because what if can only last so long.
No doubt, Dalton. Hey, man, we appreciate the short notice, man, coming in on the show on short notice. Know you're doing anything in Vegas, man. The Warriors definitely kept it interesting this summer. Dalton, keep up the great work out there in Vegas.
Thanks, fellas. Always fun.
Anytime, Dalton Johnson joining us on the River Islands Guest Line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? So right off the rip, we asked Dalton, would you do the deal? And the deal is Court to Sham Sarani, who's been hanging out on the concourse at the Thomas & Mack Center and Cox Pavilion out there in Las Vegas for Summer League. They've discussed the Warriors have been the most engaged team for Markkanen in recent weeks. As league sources tell The Athletic, they have discussed a proposal around Moses Moody, multiple first-round picks, multiple pick swaps, and multiple second-round picks. The Jazz, however, have asked for the bulk of young talent and capital the Warriors possess, including Moody, J.K., and Brandon Podziemski, along with picks, which has been a non-starter thus far for Golden State, league sources said. So what do you do, Warrior fans? Do you say to hell with the youngsters? Do you say to hell with the picks and go get Lowry? Or are you sitting just chilling for a second saying, you know what? I'd rather keep my young core because Dalton believes this team is better right now on paper than they were last season.
Do you believe that?
Not yet. I have to see it. They won 46 games last year. And it was a clunky 46. I get it. They didn't beat a lot of good teams. We go down the list, right? 0-3 against Denver, 1-3 against Dallas, OKC 1-3, Minnesota 0-3. They didn't beat any good teams. 1-3 against the Clippers. They were awful against the good teams. But I still have to see it. Like Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield, D'Anthony Melton, where's he at health-wise? I need to see it first. It sounds good. But I need to see it, Shasky. So I don't believe right now today they're better. I'm a little indifferent.
All right, I know I want to go out to the lines here because everybody's been waiting for a long time. A brief aside. The San Francisco Giants just selected one of the best players in the draft. 34th overall prospect they took at 116, Dakota Jordan from Mississippi State. Outfielder, slugger, hit a bomb in his final game.
I have no idea who he is.
Oh, he's a beast.
Only you can.
He's a beast. This is a great pick. I'm so excited.
Oh, my God.
They didn't have a second and third round pick.
Oh, my God.
But are you holding on to him in a Vlad Jr. trade?
Oh, my God.
I'm just
see the Dalton Connect of this draft.
That is unbelievable.
Dakota Jordan.
When did you hear this guy? Did you know about him during the season?
Well, because when I think Mississippi State, I think Will Clark.
Oh my God!
Even though Will played first.
You don't think Rafael Palmeiro?
I mean, yeah.
You don't think Will Bednar?
I think when I think of the state of Mississippi, I think of Roy Oswald. He's from Mississippi.
I know.
I have never.
You guys have good Mississippi knowledge.
When I think of Mississippi, I think of what's my guy from the best it never was.
Marcus Dupree.
Marcus Dupree, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Also think of Brett Favre.
Dak Prescott.
I also think of Deion Sanders of Jackson State, the city of Jackson not having water to drink. There's a lot of things I think about when it comes to Mississippi. Not all good.
Like the Mississippi roast over here.
Mississippi burning. It is too much for me. So what's his name? The guy from
Dakota Jordan.
Dakota Jordan.
Trust me, you're gonna like him.
What's his size?
He's an outfielder. He's a beast.
What's his size?
20 jacks this year.
Okay,
I don't know what his size is.
That's awesome. 20 jacks.
Pull up his measurables. I didn't know.
It's just a name that's on a video game. We're simulating? Who is this guy?
Dakota.
Oh, my gosh.
I like the trust me part. Trust me. You're going to like him.
I trusted you on Casey Schmidt. How did that work out?
And he's a work in progress.
I trusted you on Hunter Bishop. I'm always trusting you. And you're leading me down the wrong path, Shasky.
It's a great
pick. Nothing wrong with getting excited over prospects.
It's a great pick.
Is it a great pick? Oh, my God.
I'm telling you, man.
Well,
we're going to need a full grade on this draft.
6 foot, 220. He's 6 foot, 220. He's 21 years old.
Yeah, dude, he's a beast.
Bats right-handed, throws right-handed.
Already in the Giants' top 10 prospects. I made that part up.
Oh, my God.
Well, Eldridge, I called him as the number one prospect months ago, and then boom, now he's already number 2 in the Giants system.
Oh, great. Marco Luciano, you guys called him too. You know what? Let's get back. Don't bring me down.
What?
This prospects, man. You can't. The guy's never taken a minor league at bat yet. Trust
I just watched him play like 2 months ago.
Oh my God! How many times have you watched him play?
Once. At least I admitted it. least I admitted it.
Well, I like how you're locked in there. You're very well-rounded, Shasky.
Oh, don't forget about Eric Dampier with the Mississippi State. Monte Ellis.
I saw him play more games than I saw Quentin Post.
People are telling me, though, hey, you know what? I got to support because the brothers are telling me he's a brother.
He is.
So get behind the brothers.
Yes, and I'm sure Bob Nightingale also loves this pick. Hashtag diversity. One of the best prep athletes in the 2022 draft, Jordan went unselected because he planned on playing baseball and football at Mississippi State. He was a 3-star wide receiver recruit, wound up giving up the gridiron and handled the rugged Southeastern Conference as well, batting .336 and bashing 30 home runs in 2 seasons. While Jordan has at least plus speed and may have plus straight line quickness, he's still learning how to make the most of it. He's not aggressive on the paths and is shaky in the outfield where he spent most of his freshman year and left. His arm has gotten a little stronger since high school and now grades as average.
I see why the Giants liked him.
I'm telling you.
He still needs to prove he can be consistent with contact because he swings through fastballs and chases breaking balls. He has a 29% strikeout rate this spring.
Wait, what's the percentage strikeout rate?
29%.
Lower than team average.
I'm supposed to trust you on this?
Yes, trust me on this.
Oh, my God. Oscar Stockton.
He's from Mississippi.
Oh, that's great.
I'm excited.
Oh, pop the champagne. Everybody from Mississippi is great. I told everybody to trust us on Trey Lance. Trust me, Trey Lance is the guy.
But Trey Lance wasn't from Mississippi, though.
No, he's from Minnesota.
There's your difference right there.
Joe Bowles from Minnesota. Isn't Dave Woodfield from Minnesota?
Yes.
See, great things come out of Minnesota. Sorry, Oscar. Prince. There you go. Blouses. Gabe. Blouses. Oscar Stockton. What's happening?
Oh, man. Not much, man. Hey, only thing I know is the Warriors, if they trade for Markkanen, we're going to be 10 years back. Why would we do something like that? First of all, we're going to give up all our young talent, which we've been trying to have this second anthem on our team. Why would we try to even do that to give up our whole house for somebody that's not even proven? Markkanen is a false player, man. We got Kaminga, Pod, TJD, and we got a lot of more youngsters to come in here to back up Steph. We need to go with the youngsters we've been having on this team for 3 or 4 years, just like we were with Steph, Clay, and Dre. You got to make sure you got something coming when Steph leaves. Markkanen is not the answer, man. If JK was on Utah, JK be averaging 24.
Yeah, I agree.
Only time I ever cheered for Utah Jazz because my cousin Ronnie Brewer played for him.
Oh, yeah.
I still had to cheer for the Warriors. Yeah, that's my first cousin.
Oh, yeah, Ronnie Brewer. Shout out Ronnie Brewer.
Yeah, that's the only reason. But Markkanen, man, is not the answer. Let's stick with JK, man. JK got class, man. Did you see him at the Summer League with that scarf on his head? You got to have confidence to wear that class.
You know what? Hey, Oscar. Those are true words. What? You do got to have confidence to wear something like that.
Or delusion.
Not everybody can pull that off. I guarantee you JK walked through them casinos with that scarf on and was pulling them left and right. I don't want to get in this business, but when you got the confidence to walk out the house and wear that.
He's 6'8". It's Summer League. It's Vegas. I mean.
It's hot outside. You need to shade the sun.
What?
I mean, the sun's beaming out there.
Outside in the summer in Vegas.
I mean, you got to walk somewhere, right? You got to get some fresh air.
Underground.
You don't want that. You don't want that cigarette smoke.
He wasn't? What was the hotel we stayed at?
The Excalibur.
He was not
How many
there.
media members are staying at the Excalibur?
Not there.
Hey, you know what? I'm seeing like Kendra Andrews and Deuce and Mo, and I'm seeing everybody at the hotels. Dalton Johnson. None of those people are sitting at the Excalibur. They're at the Wynn. They're at the MGM.
I have to say,
in fairness, Summer League is not the Super Bowl. So
I walk by Union Square every day in the morning at like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, and people. This is a rough part of town. The roughest area I've ever been is the Excalibur. The Tuesday morning at 4 a.m. after the Super Bowl, before our show. Bonte, was that not the saddest place you've ever been?
I mean, it's pretty sad.
You guys were broadcasting. It looked like on Zoom, and he was from like a closet. I don't know where you were.
That floor was way too packed at that early in the morning.
We're digging a deep ditch here. You come in with the rejoined bar.
It was the saddest floor I've ever seen.
Hey, listen, it was a free stay.
No, I'm not debating that. I'm talking about the clientele. The clientele.
You know what? It was fine. They had a casino. They had TVs. They had a Starbucks. I was all good. All good. By the way, 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. You guys see Jerry Rice up in Tahoe?
I want more context before I make it a conclusion.
I'm not mad at Rice, though. You got to check somebody sometimes. Somebody needs to be checked. You run up on the GOAT like that, get checked. That's right.
Jerry is one I would not want to cross.
Right.
I'm letting you know that he's still jacked.
Did you hear what he said? Come get some if you want some. Come get some.
Well, I heard it was tongue in cheek too. I don't know. Who knows?
Who knows?
But I wouldn't want any with Jerry Rice.
Let's go to Jonathan in San Francisco. Jonathan, man, long time no talk.
Jonathan.
Man, we're here, they're there. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to answer your question. You keep asking, how come people are down on Kaminga? And this is what I see, bro. I've seen it over and over again. I can't count in my hands how many times I've seen it. He's trying to go ha-ha on, a center when his center, like TJD is being guarded by a smaller guy, like a point guard. Like, dude, why don't you make a play for your guy, man? A quick, a short bucket, an easy bucket. Throw him a lob or something, dude. Don't be trying to go guru and ha-ha on the center. And, dude, I've seen that over and over again. So, he possesses something that a lot of people like myself don't know if it's going to improve, which is a basketball IQ.
Wow, so you're down. So you'd be willing to make this move then, Jonathan?
Not with Pajemski. Pajemski's the opposite of Kaminga.
Talk to me about Pajemski then, Jonathan. I want to hear your thoughts on, because we were supposed to ride together to Fieldwork Brewing House. You offered me a ride. I almost took you up on the offer. Talk to me about Pajemski. What's your ceiling here? How you feeling about Pods?
Is at the minimum, he's going to be a rotational guy with maybe a potential to be an all-star someday. Dude, I've never seen a young guy get so much charging calls in my life. He gets 3 a game and he rebounds. Dude, he'd be an NBA lifer just being that dude, getting rebound as a point guard and then playing defense like he does. If he ever becomes a 40% shooter from anywhere, he'd be an all-star.
Wow, so let me get this straight. If Pods is in a deal, it's a non-starter. But if it's just Moody and Kaminga, you're saying bye-bye to those guys, bring in Lowry.
Yeah. We need somebody who could get buckets aside from Curry, man. And he could be like we saw in the finals, like that tall guy with the Boston Celtics.
Porzingis?
Yeah. Hey, yeah, he's got the same shot as Porzingis from, around the paint. We need a guy like that aside from Curry, and we need a guy who could kind of carry the regular season so that Steph Curry and Draymond Green are not beat up when they, go into playoffs. And one more, man, they have to find a Wiggins whisperer. That's another key, bro. Wiggins, if he could play like he did in the finals 3 years ago, we got game. But the problem is, that guy's mellower than a yellow.
I love you, Jonathan, so much. You have no idea.
Wiggins whisperer.
We
need a Wiggins whisperer.
Hey, look, we're going to pivot to the Niners in just a second.
I'm going to do that bit next.
Right. Cameron.
Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, Tony in Oakland. My girl, Tony.
Here's what we're going to do.
Tony, I'm coming to you right after the break, Tony. Ray in San Francisco, I'm coming to you too. That's all coming up. Oh, wait, 95-70 game. If you're like confused right now while you're listening to Bonte or Shaz.
Adam, it's too much for me.
Nah, it is too much for me too right now. We got 1 hour to go. And then we got the crossover, but we're all jacked up this week. We're jacked up because Willard and Dibs is doing 6 and 10. Morning roast from 10 to 2. Steiny Goo from 2 to 6. And it's all presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar for 1 week only. But you know what, Shasky? I can do this for 2, 3, 4. Well, we'll miss training camp practices. Maybe we skip that week. And then we come back to 10 to 2. I don't know. We will miss training camp. So, we do this a lot. I don't know if you want to miss training camp.
The trade-off might be there, though. I'm down for whatever. Gets me the biggest bag.
What's coming up in the game? Brought to you
I
by
get where
O'Reilly
you're going, Chesky.
Auto Parts.
Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobile One.
95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru. Here's Bonte and Shasky.
I love this. My guy, Big X the plug. I'm feeling good. It's 1 o'clock. We're in the year. We get to sleep in. This is fun. We're all jacked up this week. Shasky and I working from 10 to 2 this week. 1 week only. Guru is Steiny in the green room. Steiny doesn't look too happy. Guru's like, man, I don't know. But he's excited for the crossover.
It's bothering me.
Oh, it is bothering him. What about this Lowry Markkanen deal? We're going to get all the calls. We'll get to the Niners. We got plenty of, this is a great slot. We got all kind of content, breaking news, everything, Shasky.
Who's the greatest talent evaluator of all time in any sport?
Ooh, Bill Walsh, line 1.
Okay.
Bill Belichick, line 2. Cashman's pretty damn good.
Jerry West.
Jerry West is damn good.
Pat Riley.
Red Auerbach.
Don't all of them have misses?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? They got hits. Yeah. They got misses too, right? Yeah. So we might have missed on Trey Lance.
Oh, I don't care.
All right? We might have missed on Trey Lance. But you know what? We've hit on other ones. I said after 1 practice, Spencer Burford as a rookie is going to start this year. And I ended up being right. 1 quarter, Dallas Cowboys, Niners, preseason game. Boy, this Dre Greenlaw.
You did like him. You did like him. Did like him. Did like him.
Bonte saw Kaminga throw down 1 dunk in Summer League and said, it's my new favorite player. He was guarding Yurtseven.
Yurtseven. He took an elbow for Yurtseven right in front of us.
What? We're not pronouncing it?
I don't know who that is.
No, he's from Miami Heat. Miami Heat.
He's like 7'6".
My boy Henderson and Rushman on Fox right now. Listen, Yurtseven.
That was on purpose, right?
Yeah, of course it was.
Oh, no,
of course it was.
Not.
Yes, it was on purpose.
Absolutely was not.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Speaking of
it
Baltimore,
was on purpose. It's a joke because we got the drop.
My cousin's kid's going to be on the 18U USA baseball team, Joey Lorenzini.
Yeah.
And the other Jackson brothers on that team.
Oh, that's awesome.
Isn't that pretty cool?